It's strange. It says 0 in the StreamYard window, but according to the YouTube window, I've got 3, now 2 people watching. I guess there's some sort of delay, and I guess the YouTube window gets the numbers first. So how are you 3 people watching now? I'm just, well, not saying much while I wait for people to arrive. As usual, I have a whole bunch of things to say, and I don't know in what kind of order it's going to come out. I'll try and include as much of it as I can that is technically under the heading, the title that I've chosen for it. Because as you all know, I have this thing about people being careless with words and not caring about the arguments. I know this is something that uneducated people do. They think if it's approximately that meaning that I want it to have, and if it's capable of being understood in the sense that I meant it, then it's all right. Hello, Booyah Kasha. But as you know, it's not enough. I think you already know that academics and lawyers are very careful about words, and they argue about the meaning of words for what they can do for quite a few hours, and then it just gets worse, and it becomes something that you might form a political party over about the meaning of a particular word. I mean, examples that come to mind are justice, truth, morality, necessity, equality. And even when you say words like God, some smartards will ask you, which God? And if you say the Abrahamic God, then some smartards will ask you, well, do you mean the Abrahamic God as the Jews conceive of him, or the God of the Christians as they conceive of him, which is a quite different way to how Jews conceive of their God, and the Muslim view of God as they conceive of him. So we can understand that all these words that we take for granted are still being fought over and have been for centuries. So when you come across somebody who doesn't care about words, or just blatantly says, I don't care about the arguments, it's whatever feels right, whatever does the work of getting people to believe my lies or do what I want, or usually it's just, well, I'm not even saying anything on my stream, I'm just reading from a book. And the purpose of that stream, of course, is to get attention. It's the narcissist who wants attention and wants subscribers and wants likes and comments in the chat. That even downvotes are okay because it means that people have watched you. Why are people like that? Why do they crave attention so much that they are basically happy to make fools of themselves? I suppose it's hard to explain. I could say, well, I like chocolate, or I like ice cream, and then you might ask me, well, why? And I say, well, taste good? Why does it taste good? Why does it taste good to you? Why do some people hate the chocolate and ice cream that you like? And so on and so forth. So we have the disjuncture between what is objective and subjective. So even one event or even one statement can have many opinions. And what are we to make of this? Well, it goes back to what people fight over. And ultimately, it's about truth and justice, isn't it? And I'm not saying emotions have no purpose in this. I think emotions are for the purpose of telling us whether our reason is working. So if we're feeling unhappy about something, then obviously something has happened to make us unhappy, and we therefore have a problem, and we should decide what to do in the future to solve the problem, or if it cannot be solved, to avoid the problem. And of course, the people who are most likely to solve problems quicker are the people who take care of how they think. So they would care about truth, they would care about logic, and they would care about morality. Why is it so important? Because obviously the truth is necessary to keep us alive. I mean, if it is true that there is an hole in the ground, then you should take care not to fall into it. So things such as signage saying, well, what do they say when there's a hole in the ground? Manhole uncovered or something. But anyway, issues of health and safety come about, and then somebody might say, "Oh, but the warning wasn't adequate. It wasn't. It didn't identify the danger. It didn't give sufficient warning." So you have silly things like printed warnings on McDonald's coffee cups saying contents are hot when you've just ordered a coffee. And of course, it is to avoid lawsuits. Law is a construction of words that people fight over. And so the more accurately you use your words, the more high education you are, and the more careless of your words that you are, the more low education and low status you are. It may be because you don't really know the meaning of words. You don't care particularly. You don't look words up in the dictionary that you don't understand. You have no access to books, or you can't be bothered to look them up, even though you have your own internet access through your phone. You could be just somebody who doesn't care. It's like, well, as long as it gives you roughly the meaning I intend to give you, and I wasn't saying anything much anyway, who cares? And words are really the names of ideas, aren't they? So politically charged words such as racist and sexist and anti-Semitic and Islamophobic, they have meanings that are fought over, or ought to be. But I don't really hear anybody fighting over the meaning of words. So there are people who say, "Don't call me that. I'm offended that you should call me racist, anti-Semitic, Islamophobic, sexist, fascist, whatever. I don't accept the meaning of those words. They don't usually say because, they usually say, you hurt my feelings when you use that word on me. A certain person would always accuse me of ad homing her. You see, that's another word that I hate, because what does an ad hominem fallacy mean, other than to say that okay, so the ad hominem fallacy means that you say something and I say something about you that is unflattering but irrelevant to the argument. So that would be what the fallacy was about. I would say something that would tend to undermine you by saying something unflattering about you, in order to lower your status and discredit you, but which is actually nothing to do with the argument. Now, when Church of Entropy accuses me of ad homing her, she only means that I've said something about her that is true, but which she dislikes and finds offensive. But she can't convincingly deny that she is in the alt-right, that she does pander to people of a certain view of Jews and Muslims and other races, and she doesn't like it because that would tend to lower her status. But again, it's like alt-right, and you have all these people say, "Don't call me alt-right. We're calling ourselves a dissident right now." So it doesn't really matter what you call yourself. You can call yourself the poshest name in the world. Eventually, people can say it with that sneer in their voice, and that will discredit you. So if I say your name lovingly and affectionately, well, that's great. But if I say your name with a sneer, then that's not so good. But then you could start tone policing me, right? So it's always controversial. But what can you make of somebody who's careless with words? And he's no education, no status, and he'll probably tell lies about you, because they don't care about the meaning of words. And if it works to lie about you, then they'll probably lie about you. So he or she might do it intentionally or unintentionally, but they're more likely to do it, just because of their low education and their inability to use words accurately. And of course, the people who use words most accurately would be high status people who know that words matter, particularly lawyers, because using a word correctly or incorrectly can mean that you win or lose a case for your client. Christine Ramsey asks an interesting question. Am I a fit person to judge the morals of others? Well, who's a fit person? I think the person most fit to analyze the meaning of words would be, well, philosophers or lawyers or people, who are known to use words effectively, precisely, and accurately. I think we know really how differently the spoken word and the written word can be, and we have to examine the reasons why people come to YouTube. I notice a lot of people, they just want to, they're just waiting impatiently for me to finish talking so they can come on and have their 15 minutes of fame or whatever. And what would be the purpose other than to get attention? And, what I found recently, well, for quite a while now, with regard to Ask FM, is I'm actually interested in getting to the bottom of things. And if you write stuff down, then you slow right down. You slow right down so you can examine individual words more carefully, and in this way, get to the truth. And the people who refuse to do it will say, well, nobody's watching, so I don't care. The whole point I do this is so that people can hear the sound of my voice. And most importantly, I can hear the sound of my own voice. It's all about that. The whole purpose of coming on YouTube is to express myself verbally through my voice. But then, people are so careless with words. And anyway, if you're asking somebody a question and they don't want to answer it, then you can't, it's not so easy to show that they've lost the argument or were being dishonest. I once went to a media training, had some media training, and basically the people said, well, you can get away with all kinds of shit, really, when you're talking, if you have this confident manner and you're smooth and, people just let you spout your bullshit and even believe it. It's only when you transcribe it and then you read it and then you just notice it's a pile of shit. But, but maybe people just don't care. It's like, well, it's a pile of shit from my favorite person. And I don't care what they say. So obviously people like that should be ignored. But they're not, because we live in a democracy. And this is the problem of democracy. I'm happy to say that I think it's time to take it out with the trash. And I'm being precise with my words. And it triggers a lot of people because democracy is a sacred cow, and they're in a state of terror over it. Because on the one hand, it's the only thing they ever knew, and yet on the other hand, they know it's not working, and then they don't want anyone else to criticize it. And they have to ask themselves, why not? Why can't anyone else criticize it? What has, well, why not? Why can't anyone in the world criticize it? And if you can't defend yourself against these criticisms, then obviously democracy is wrong and you should take it out with the trash. But I guess, there will be a period of denial and people will just pretend everything's fine. Let's wait until the next election and maybe we will finally vote for somebody that we like and who won't betray us. I'm an optimist. I'm not that kind of optimist. And, the more I go on and I say the same thing again and again, and I try to say it in a different way for variety and entertainment, nothing changes. And somebody says, well, obviously it's not working. You should try something else. But what? I don't think saying anything else would be any better, because if you say something different that contradicts your previous position, then it means that you didn't believe in your message anyway, and you're just like all the other politicians who will trim their sails. So I think it's important for words to mean whatever they're supposed to mean. And if people are using it incorrectly, you should call them up on it and say, well, I'm afraid you're not really Christian. You don't really believe in God. Because if you did, you would be doing this, that, and the other. And this is something else I was talking about earlier, which is that our beliefs dictate our actions. So if we believe that telling lies is going to protect us, we'll tell lies. If we are rewarded for telling the truth, then we'll tell the truth. I mean, nobody's just going to stupidly do the right thing even though they're going to get punished. Or very few people will, because everyone hates punishment. And so I think we have been too long being part of a culture that doesn't really care about the meaning of words. I still remember this. This is in America, and it was about the quest. Someone said the word niggardly, all right, and it just means miserly. But certain people thought it meant something else, and they got all offended and demanded that a person who said this word apologize. I believe he did. And of course he shouldn't have, but he did. And this is how you get into the slippery slope of coming from being part of an advanced civilization, living amongst men who cared about the meaning of words. And if you just said, well, this word that you thought meant this thing, this nasty thing, well, actually, it didn't mean that. It meant something else. But because men no longer defend principles, you find yourself right at the bottom of the heap. I mean, men find themselves at the bottom of the heap, and they don't. It's like, but the answer is obviously this, and the argument can so easily be made for this other thing, but nobody makes it. So it's almost as if, you have all the weapons at your disposal, but you won't use it because you're scared. Now, I suppose what I find the most offensive is really people talking such nonsense that, it just makes me rage, uh, and I can't stop myself now from. But I have to be grateful for people like that, because even the anger and outrage that they provoke is ultimately useful. When people say such outrageous things, and they get away with it because they have this bluff, haughty, man of the people manner, and they get away with it. So why don't people care about the meaning of words anymore? Well, because people say, oh, it's only words. But words are ideas, and ideas can be good or evil. And if the wrong idea is adopted, then we are going to suffer. Not just you, but your community, your society, your nation, your civilization. And then you think, well, this is all about philosophy, and why aren't the academic institutions talking about these things? But then they're not fit for purpose, are they? If they don't say these things, if you can't contact them, if they won't engage with you, if they're too afraid to speak because there's so many academics so afraid of losing their job that they won't do anything that might draw unwelcome attention to themselves. So really, Western institutions are unfit for purpose. You have people in charge of them who don't care that they're not fit for purpose. But I suppose what I find the most offensive are people who say, "Oh, but I'm Christian," and they're not. If you know the meaning of what a Christian is, and you look at this person claiming to be Christian, and you think you're not Christian. But why do you call yourself Christian? You have to work that out, and you think, well, this person whose absurd views are not any set of beliefs that are believed by anyone, claims to have a religion. And then when you say, but it's not religion, and they say, well, but it's my religion. And then you say, well, you can't call it a religion because a religion is something that more than, a group, more than one person has to believe, at least more than one person has to believe in it. It can't be your personal beliefs. And it's like, well, I don't care. I'm going to call my beliefs a religion. You can't stop me. And so, you have all these people saying things like that, and then they say, I have a connection with God. And then when you say, really? So you believe in God? Not really. Just sometimes. Sometimes yes, sometimes no, sometimes I'm not sure. And then you ask another question, which is, what do you believe will happen to you when you're dead? Nothing. So this person is actually saying that his ideas are nonsensical. It doesn't, and it's like, okay, lots of people, believe in nonsense. And I guess, I would just say, well, who cares? People believe in nonsense. But then when you know that they're, they're like everyone around you who don't care, and then you think, well, what about the people above me? Do they care? Not really. So obviously something's wrong. And it's a shame, really, because, this idea about using words correctly came all the way from Confucius over 2,000 years ago. When was he born? I don't even know. But this is one of my favorite quotes from him, I guess. And I'll read it out to you. But let me just check his birth and death day. I can't find his thing on this page. Okay, I really want to find out when he lived and died, just to prove the ancientness, the ancientness of this idea. And you think, what's the point of saying anything? Everybody forgets it, and then they want to, have to learn everything new again. And I suppose, that's why you have to have at least a elite of educated men, so you can have them as a sort of ready source of reference. So he was born in 551 BC and died in 479 BC. So yeah, that's a long time ago, isn't it? So what did he say? So he had this idea called rectification of names. I've been through this with you before. I know you don't remember anything I say because you ignore everything I say. So anyway, Confucius states that social disorder often stems from failure to call things by their proper names. Wow. This guy, he knew everything all that time ago, and people are still doing the same old shit, which is to be careless with words. So let's start again. The Analects states that social disorder often stems from failure to call things by their proper names, that is, to perceive, understand, and deal with reality. His solution to this was the rectification of names. He gave an explanation to one of his disciples. I think this idea is so universal. I mean, the English have an expression for it too, and it is to call a spade a spade. Nobody says it now. Maybe it's because of the possibly racist connotations of talking about spades. Well, they could say, well, I always call a trowel, or a spatula. Couldn't you? If you're too afraid to say, I always call a spade a spade. Anyway, Confucius, he say, a superior man, in regard to what he does not know, shows a cautious reserve. If names be not correct, language is not in accordance with the truth of things. If language be not in accordance with the truth of things, affairs cannot be carried on to success. When affairs cannot be carried on to success, proprieties and music do not flourish. When proprieties and music do not flourish, punishments will not be properly awarded. When punishments are not properly awarded, the people do not know how to move hand or foot. Therefore, a superior man considers it necessary that the names he uses be spoken appropriately, and also that what he speaks may be carried out appropriately. What the superior man requires is just that in his words there may be nothing incorrect. Oh, Hasso wants to join. All right. I haven't spoken to you yet, have I? I think I've also said what I wanted to say on the subject. I have a few things I wanted to say about millennial woes, but no, nothing that much really, except that well, I'm a little encouraged that people have kind of agreed with what I said, and yeah, that was nice. Oh, did you like that reading, Brutus? Is that the Brutus I know? So, are you coming on, Hasso? Or Domingo? Okay, so it's not the other Brutus. But thank you for your compliment anyway. So Christine says, I'm an agnostic, so her views on God are rather eccentric and mixed up with Chinese ideas. Well, I regard God as a hypothetical supreme being. And I mean, I know how Jews are supposed to regard God, I know how Christians are supposed to regard God, and I know how Muslims are supposed to regard God. And narcissists, I think, have a problem in the correct conception of God. I suspect some people just imagine God to be exactly like them, except that, more powerful. So this God would always agree with them. No, you're not coming on Zero. I don't think my nerves can take it today. Yeah, it's like, why does Zero come on? He doesn't ever say anything. And he has this sort of deadening effect on conversation and just annoys everyone because he never makes his point. So that's why he's not coming on. Who would I like? Who would I like to come on? Can you guess? Well, I'll post it anyway. And if she doesn't come, perhaps Conops will. Or OV. All three possible arrivals. So what else? What can I say about Millennial Wales while we're waiting for people to arrive? Well, it's gratifying. People said, "Oh yeah, I agree with you. It was serendipitous to find your channel." Though my earlier stream today, it still hasn't processed yet. So I wonder if YouTube have a deliberate policy of delaying the processing of your stream so that it can't, it'll just get fewer views, and so it can't get the meteoric rise that it otherwise might do. So yeah, I think they're holding it back. Maybe they have to run it by people in order to approve of it, because it was this morning. It was this morning, and it still hasn't processed, which is crazy, huh? But anyway, people do agree with me, and I know a lot of these men just have a problem with my. I think that they just have a problem with a female voice talking about these things, saying I'm creepy and I whisper. and they don't like it, and it's scary. Or words to that effect. I suppose I could read you a few choice comments that I found quite gratifying, although there have been a few comments telling me to, state my advice where the sun don't shine. So I'll read the best one, saying, yes, you are correct. This matter must have closure, or the poison will fester and get into the bone with chronic weeping osteomyelitis. Like Henry VIII hurt from his bone fracture after a riding fall. This, of course, refers to millennial woes having to fall on his sword over unspecified allegations of sexual misconduct. This person continues. The alt-right will evaporate and split. College should have given Woes a quick, fair trial and stated the charges and given him a chance to state his case. Then everyone would have been privy to the allegations and Woes would have had his day in court. The Athenians, when they ostracized someone, gave him the right to defend the charges in public. This mirage of secrecy will just breed conspiracy theories which benefit no one. And then, most gratifyingly of all, this person says, it ages me so much, doesn't it? Best wishes, Mom. So thank you for saying that, even though it just ages me by 30 years. Yeah, but maybe I really am so older. I don't like the avatar of the one coming up. So you ain't coming on. Is that all right? I know who you are too. Hi, Ovi.
Oh, see, Guile.
How have things been?
Not bad. Not bad. Just finalizing my I'm sure people know I'm moving out of California in the next couple of months, so I'm just kind of finalizing all of the details of that stuff today. Getting ready to get the fuck out of here.
Are you maybe a little bit sad that you're going? Do you think you might miss something?
Fuck no.
No, really?
Sad about leaving Mexifornia? I mean, come on, what's to be sad about?
I don't know. I mean, aren't there nice things still left in California that you still like?
Well, I mean, don't get me wrong. I mean, yeah, I was born here. I grew up here. You know, living by the beach, it's a nice place. Yeah, of course. You know, the weather's nice and all that kind of stuff. But I mean, every time I go to the store, every time I, walk out of my, my place, it's fucking Mexicans speaking Mexican, I kind of feel like a Negro, like where the white women at, So it's like, going to, I mean, yeah, so there's some things I'm leaving behind, but in the greater scheme of things, it's there's more ahead than there is behind.
What will you be doing in your new place? Do you have any plans? Will you be getting a job or anything?
Yeah, I'll be I mean, come on, it's like white people there. It's just a completely it's completely different change of of um, of society. I would say. Um, I mean, it's kind of the. Uh, I guess you could say that it's time for OV to settle down and stop being such a a fucking punk and get into the traditional lifestyle.
Oh, it sounds like you're going to settle down and get a job or something like that.
Sure, yeah, something like that, yeah.
Something like that. Uh, you know, when you're telling me the story, I was reminded of some. Okay, this is BNP, but basically there's this BNP guy who was living in somewhere where there's a lot of non-whites, and then he briefly moved into a white part of the country where it was virtually all white, and I think inadvertently he blurted out that he missed, that non-white part of the world that he just moved from. So I don't know. I thought that was interesting. I think
Sorry,
you never know.
I think I missed the context of what you're saying.
Okay. You know the BNP, the party, the British National
Right,
Party.
right, yeah.
So I used to be a member. So I hear things, from I still hear the news every now and then, and one of them lived in a part of in a town where there is a high concentration of non-white people, and then he had to temporarily live in a much whiter part of town, and
Hmm.
and basically he was saying he missed, the non-white. I guess he was just talking about, maybe the shops or whatever, or the general atmosphere where apparently the violence was more controlled, or the criminal gangs were sort of, they sort of knew what they were doing, what the, maybe the more disorganized. I can't remember, but this was the gist of it.
That's uh that's an interesting story.
Yeah, I thought it was very interesting. I just wish I could remember more about it now.
So the BNP, I mean, would they be considered racist? I mean, would they be considered white nationalist?
Oh
Or,
yeah, considered far right, definitely.
well, I mean, being considered far right and being considered white nationalist are still two different things, right?
Really? I mean, as far as I'm concerned, they mean the same thing, with the same label of, danger, do not approach, hazardous to health, or whatever.
Well, I mean, you can be, I mean, I'm a national socialist, right? Which is more on the left, but,
Is
but
that what you think? Well, I
yeah,
think what just so
yeah.
hopelessly confused. I mean, when you say things like, "Oh, it's more on the left," but I'm a national socialist. I bet there'll be lots of left people jumping up and down.
Oh, absolutely, absolutely. Yeah, the shit libs hate it when you call Hitler a socialist, or Uncle Adolf, when you call the Nazis a socialist. Yeah, they hate that shit. Yeah, absolutely. But I mean, it's true. It's true.
Yeah, I mean, I remember my history teacher was basically saying, "Oh, there's no point even bothering about this classification because extremes meet anyway," and so like you said, the National Socialism is in fact leftist. Is I suppose in a way true with that. It's like the Soviet Union with their communism, and the big thing about Lenin and sorry Trotsky and Stalin. Oh, would you mind muting, because I hear an echo of my voice, and that distracts me from making my point.
Sure, sure. Yeah.
Thank you. And um, so the political problems of the Soviet Union, from with regard to Stalin and Trotsky, was Stalin was saying, hey, we really should sort ourselves out first in in Russia before we try and export our revolution, and just exporting our revolution forever and ever because, Marx said only world communism is desirable and possible is not practical politics for us at the moment, and Trotsky is causing too much trouble, and we'll just have to get rid of them. And then eventually they did the sensible thing and put their own house in order before exporting their revolution. And China did basically the same thing, and they took their party system from the Soviet Union, and 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 of course, I think that they'd be, a bit offended, if they were said, well, that's a bit like National Socialism, because National Socialism is really socialism for the nation of Germany. That was why it was called National Socialism.
Yep.
So National Socialism was a synthesis of nationalism and socialism. And Hitler said, well, I'm going to confine it to just Germans. And the left didn't like that. But I guess that was really the main dispute between. It's just basically tactical, isn't it? When you think about it.
What do you mean by tactical?
Well, I mean, with regard to Stalin and Trotsky said.
You're talking about Stalin being tactical?
Yeah, I mean,
okay.
They wanted communism, but Trotsky said we have to push for world communism and spread it all over the world. And Stalin said, no, don't do that. It'll upset people. And we can't afford to make too many enemies. So we should sort our own country out first. And Hitler, I suppose, with his National Socialism, was thinking along the same lines, because he rejected the Marxism of Rosa Luxemburg and people like that, and said, no, I mean, we're doing a different kind of socialism. But the emphasis was also on the people. Because I guess that would be the sensible thing. Otherwise they'll be saying, oh, but this is just an elitist sort of thing that only elites will, but when people are hungry, you have to appeal to the people.
Well, I mean, there's more differences than just that as well, right? I mean, you would accept the argument that Bolshevism was Jewish, right?
I don't see how.
I mean, Jews actually celebrate this. I remember seeing. It's been a while, but I remember reading some articles where Jews actually celebrate the fact that Bolshevism is Jewish.
Mm-hmm.
But I mean, even okay, we can set the Jewishness aside for a second, and we can still find differences between communism and National Socialism. I mean, where communism is definitely a very extreme form of. I don't even want to call it socialism, right? I mean, I think there's a very clear delineation between socialism and communism. I mean, for example, in National Socialism, capitalists were still accepted, versus in Soviet Russia, people like the kulaks, were executed. They were rounded up and either put into gulags or executed outright. Whereas in National Socialism, I mean, if just because you were a capitalist, just because you were a landowner, didn't mean that you would be didn't make you an enemy of the state, as it were.
Well, I suppose you never know, because we heard of the gulags or the kulaks, right? They were landowners.
Right. Yeah.
So
yeah. Just
I guess in the end everybody gets it. I mean, I know in China.
No. You could be a landowner in a National Socialist state, and you could still be safe. But if you were a kulak in Soviet Russia, under, let's say, Lenin or or Trotsky, whichever Soviet leader you want to choose, the kulaks would be their lives would be in danger.
Uh-huh. But yeah, I suppose if you have a high percentage of peasants, which I guess you would do if you're not as industrialized as the Germans, then I guess you would get more stupid people, really, right? I mean, if on the assumption that peasants are, stupid or easily led. And of course, the horror of a peasant's revolution is sort of pretty universal, because it's you really have to anticipate that the people right at the bottom will have so many grudges against everyone above them, and they would have so many more people above them that they would like to be avenged on, that if they ever were to be in charge, it would be terrible, because it wouldn't be just elites who would get it. It would be the middle classes, the lower middle classes, and anyone that might have offended the peasants, and probably most people did or have offended them. So
I'm not sure if I'm understanding the point that you're getting at, but I mean, it sounds like you're getting a little bit into a political philosophy kind of question. Like, is democracy the right path, or do we need an aristocracy? Do we need a theocracy? So on and so forth.
oh no, I'm just saying that a peasant's revolt would be terrifying, whoever you are, whether you're Chinese or Russian, or you know and even in the industrialized or post-industrialized West. I mean, the whole idea of Nick Griffin actually talked about nationalists as the peasants revolting, and I know he said it, jokingly, but this is what the elites think. It's like, these people really hate us. Imagine what they'd do to us if they got themselves in charge. Just heads would roll with the
I mean,
carpet.
as it well should. I mean, you could go back as far as well, I'm sure you could go back even farther, but me, I love talking about Roman history, and go back to the populares versus the optimates. The basically the peasants versus the aristocrats.
Yeah, but
And
the mm.
I mean, it went both ways. There was bloodletting, on the aristocrat side, and there was bloodletting on the peasant side, or the everyman side as well.
Oh yeah, yeah. I suppose political violence, was a given, but how the Romans organised themselves is quite interesting, because the plebs got representation. They would have an aristocrat, um, represent their interests, because I suppose at some level they knew that if they just got somebody of uh, who was obviously plebeian, they'd be ignored by all the by the Senate, by the other senators. So and that was why they had this division of populares and optimates. That
Well, I
that
mean,
the
that's why
senators.
there was. I mean, even beyond that, that's why there was so much political strife, is because the common man was ignored by the optimates.
Yeah.
Real quick, I just want to ask: is the Domingo Chronicles, is that the Domingo,
Yes.
the one and only?
Yes.
Does Domingo want to come on? And I don't know. It sounds like he's not satisfied with the answers that I'm giving. Does he want to come on and
I'll post the link again.
shoot the shit? But yeah, I think I kind of derailed the conversation a little bit. We got into a little bit of a Roman history,
Yeah,
but
but the point I wanted to make really was that the plebeians of the Roman times actually had better representation than people now. Because
no, well,
well, I don't
is
know.
it is
I
it
don't
is
know.
it that they
I'm
had
not
is
sure
it
if
that they wait, hold on a second, is it that they had better representation, or they were willing to do more to get their representation, right? I mean, the plebeians were willing to fight. They were willing to go to some aristocrat's estate and burn his house down and say, if you don't do this and this and that, then we'll just crucify you or some shit like that.
okay.
it,
So
it
when did that happen? And I'd really like to know a bit more about that. Do you
well, I mean, for example, this is a little bit later on in the history, but after Kaiser was killed in the Senate House, um, none of the people who who um, who stabbed Kaiser, or none of the people who opposed Kaiser, none of them survived the civil war that occurred after Kaiser's death.
hmm
Like Mark Antony, he Mark Antony and Octavius, they killed everyone who participated the so-called liberators. They killed all of those so-called liberators who participated in Kaiser's assassination. So I mean,
I mean,
that's the difference between the system then and the system today. It's not necessarily about representation. It's kind of like that idea. The only rights that you have are the rights that you're willing to fight for, or the rights that you're willing to die for, right?
yeah,
And that's the huge difference that we have today, is that most people are kind of very satisfied or kind of complacent in the situation that they're in, um, and they're not willing to go further than they're not willing to go further than that. Um,
yeah, because they're not even told about principles. I mean, that's the thing. It's like it's like what the hell is it? Why? What's it for? And then you get this kind of blank incomprehension, and it's like, how can you function as a society if nobody even knows or cares what it is, what principles are? And people joke like, they're for nothing. That's no point to them at all. You know,
yeah,
and these actual political activists saying stuff like that.
yeah. So what point are you trying to make?
My point is that if we don't know what our principles if you don't know what our principles are, then of course we won't be fighting them because we won't even know that they're being infringed or attacked. They wouldn't even know. So they just sort of follow whoever says, well, this is okay, this isn't okay, and basically people, can play hard and loose with ideas and words, just to get, and they'll tell lies to motivate people to do something or not do something, right? So, um, if you want to be, informed political activists, we should know, what we're fighting for, and then we'll know when those principles have been infringed, and then we'll know to fight them, to what extent, that kind of thing. But if we don't even know what they are, then we're just relying on the person to tell, that gives us orders. and they're going to abuse their power, right? Because if I say, Obi is an evil person, and I have somebody prepared to kill you, then, well, it's easy, and I might even know it not to be true, but maybe the way or something, and then those people will just go and kill you without even asking, like, why? What did he do? And is what you say about him true? Which is, really quite frightening. But so many people now play hard and fast with the rules, and nobody thinks to enforce them or even to complain very much when they're broken. And yeah, so I think that's really the problem, that people don't care, and it's like, oh, it's only words. Why get yourself killed over words? But these words are ideas. You've gone a bit quiet, Ovi. Are you still here?
I'm listening to what you're saying.
Mm.
Um, it, I'm still not sure if I understand
Why
what.
we're talking about this?
Well, yeah, I mean, this is going to come back around to secular chronism, I'm sure, right?
No, no. Actually, no. I'm just talking about words in general and how infuriating it is, that I find people just don't know. They don't care. It's like, well, what's the problem? I never mean anything I say anyway. I'm always bullshitting. That's all right. It's just a laugh, isn't it? And you think, why lead a life of talking shit and not believing in anything? I mean,
That
that's why
that's
nothing
actually a
works.
great point. I mean, that is a huge problem that we have with the kind of society that we're living in today. It's what do they call it? Like the postmodernist kind of philosophy, where everything is a joke. Everything is just a LARP. Everything, who cares about anything, because we're living in a post history world. We're living in a world where nothing matters. It's all about hedonism. It's all about just it, it,
Yeah, nothing.
truth in
It's
history
nihilistic.
has been educated, and
Well,
nothing you do matters, so
mm,
therefore just make a joke out of everything.
just
Yeah.
have fun before you die, and this is basically what nihilism is. I mean, JF happily says he's a nihilist. Um, Jen says she's a nihilist. And interestingly, Jay says he's not. He says he believes in God, and then when you ask him, you realize he doesn't believe in God, and he's just here for the shits and giggles. So, um, but are people above us any better? It's like, well, I'm president of America. I'm just going to have fun. Who cares about the national interest? I kind of get the impression that is like that now.
Well, I mean, I mean, you talk about the national interest, and I mean, do any of these shit libs know what the national interest is?
No,
You
they
know,
don't. They don't even think that that's what they should do. All they think is that we have to get elected, or we're failures. So we have to get elected. So we'll pull out all the stops to get ourselves elected. Tell every lie, bribe everyone, and then if we get elected, we're a success. And I'm trying to say that who cares if you're elected, and who cares if you're in office, if all you do is fuck around like that, with nobody believing in anything you say and hating you. Well, I mean, I don't think
it,
that's the point.
I, the I think the problem is not that these, call them Bernie Bros, or call them progressives or regressives, if you want to use that term. I don't think they really care about being elected. They are kind of they are the communists of their era. They They just want the kulaks to be crucified, and they don't care about being elected. They just want their system implemented by, as I mean, this is what they say, by whatever means necessary. That's a term that they use pretty often. By any means necessary. And so I don't think they really care about being elected or anything like that. It's just that they know, quote unquote, that they're right, and they will just act in that manner, that quote unquote, they are right.
Um, but I think they could easily be dissuaded from their course of action if they felt sufficiently frightened about something
Well,
happening.
yeah, that's the
I mean,
Nazis'
eventually
job.
they keep
Yeah,
doing it because they think they can get away with
that's
it.
that's that's why us Nazis are around, is to frighten them. Yeah.
No, but earlier, Ovi, you were saying you were talking about dying for certain principles, and I think ultimately it is about having principles that you would die for, because the correct answer, if somebody were to ask you if you had any principles that you'd be prepared to die for, you'd have to say yes if you wanted them to take you seriously. I
Sure.
mean,
Yeah.
obviously, even if you didn't mean it, even though, if tortured, you sell your grandmother, or whatever. But the correct answer is to say that yeah, of course you have principles you're prepared to die for. That's why you're doing this. Blah 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 blah.
I mean, it's well, here's the thing: is that everyone claims to have principles, right? But to be to be a communist, or to be a a shit lib, to be a so-called progressive, that's easy nowadays,
Well,
right?
it's so easy
I
for
mean,
them that they don't even have to. They don't even know how to defend their ideas because they've never been challenged. I
well,
mean,
they don't
British one
have
was
to
going to
they
say,
don't have
"I
to defend their
disagree.
ideas.
I disagree," and then if you push them some more, they'll just block you. But really, they don't even know how to argue. There's no basis for their ideas, so that they get really triggered when you ask them questions they can't answer.
Oh, absolutely. Oh, yeah, yeah. You're either a Nazi, or you're a conspiracy theorist, or you're an incel, or they have this whole range of terminology to use
Mhm.
to get out of actually having an argument. Yeah, absolutely.
So
But
yeah, but they think, mhm.
yeah, to just finish up on what you're saying about having principles, like it's much harder to be a national socialist, or a Nazi, or some sort of right winger, and have principles in this day and age. I mean, it's not easy to go against the grain, which these fucking shit libs, these. And I say this um, with a little bit of a little bit of experience, because I used to be much more of a shit lib than I am today. I
Mhm.
mean,
Well,
these.
so was I. I mean, I think everybody grew up liberal, didn't they? Because that was the mainstream orthodoxy that we were indoctrinated with by the culture, by our schools,
I
by our parents.
No, I don't think that everyone grew up liberal. I mean, not grew up liberal, but I mean, there's some people who, um, being liberal, or being conservative, is just, I don't know. Maybe you could say it's part of their DNA. I mean, this is you could say maybe this is part of the reason why being a national socialist is a little bit easy for me, because I don't see National Socialism as a huge divergence from what I believed before, right? The only real change from socialism to National Socialism is the ethnic aspect, right? The nationalistic aspect. Where before, I didn't know about the JQ. I didn't know about the Negro question. But reading Mein Kampf, or learning about Uncle A, or whatever it might be, just kind of shifted shifted my orbit just enough, um, to put me in this different position, if that makes sense.
Hmm. But I suppose you would have to be more principled to hold it, any fringe view, because you're going to be mocked, right? So
Well, yeah,
you're
absolutely, yeah.
mainstream, and which is fine, And some people actually say, I want to be mainstream." I give my IT for that, and sometimes they just sort of give up the whole activism thing and say, "Well, I can't stand it anymore. I hate being on the fringe. I want to be mainstream again. So I'm going to rejoin the party. I'm going to recant my views, and I'll never talk about anything serious in politics again." I've seen that happen to people who went, all, really right wing, and then they just thought, I can't stand it anymore. I miss being at the top table. And this is what they do to you. They marginalize you. They push you into the plebs. The plebs don't respect you. The plebs mock you too. And you're in this kind of political no man's land. And this is how they keep control. Okay, they're not going to throw you into prison and shoot you or whatever, but perhaps even this social marginalization and ostracization is enough to frighten people.
Some people, yeah. I mean, most people, to be honest.
Well, I
Um,
suppose it would actually frighten men who have wives and family, because it's like the wife won't like it. Like, suddenly, why aren't we invited to those parties anymore? Why are all these female friends of mine, looking at me askance and not inviting me to their cozy little gatherings? And
sure, yeah. Yeah, that's another issue. Yeah, I mean, the social element is definitely a huge part of. I mean, it's a huge part of anything, right? It can, whether it's politics, or whether it's what kind of music you like, what kind of movies you like. I mean, there's a huge element of wanting to belong, wanting to be part of the herd, as it were.
mm,
Yeah, yeah. I mean, social ostracism happens in many different spheres. It's not just politics that it happens in, but politics just happens to be probably the most uh, damning kind of a social ostracism that you could run into.
yeah, I mean, most people can't take it. I remember this girlfriend of mine, and she said, "Oh, I already said something about Israel, and this guy, this man at the dinner, I'll never discuss politics ever again." And it's that kind of thing that frightens people. But then I guess if you carry on, eventually you will develop the hide of a rhinoceros. So I don't care. I don't mind talking politics. I don't mind people getting all triggered and become and being rude to me, because I think, oh, I'm glad that they understood what I was saying and they responded to it, and and it was actually more fun to have a political discussion than talk about boring things. But now people are so terrified that it's sad that, okay, you may know that I've joined the Labour Party, I've joined the Conservative Party, and they have ways of stopping people from talking politics within um, these parties. So the Conservatives would kind of make so much of what they do all about being with people like us, their quiz nights, their bridge evenings, and all these sort of social things that people love to be with their neighbors and friends, that they don't even dare talk politics if they say offend someone. And so it's kind of Masonic, and like, if you know that Masons are actually not supposed to discuss politics. I mean, probably they do, but they're not supposed to. Just to. And yeah, I remember in Victorian times,
real
officers
quick,
were
Claire.
not allowed to discuss
Just
with them politics.
sorry to interrupt, Claire. Real quick, just because Jenny is feeling ignored, she says, "Hey, I'm backstage, imbeciles." Sorry, Jenny. We're not paying attention to everything at all points in time. But yeah, if you want to bring Jenny on, I guess she wants in.
Hey, Jen.
I guess you can't all be as smart as me, eh?
Well,
So
yeah,
I'm glad you guys
we're
found each
definitely not as omnipotent as you. Yeah, we're not
I'm
as
glad
all
you guys
knowing. Yeah.
found each other. I think you're actually a good pair, because you can just talk past each other, never hear anything the other one's saying, and
I'm not
somehow
sure if we're
never run
actually
out of
talking
anything.
past each other.
Yeah, I thought we were
But
having quite a good conversation. That was why I sort of immersed myself in the conversation so much.
but
I forgot to
I
look.
do know, Jenny, that you've been using that insult lately. Yeah. All right. Have fun with that.
So Claire sent me a message saying that my mom's been sending me money and that I dine and dash in restaurants.
No, this is what I heard about you.
Oh, really?
Well, I can't remember.
Is this really the direction we're going in? We
I don't
let
really want
Jenny
to talk
on.
about that. We were having such a civilized conversation, Jen.
Yeah, we let Jenny on, and then what does she do? She makes the
Claire,
conversation about
you
her.
sent me that message like less than 10 hours ago.
Yeah, I know,
So
but
what?
do we have to talk about that?
Well, you've lied about me. And
I haven't lied about
the
you.
record.
This is the rumors that have been going on. I didn't think you'd want to talk about that in like this. Okay.
No, of course she does, because Jenny. At the end of the day, Jenny is a cult leading, narcissist. So of course she wants to talk about herself.
It looks like there's somebody else in the waiting room.
I don't like the avatar, so I'm not letting him on.
I bet it's Domingo. Wait.
It's basically me with an eye patch and stuff, and I don't want to.
If it's Domingo, you gotta let him on. He's hilarious.
No, okay, but maybe with another avatar, or a slightly more flattering one of me.
All right, everybody. Claire is censoring avatars now. That's the level.
Yeah. Come on, Claire. Let's.
I want a more flattering avatar of me.
Now I know it's Domingo.
Elliot's in the chat. What's going on, Elliot? Nice to see you.
See Kyle, Elliot.
Come on in.
All right. Who be the fourth member? Is it Zero? That's the
Zero. I think Zero's come and gone.
Oh, okay. Who is?
It's probably Jay, But
well, I mean, whoever it is, whoever wants in. I mean, come on, you gotta let whoever's in.
No. I mean, let Jen pick her bone with me.
Okay.
I think you're just fishing for personal information, honestly. Did you know Claire's trying to get in touch with my parents?
I haven't tried getting in touch with your parents. I don't know who they are.
That's a little bit of a bridge too far. I don't think Claire would go to that kind of.
No, it was Jen who said, "Would you like me to speak to your mum?" You started it, Jen, but I don't want to. I don't want to get it.
Oh no, that's not true at all, Claire. Come on now.
You did, and then I said, "Well, what do you want in there?"
That never happened, Claire.
Well, I can find the conversation, but then you'll think.
Yeah, go ahead and find the conversation where I said I want you to talk to my mom. Yeah, because
no. You said you wanted to talk.
Oh well, yeah, I want to talk to your mom, sure, because I think you have a mental problem, and your mom probably agrees with me. And I think we want you to get the help that you need, Claire. This is getting serious.
What do you think is wrong with me, Jen?
Geez, Claire, you're such a narcissist. You want me to play Sigmund Freud for you here. So why don't you guys fill me in?
I would be lying.
Why don't you guys fill me in as to what this wonderful conversation was about before I got here? Or I could just guess.
Well, we were talking about
Principles.
oh, principles, yeah, and political philosophy. National socialism versus communism. It was actually very highbrow. You might have actually liked it, Jenny.
I don't know. I find,
but I mean, I know that Jenny, just loves to talk about herself. Why?
I just find conversations about
where's Gandalf, Jenny?
Oh God. I'm not his secretary, dude.
Oh yeah, well, I mean, I miss him. He was a little bit of a spurg, but like, but the fact that he's gone,
I don't believe you.
I think I blame the fact that Gandalf is gone. I blame it on you.
Yeah, everyone wants to blame me for everything. It's the story of my life. That's the cross I must bear as the leader. Everyone wants to blame me for everything.
Jenny is Jesus confirmed. Yes.
Well, I don't know much about this Jesus character, but I know you guys love a good, I don't know, martyr story.
No, you love a good martyr story. Come on.
I'm not into the whole Messiah, martyr, but
no. Jenny for sure is not, the greatest, physicist of our time, the greatest physicist of all time, But no. Jenny doesn't love a good martyr story, of course. No.
I don't know what being the greatest living physicist has to do with the martyr story, but okay.
Well,
so you guys
because where's your recognition? You're just doing things. You are the sacrificial lamb. You're saying the truth without getting any recognition for it. I mean,
well, I feel like I have had a lot of success, honestly. But if you don't agree with me, that's fine.
A lot of success. Yeah, tell me about the success that you've had.
Oh, not this again. He's doing a jaywalker. LV, you don't read my blog. You don't follow me.
Damn straight I don't. Yeah.
Nothing I say is going to matter. So let's just, go back to the.
I just want to say that I wish Jay Walker was here that he could hear you.
He supposedly went up against the Jews, but lost within 10 years, and somehow that political system is going to work going forward, even though it doesn't really have a whole lot going for it.
You do realize that National Socialism can't exist without anti-Semitism, right?
Are you saying anti-Semitism is real?
Yeah, of course. Yeah, I mean, I'm an anti-Semite, but you don't have to be an anti-Semite to be a National Socialist.
Ah, how wonderful.
So what point are you actually trying to make?
I just find convos about National Socialism boring because there's just nothing really to talk about.
Oh yeah. Well, we just need to let Jenny do everything.
I didn't say that. I mean, I don't know what you're talking about.
Wait, so what political position do you advocate then? I mean, do you not advocate for a theocracy where you are?
Just to be clear here, Claire Manchu in the chat really wants to come on. I think it's unfair to censor them because you don't like an avatar. How bad can an avatar really be? What do I advocate? I've always advocated a scientific theocracy, and
you are the head of.
It doesn't really work like that.
Oh, do explain.
It's a class system, so it's more about the structure of the government than the supreme leader.
So there are people who are in your same class. There are people who are your equals.
I want to have 25% of the people be in my class, but sometimes
you just never met them yet.
I've met tons of them. Sometimes there is
Like who?
one.
Name one. Name one person who's in the same class as you.
Just to be clear, I don't give names because of privacy reasons and because Claire is a
Well, you know,
doxy piece of shit
YouTube
and a
names,
libeler.
whatever.
Oh dear.
Yeah, yeah, exactly. Yeah.
I just
All right.
I just saw a Mengelis comment there. Okay, anyway, sometimes there is one person that stands above the others.
Like who? Give me a YouTube name.
I'm talking about the government system, OV. I'm not going to give names because of privacy reasons. Okay, if you don't believe me that they exist, that's fine.
Just give me a YouTube name.
Let me just
Who is someone that you met on YouTube
Oh boy.
that is in the class that you're in?
You don't even know what the class that I'm in is. Can we just talk about ideas, please? I'm not comfortable
No,
giving
that's
names.
I think that's what I'm doing.
Yeah, you want to understand the government system, but you're asking for names, but I'm not going to give them because Claire's a piece of shit.
I'm not asking for names. I'm asking for handles, for tags.
Why would I go looking for people who already agree with my government style system on YouTube?
So you're saying that there's no one that you can give me a YouTube handle that is actually in the same class as you?
You do realize that this class system
That's a no.
doesn't
Yeah, that's
exist
a no.
in the West, right?
Yeah, all right. I'll be back. I gotta grab a drink.
Okay.
Hey, Jen. You okay? Jen. Talk to me. Why have you muted yourself? Well, Jen has muted herself. I don't know why she's done that. Is it because she doesn't want to talk to me?
I just really like for you to stop talking about me, take all references to me off your blog, and actually focus on ideas. And I see people in the chat are trying to get Saigon Green on. This guy's not going to come on. This guy makes Claire look sane.
He's funny, though, isn't he? Sometimes.
I don't like to mock the afflicted. I think it's honestly sad that people are this obsessed.
Well, you cause them to do that probably because of your charisma, right?
Jenny's charisma, Jesus Christ.
I don't go into. I don't think about
it. Seagull, Claire, seagull. Oh, fucking A. Jenny's charisma. That's a good one right there. Dude, that one went way over Jenny's head. She didn't even realize that you were making fun of her. Oh, fucking A. Oh, sorry. I'm a little bit tipsy, so if I'm laughing, it's still a great joke.
So your whole idea about the philosopher king.
What about it?
Well, my system is a little bit like that.
Okay.
Except that there's a class of philosopher kings. Okay. There's a full class of them because just one, is bound to make some mistakes. Having a class of them makes it a lot easier to it's basically like a safety in numbers kind of thing. Like if you make a mistake, it's a good chance, your friend's going to catch it or someone else. And if you have like a huge number of people, the way I described it was like when it's just one person in charge, things are true because the person in charge says them. But when it's a class of people in charge, they say things because they're true, because they have like a control mechanism on.
I'm still waiting to hear because Jenny, you and me, I mean, and Claire, and this whole circle, we know each other. We've talked with each other for years now.
I just want to
Right.
finish my explanation, okay?
No, okay.
So you have this class of philosopher kangs, right? But sometimes one stands out above the others, okay?
Yeah,
And then they're the kang of kangs, so to speak.
sure.
And that's what I'm promoting.
And what you're saying is that you are the Kang of Kings.
I'm not saying that actually. If other people say that, that's great. But it's not up to
Who
me.
else has said that besides you?
I'm not even sure if I said it. But yeah, sometimes there is one that stands out above the others that's the supreme leader. That's actually not super relevant, though, because that is not like that fact doesn't really change much
So-
about the government structure.
Who is the Kang of Kings of your belief system?
Of my belief system, it's a belief system, Ov. It's not populated. I'm trying to teach people about how government is supposed to work. It's not about me. It's about the idea.
About what idea?
The idea of how to run a society that's actually sustainable.
And what makes your idea more sustainable than any other idea?
Well, it's basically the only idea that's ever worked in the long term. And I agree. There are problems in the modern day, and I've examined those problems and I've delivered, my very harsh criticism. And I don't think they're insurmountable problems. Basically, we were too proud to put up a unified front for invaders.
Who is? What do you mean? We were too proud. What does that mean?
Well, India was run this way for a very long time. But they didn't put up a strong enough defense because they underestimated the size of the threat of the Jews and their Islamic puppets that were paid to invade and religiously commanded to destroy India. So obviously India's got a lot going for it if you've got people literally inventing religions designed to destroy it. So anyway, I've acknowledged those flaws, and I think it's important to do that. But I also think it's important to focus on the successes and why it works. Because really, one of the main problems in modern times is that people look at the state as basically a Gibbsocracy. What can the state give me? When really, people are supposed to feel basically the opposite way. It's more about how can I serve the state? It's a collaborative effort. The whole, gives me that, my liberties, my free speech stuff. That's a slave mentality. Master morality is all about duty.
Well, I would have to disagree with you. And Claire, Jesus Christ, I did it again. Jenny, I agree with you on some things, but I do disagree with you on other things. When you say that being for liberty is a slave mentality, I mean, I'm not sure. I mean, I'm no libertarian. I would consider myself more of an authoritarian. But to say that libertarians have a slave mentality, I'm not sure if I'm following that train of logic.
Okay, think of it like this, okay? Look at these concepts. Free speech, free markets, freedom of movement. They all have this idea in common of freedom. Freedom to do what exactly?
Are you making a Greg Johnson kind of argument that excess freedom leads to slavery?
I'm actually saying that there's no such thing as freedom. I'm saying that it's a like even free will. There's another one. I'm saying it's kind of like individualism. I say the same thing about individualism. There's no such thing as individualism. If you really think about it, there is no such, no man is an island, right? There are only varying degrees of collectivism.
Oh, I didn't know that you were a determinist.
I'm a quantum determinist. But I actually have figured out mathematically what it is that people like, you know how it feels like free will is real?
So you're a determinist.
I'm a
You
quantum
don't
determinist.
believe that God plays in dice.
Well, yeah, God's laws are unbreakable.
Well, yeah, okay, all right. So the uncertainty principle is fake and gay.
That's part of God's laws.
Wait. The uncertainty principle is true.
It's part of God's laws. That's why I said I'm a quantum determinist, because usually when people say determinist, they mean like
Quantum
a
determinist.
they mean a classical determinist. But the thing is, you said you deny the uncertainty principle. I think that's a bit silly, but the uncertainty principle, for those of you who don't know, basically gives us a limit as to the precision we can get on simultaneously measured, variables. So
Married.
the best example is something called the slit experiment. So you have a little slit and electrons going through it, and it creates a distribution of electrons on a screen. So if there was no slit, all the electrons would register at the same place. But when you introduce the slit, there's a distribution of electrons. So basically, there's a certain, I guess the best word really is uncertainty. That there's like, when you impose...
No. That is not an explanation of the uncertainty principle. No, that's
well, when you impose a very
what you're talking about is the superposition of
no, it's not superposition, because it's just one electron waveform at a time. Superposition involves more than one waveform. What it is there's a superposition of angular momenta per waveform, and one of those momenta is localized at the slit, and that like precisely which momentum will be localized at the slit is unknowable before the experiment happens. The only thing you can know is the distribution overall that many electrons will take over time. It will converge to a particular distribution, and you can look this up online. Just go single slit experiment. You'll see there's like an actual shape of the electrons.
Wrong. I mean, come on. You know this. I mean, this isn't any controversial, right? The whole concept of the uncertainty principle is not a matter of localization, or this particle being here or there. It's a matter of measuring the speed. If a particle or a wave is going this fast, then there is a period there is a speed that is too fast to be able to measure, right?
What the uncertainty principle is, OV, is that the uncertainty in position and momentum, the product of the uncertainty in position and momentum, is greater than a constant. And it's the same with energy.
It's got nothing to do with constants. No.
Well, yeah, it's the it's the h bar is the value. It's a constant.
Well, I mean you're just restating. You're not explaining. You're just restating. Yes, Heisenberg uncertainty principle. Yeah.
Well, that's what I'm saying. The constant is the Heisenberg constant.
Yeah, and what I'm saying is that I think the Heisenberg constant is not actually constant.
Well, you say that, but you don't have any evidence to back it up. But I mean, just to go back to the actual theory itself, that it has to do with the product of uncertainties being larger than a constant, which gives us a hyperbolic.
Are you saying that we as humans cannot learn more than we have learned with our current amount of physics?
No, I'm not saying that. I'm saying there's a hard limit.
Well, that's my problem.
There's a hard limit on what can be simultaneously measured in a particular...
Well, define for me the hard limit.
The hard limit is that the product of the uncertainty of position and momentum is always larger.
Without using the word uncertainty, define the hard limit.
I just told you.
Without using the word uncertainty.
Okay, well, in measurements, are you aware of what an error margin is?
Yeah.
Okay, so if I say, how tall is OV? He's like 5 feet plus or minus half an inch, right? So there's
5'5" plus or minus.
I'm
Yeah.
just teasing. I'm just teasing. But
Yeah,
you
yeah,
get-
yeah, yeah,
you
yeah.
get
Go
the
ahead.
idea.
Yeah.
So, like, if I was going to measure a person's height, the uncertainty on that would be like, we'll say plus or minus, I don't know, 1 cent. Let's say it's a 1 centimeter error margin. Okay, because the
Yeah.
uncertainty and error margin, that's the same thing.
I know
So
where
we'll
you're
say-
going, but yeah, go ahead. Keep going.
So the error margin of position and the error margin of momentum, the product of those values is always larger than a constant. That's the uncertainty
But it's
principle.
that's still not an actual accurate definition. It's not about an error margin. It's saying that there is a hard delineation to where you cannot um, uh, once momentum goes past a certain point, it is impossible to determine location.
That's
Right.
that's not what it is. It's once momentum. If you have a super precise momentum measurement, then position will have a larger imprecision. It doesn't mean that you can't know. It means that there the uns the error bars are larger. It doesn't mean that it's unknowable.
Well, if it's not unknowable, I mean, this is why they call it the uncertainty principle, right? If it's not unknowable, then this is my whole.
I understand the term uncertainty makes you think, well, you can't know, but that's actually not what uncertainty means. I get it. I understand that it's frustrating. My own personal philosophy is that I want to use the words that mainstream physics is using, so it's easier for people to understand. But let me just try again, okay? So if you have the setup is you have an electron gun shooting a single electron towards a screen, okay? And if you don't introduce
Forget
a
the
slit,
screen. Forget the screen bullshit.
I'm going to try
Just-
to explain the error bars thing. I think you'll understand it. So
All right, go ahead.
if I have this gun, just imagine I got a gun and it's able to emit one single electron at a time, okay? And I aim that at a screen and I shoot the gun. Where's the electron going to go?
Sorry, say that again.
If I have a screen in front of me and an electron gun that shoots off one electron at a time, and I shoot the
Yeah.
gun off, where's the electron going to go? It's not a trick question.
I mean, it depends on where you're pointing the gun.
Well, let's say I point it directly at the screen.
Well, it will go through the screen.
Well, no, the screen is capable of absorbing the electron. So what I'm getting at is that the electron will travel the geodesic to the screen, which means it will take the shortest distance to the screen, which is going to be measured as a straight line from the gun to the screen.
Yeah, well,
Okay.
yeah, that's basic physics, yeah.
Well, so I'm trying to explain to you the uncertainty principle. So the uncertainty of momentum there is basically zero because it's always got the same momentum, which is straight. You know, the
Yeah.
momentum is a combination of velocity and mass, right? So
Sure.
it's always just going totally straight.
Yeah.
That's what you call like the maximum entropy state because the geodesic is what the electron traveled. It went the shortest distance between
Yeah.
the 2 points and it registered at the screen. And if I continue to do that, every single electron is going to register at the same point. Okay.
Sure. Yeah.
However, if I introduce a slit, which is sufficiently small in the path of that electron, okay, that is
Uh-huh.
delta x is very teeny. And what delta x is the size of the slit. Okay. If I make delta x small enough, the electron will not always be registered on the geodesic. It will be registered at different parts on the screen. And it won't always be the same spot either. And you can look this up. Single slit experiment.
Go back to when you say if you make the slit small enough, like why does making the slit small enough make the uncertainty principle more relevant?
Because the uncertainty principle, you will not observe effects of the uncertainty principle unless your delta x or your delta px is sufficiently small or large to trigger that effect.
So it is still possible to observe it, to measure it. It's just that we don't
can
have that
definitely measure it.
technological capability yet.
Well, the question is, think of it like this, okay? The electron, do you agree that the electron has some type of volume?
Sure.
So it's like a sphere, right? We just we model it as a sphere because the sphere is the maximum entropy shape.
Yeah, well, I mean, this is the level of sophistication that we're at right now. Sure. Okay.
Well, sure. I mean, a sphere is just the most reasonable shape to presume that the electron possesses. So we say,
Well,
okay,
yeah. Cows are spheroid. Yes.
all right. So
That's a physics joke for anyone who doesn't know.
imagine that the slit is smaller than the diameter of the electron.
So what?
Well, that's going to interfere with the electron because the electron's literally bigger than the slit.
Yeah. So what?
So what
That
that's going to do?
That doesn't mean that it's still not measurable.
It is measurable. It's just a question of how precise. Like, okay.
Well, yeah, but still, that's still the point. Is that
the point is this, Ov? If there's no slit, then I can predict before I shoot the gun that where the electron's going to go. If there is a slit, I can't say for sure where it's going to go. I just can say this is the overall pattern that is
why
going
not?
to be
I
registered.
mean, why does the slit make it immeasurable?
Because essentially what the slit is doing is interfering with that electron waveform and collapsing it into one of its eigenstates. And there's no way to know a priori which eigenstate it will collapse into because there's an element of essentially random chance to it.
I'm still not understanding. Well, I mean, I'm trying to be nice. Like you're not making a convincing argument. Explain to me why a slit. I mean, you're telling me. So let's say that this proton, this particle, bounces off of one edge of the slit, and that changes its trajectory. Why? Just because the trajectory is changed because it bounced off the edge of the slit, how does that make it unmeasurable? It's still measurable.
It's still measurable.
It's just the amount of
Nobody said it wasn't measurable. Okay, I've got my textbook here. Okay, I'm gonna.
Yeah, but even if you talk about the imprecision, you can still be precise. You can still be precise with the measurement.
About the imprecision. That's what the uncertainty principle is. Okay, so do you see this diagram here?
No, and that's why I'm saying is that's exactly why I say that
Can you see this diagram?
Hold on, I'll look at it. But let me.
Forever, God damn it.
Yeah, all right.
Can you just have a look at the diagram, please? It's a heavy book.
Yeah, I see it. What about it?
Okay, so that is basically all the different possible angular momenta of an electron, okay? It's called the superposition. Okay?
Well, so if we can determine all of the angular momenta of a particle, then it's not uncertain.
Well, that's the thing in quantum mechanics. The act of observation collapses the waveform. So before there's any observation event on the electron, it's in what's called a superposition of states. And what happens at the
no. Superposition is a different situation.
It's a superposition of angular momenta. That's what it is.
Well, explain to me the superposition of different momenta.
Okay, remember that diagram I just showed you? That's the superpositions of angular momenta, okay?
No, that is the determinable positions of angular momenta is what you just showed me.
That's what it is, Ovi. I think you just don't understand.
No, you cannot have determinable and superposition at the same time. That they are contradictory with each other.
You can know what the states are that are superimposed. Yes, you can.
Well, then you're basically admitting that determinism is truth, and that
it just depends
the
what you mean
uncertainty
by
principle
determinism.
is false.
Ovi, it depends what you mean by determinism. That's all.
Well, okay, so where am I wrong? Where does my determinism argument fall short?
Okay, so what we can know for sure is we can know what all of the possible angular momenta of the electron are. We can know that. What we can't know is if I shoot one single electron through this slit to the screen, I can't tell you beforehand where precisely it will be registered. I can only tell you a general distribution of probabilities, and this is sort of the core of quantum statistics.
No, you can. If you know where you're aiming the gun, where you're aiming that singular electron, you can know where
Not if it's interfering with a slit. This is just basic physics.
No. If you're aiming the gun, shooting that singular electron, and you're before you even shoot the electron, you know you have your sights aimed up correctly, you have correct accuracy, then yes, you can determine where it will go.
Sorry, but you can't.
My goodness, I've been allowed onto the show.
Oh God, what is this fucking faggoty ass British voice? Sounds even faggier than Claire's British voice.
What did I do to deserve that unlawful quarantine backstage, Claire?
Who is this? This is a new voice. I'm not sure if I'm familiar with this voice.
I think it's Domingo.
Is it Domingo, really?
Jenny, I know that you're not Gandalf's secretary. If anything, Gandalf was your secretary. People want to know, where is your secretary?
I thought Gandalf was Jenny's secretary, but yeah, I do wonder where Gandalf is. Does anyone know?
Guys, if I hear anything and he's okay with me telling you, I will tell you. But as it stands right now, I simply am not aware of what his circumstances are.
Yeah, I don't think anyone is, to be honest.
It's just that you run a tight crew, Jen, and we know that you and your homies are tight. So we only wish him well, and we hope maybe you could shed some light and dispel some rumors.
Dude, I only know what I know. I can't make stuff. I'm not going to make something up to quiet your uncertainty. I've said everything I know. I don't
quiet
know
your uncertainty, Jesus Christ.
I've said everything I know.
Quiet my uncertainty principle.
Yeah. Well played. Yeah, I from what I understand, I've done a little bit of research on the whole Gandalf question. It seems like he just had a falling out with Duvid, and he had a falling out with Jenny. It seems like he just got tired of the whole kind of internet situation. I mean, maybe I'm wrong, but I mean, that's as far as I can ascertain. That seems to be what it is.
Gandalf, if you're listening, and I hope that you are,
we miss you, bro.
we miss you, and you have a place here.
Yeah. As much, and I'll admit that I do kind of give Gandalf shit. I do kind of make fun of him from time to time. But yeah, there is a spot that we're kind of like in a what's the word I'm looking for?
Jenny, would you like to second, or would you like to mirror the sentiment that I just extended to Gandalf? Or is that a hard pass?
I think
is that a hard pass?
I think the best thing is just to basically leave him his privacy. You know what I mean?
Is Gandalf part of the class that you're talking about when you talk about the what is it, like the Brahmin class or whatever? I mean, is Gandalf part of your aristocracy class that you're talking about?
It's going to depend on. Well, a lot of it's going to. I don't want to say it's going to depend on you, but it's going to depend on what minimum standards people want the priesthood to abide by, and that'll determine who can be let in. Generally,
well, I'm going by your standards. So, what standards do you have for the priesthood class? And does Gandalf fulfill those?
it's vocation based. So if somebody was like a psychologist type of thing, they would have to. That would be like priest class. Same with like basically any kind of like intelligentsia type vocation would be priest class.
I'm not sure if that makes sense to me. Does that make sense to you, Domingo?
Was it the QST that drove the wedge, Jen? Was it the fact that he was trying to start his own quantum secular theocracy? Did that pose a conflict of interest?
To me, the only issue was, well, there were two issues. On Week in Review, it's supposed to be meta-analysis, and he would come on and he would start yelling, and I just didn't really think it
Gandalf
was
is
the place for
always
that.
yelling. Come on.
Yeah, but Gandalf yelling on Week in Review is like it's like the
Okay.
maraschino
This-
cherry on top of a sundae that
I'm
desperately
glad.
needs some.
Yeah.
I'm glad you like his antics. I sincerely am glad you like his antics. Personally, though, I want it to be an intellectual show because I want to attract people to the show who will come on and discuss things at a certain level, right?
Yeah,
So-
yeah. I mean, who's a better intellectual than Duvid? You know, of
I'm
course.
I'm pro people expressing themselves, but on that show, I want it to have a certain tone because meta-analysis, as you probably know, is more it's more cognitively complex. Like you have to really be focusing on the ideas and the context. and all these
Are you
things.
saying that you can't yell and still be meta analytical at the same time?
Duvid and I both felt that he was not keeping it in conformity with the meta-analysis vibe of the show at times. Not that he didn't have potential.
So
not
you
that I didn't want him to
basically
improve.
flexed. You flexed. You asserted your authority. And
Well, not that the thing is, I had been telling him for quite some time that it's very important that he learn to pace himself. Okay, I said that since the beginning, basically, and we were hanging out for like I don't know, probably the better part of a year, and that didn't happen in a way. I think it kind of got worse with time. So I think he was kind of spreading himself increasingly thinner and thinner, and I kept saying, this not publicly or anything, but just in private communications, like I care about you. I really think you need to basically pace yourself.
well, you know what? Maybe it's for the best because I honestly feel like Gandalf should start his own streaming and he should get as a co-host Daniel Sinkeveching. What's his name?
Sprigowitz, yeah.
Spurgowitz. I think those two need to have their own show and let bygones be bygones and no bad blood.
I think that would probably actually. Did you ever see them stream together? Because they have streamed together at least once.
I know that. Well, he used to have Daniel on. I remember that.
And I thought it was actually good because Gandalf is the kind of person who has like he's very intelligent. Nobody can deny Gandalf's very intelligent. He has this enough like I guess it's sort of imagination to be able to follow what Spurgowitz is saying. Because honestly, I have tried to follow what Spurgowitz says, and I've struggled because he uses these words that are like niche words, and he's using them with an unorthodox definition, and it's like it's very easy for me to just lose interest and sort of just want to start bantsing the guy. Can you really blame me? But Gandalf seemed to be able to like pierce the veil of that autism in a way that it was actually kind of engaging. So yeah, I agree with you. I just like I don't know where Gandalf's at now. I think he's honestly just burned out.
Yeah, I think maybe we need to give Gandalf his space for a little while.
Yeah, I think that's
hopefully he'll come
the
back.
classy thing to do. I mean, people come and go. If someone comes and goes, like Domingo, you've come and gone, and I've never like harassed you to come back, but you always come back, and
I will
I'm
say
glad.
time away from YouTube is excellent. I think everyone should do it. Purging the YouTube psychosis out of one's system is absolutely necessary from time to time. So, Gandalf,
sure
if you're
you would-
listening, rest up, and when you're ready, come back.
See you.
Yeah, I mean, if people appreciate Gandalf, like I think a lot of people were not super nice to him, and that's whatever, that's the way it is, and you have to just deal with the situation as it is. But
Well,
people were not very nice to him.
Thanks for giving us some at least some clarity, and I'm personally satisfied at this point. I'm satiated, and We don't have to keep talking about it.
Oh Jesus! I just realized the avatar that you have, Domingo. That's
That's Claire's war face.
that's fucking hilarious.
That is Claire Manchu, the Manchurian candidate of the aristocratic class.
Oh, I thought I was meant to be a pirate. With the iPad.
Oh yeah, pirate, YouTube subverter, propagandist, Manchurian candidate, what have you.
Yeah, Claire, you can't be too angry. I mean, you gotta roll with the punches. You gotta, jokes. I mean, come on, like people make fun of.
It's like the female version of the villain from Big Trouble in Little China. David Lopan. Well,
Yeah.
this is Claire Manchu. So
I never saw that movie, so I don't know.
well, you
But
should.
Sounds fun. Okay.
Oh, fucking A. Yeah, Claire, you just gotta roll with the punches. I have to roll with the punches too. Domingo makes fun of me. Jenny makes fun of me. You make fun of me, Claire. You just gotta. Just because people make fun of you doesn't mean that you have to. Object to it. All the time.
No, I don't. I'm not Jen. I don't hide people in a chat.
Week in review is a very serious thing, Claire.
I know.
Week in review is hallowed grounds, and conformity must be met. Compliance is key.
Look, it's not like I'm trying to impose Week in Review on this stream now. Like, I'm not.
I know. I wasn't saying that.
I'm just. I mean, can you blame me? It's Duvid and my show. Like, we have a certain format we wanted to follow.
No, but that's what I'm saying.
People to join us.
What format are you talking about? What format are you following?
Well, it's meant to be a show about meta-analysis, God forbid. So basically, the idea is to study phenomena from various points of view and to try to forward scientific ideas. So you just have to get in a certain headspace.
Yeah, well, the issue. I mean, I don't really care what you do, but I mean the issue. I mean, if you're saying that you're trying to analyze things from different points of view, I mean, don't you need to have different points of view on? I mean, is you and Duvid just talking with yourself? I mean, is that encompassing all of the different points of view?
Well, no, that's why we invite people to come on, but we ask them to.
Where's my invitation?
They invite people to come on, but we ask them to obey.
Well, we would like for people to embrace the philosophy of the show. It's not just because, like, some people have come on that show, like Erica, that idiot. Woman.
Dude, my mom is a big fan of Duvid. The fact that I haven't been on stream. No, I'm not even joking. The fact that I haven't been on stream with Duvid in a long time. It's making my mom depressed. Well, that's a little bit of a joke, but
I don't think Duvid likes to stream with you because it's predictable. He always knows what it's going to be like.
Yeah, because I'm the one anti-Semite. Well, I'm sure Domingo could do good as well, but
Ovi's having withdrawal from not having a Jewish co-host. Basically,
yeah,
is what's happening. He's jonesing to have a Jew next to him co-hosting.
I have to deal with the secondhand, water Jew ConOps,
Well, ConOps is actually starting to be able to do meta-analysis, so he's actually made some half-decent contributions to the show. Like, did you know he lost his temper on Duvid once? And he told him to shut the F up? It was funny as hell.
Oh, really?
Yeah,
Really?
it was definitely a classic moment because Conops is usually like the cool dude who never loses his cool, but Duvid just really got to him, and it was pretty funny.
That's kind of the thing. I mean, Conops, or I'm sorry, Duvid really has that.
Erica says that Duvid and Jen humiliated Gandalf. Is that
that
the
is
case?
true. That's
give me a
that's what I
break.
heard.
Give me
That's
a
what I
break.
heard. Is it not true? Well, I mean,
That's absurd.
I'm
That's
not sure.
absurd. If
I'm-
that's true, Duvid has humiliated like tens and twenties of people. I don't buy it. That's ridiculous.
Yeah,
well,
but
is
to be
it is
fair-
it true? Is it true that Duvid did kind of go after Gandalf for like 15 minutes straight or something like that?
He was critical of Gandalf, but you have to bear in mind that Gandalf had been told probably 10 plus times prior to this about that issue.
About
had
what
ignored
issue?
it. The issue that he was doing punditry on the show when it's supposed to be a meta-analysis show.
You know,
that was
I
the
mean,
problem.
We can review is more Duvid's than it is yours, Jen. Right? That's true, right?
That's actually a great
definitely
point.
True. I'm
Because
a very accommodating person, but however, I have something that I share in common with Duvid. I enjoy meta-analysis. Like back in the day,
but that's exactly the problem. Is that I'm not sure that Duvid is interested in meta-analysis. Like when you talk about punditry, I think Duvid is the ultimate pundit.
well, then you should come on Weekend Review and call Duvid out and say you're not actually doing meta-analysis.
With pleasure. Yeah.
The thing is, like,
send me the link. Send me the link.
So the one time, like,
you gotta unban me from your chat as well, by the way, because I'm banned in your chat.
Well, you first, bud. The one time Erica.
All right, will do.
The one time Erica came on the show, she spent 30 minutes.
Oh God, fuck Erica.
Blabbing.
Jesus
yeah,
Christ.
but let me just give an example here. She spent 30 minutes blabbing about Israel and basically putting Duvid on trial for the crimes of the Jews. And it's like,
sounds
it's just
perfectly
not the
reasonable
place
to me.
for it. It's just not the thing. Is like what exactly does she expect Duvid to say that's going to change anything? It's foolish and it's immature and it's just people bringing their own personal gripes onto the show, and that's just not what the show is about. Okay, now I understand people have gripes, but this is just not the place to vent them. If you have a
gripes with
argument,
the kikes, good song title.
If you have a particular argument that you want people to hear, if you have questions you want to ask, come on to the show. You're more than welcome. It's not your personal diary to come on and blab your problems with a fill-in group here. You know what I mean? That's all it is. It's not like Gandalf is the only one who had this issue. It's difficult to do meta-analysis.
Wait. Who else had this issue?
Lots of people have had this issue.
Give me another example.
I want to start naming names. Erica's the first one that comes to mind. It was
no. I'm talking about people who had to defend themselves. Give me another example of someone who had to defend themselves
I said if you have an argument you want to defend on the show. I didn't say you have to defend yourself. What do you mean?
But you're saying that Duvid is not the only victim. So who is another victim?
Victim? What are you talking about?
You're saying that Duvid has had to defend himself, and Duvid is not the only one who's had to defend himself.
No, what I'm saying is that Erica is not the only one who has come on the show and derailed it. Claire has done it as well. Many people have done it. So the point is that we want the show to have a certain tone.
But that's why we want to derail it, though. We know that you take it so seriously, and it's so like. Honestly, when I watch Duvid and he's going and he's droning on, all I can do is look at his mustache as it slowly grows into his mouth. Duvid is the most boring, monotonous, but not just that. He rules Week in Review with an iron fist, and he doesn't like getting challenged, especially when someone has a more valid argument than he does. He's very petty.
You would admit, Jenny, that Duvid is very confident in his view, his meta-analysis on reality. Yeah,
he contradicts himself so many times. It's like you call him out on it, and he's like, He goes into full denial mode. It's pathetic.
Well, it's Pilpul is what it is.
Yeah, it's
Well,
just it's just typical Talmudic bullshit.
I think it's important to be exposed to these types of arguments. For the same reason, I think it's important to be exposed to Claire type arguments, because a lot of people of our ilk tend to give people the benefit of the doubt when they're arguing.
Our
with them.
ilk? What do you mean our ilk?
People of European descent are a little bit naive when it comes to debating. And
no, you are talking to an Italian right now, dude.
Okay,
debating.
well,
you know all the tricks that Jews learned from about debating. They learned it from us Italians. So
I'm just saying that when you come into a debate, it's important to have realistic expectations. So being familiar with these unorthodox, from our perspective, debate tactics makes it less frustrating and more productive to debate. Because you don't.
So you're saying Hitler was right. Gradually, I began to hate them.
I don't look at it that way. I think it's important from a philosophical and educational perspective to make people aware of A, what illegitimate, in my view, debate tactics exist, and B, what is the corrective measure for said illegitimate debate tactics?
Is the concept of gradually I began to hate them? Is that a legitimate point of view?
It's a personal opinion.
Is it legitimate?
I can completely understand why people will resent what they call Pilpul. I can completely understand that.
But is it legitimate?
I don't agree with it, but I think it's a reasonable. I mean, I don't know what you mean by legitimate. I think it's an
Jenny Schaff.
I can understand
it's goalpost moving upon request. It's basically move the goalpost as needed, whenever needed. That's what it is.
Okay, let me just sum it up.
And that's totally legitimate, according to Jenny.
When I debate, what I'm looking to do is get to the truth. But when some people debate, they're looking to avoid any conclusions being drawn. They see that as winning.
Yeah, Jews.
I don't think it's just Jews who argue that way. I've seen it from a lot of people. Maybe it has its origins in Talmudic local. I'm just saying that it's better.
Well, I mean that's kind of the problem, isn't it? You know, if Jews, if the Talmud is the origin of all this kind of thing, I mean, isn't this where the concept of the final solution comes from? Yeah, we just need to deal with this one Talmudic problem, and then things will be much better. Yeah, I mean, I won't say that they'll be perfect, but they'll be much better.
Jen, what are you going to try to convince JF of when you talk to him?
I'm going to try to convince him that the Big Bang didn't happen.
And you're going to rely heavily on your axioms to do that, right?
Well, one always relies on axioms if one is debating in good faith.
Not necessarily. Someone that is objective and willing to concede where there is a greater truth, regardless of the axioms, I would say that person is arguing in much better faith.
Yeah, that actually, Claire, I'm sorry, Jesus Christ, Jen, you kind of gave yourself away when you said that, rely on an axiom to win a debate. I mean, it's not about winning or losing; it's about getting to the truth, right? So, I mean, if you have to give up an axiom in order to get to the truth, then so be it. But I mean, you're kind of talking about putting things in terms of winning and losing. I mean, that's not about truth. Winning.
I don't see it that way.
Truth is not about winning and losing. Truth is about getting to truth.
Let me just say this here. You will get more truth if you have the correct axioms. So yeah, axioms do matter a great deal.
Well, yeah, but I mean, one person's axioms can differ from another person's axioms.
Yeah, so, I have to completely disagree with you, Jen. Because basically what you're saying is you're going to get to the correct truth based on the pre-truths that I believe in ahead of time.
But that's how everybody forms opinions.
No. How could you even say that?
But you have axioms whether or not you acknowledge them, Domingo. One of your axioms is that truth is supremely important. That's an axiom. Not everybody shares that axiom. That's the point of talking about axioms, is to
but I don't
shed
have an
light.
axiom as to how to go about that truth.
Okay,
What Ovi just said,
you do though. You have
finding the
tacit
truth,
axioms.
finding the
Domingo,
truth is the objective.
Domingo, if you've ever used logic, you have tacitly accepted the axioms of logic. Logic has axioms.
Jen,
The point is that every reasoning system has axioms.
Jenny is actually correct on this. I mean, there's no escaping axioms.
I mean, we're getting into semantics here, but my point is that when you anchor yourself to an axiom and you refuse to budge from it, and your axiom is based on your faith, is based on you're just accepting someone's truism that hasn't even been fully proven scientifically.
What I'm doing is I'm doing a large scale analysis. First of all, the analysis comes first, and then I say, okay, based on what I've seen, what is the most reasonable axiom? And I conclude that the most reasonable axiom is causality, aka karma, which means that causes precipitate effects. Now, this is important. Causes precipitate effects. Causes are different from effects. Causes bring about effects, and there exists a supreme cause. Those are the causal axioms. Now, that may seem trivial, but the absence of those firm axioms has led to things like the Big Bang, which is false. It's completely false. It's disprovable, but it's become mainstream accepted because the axioms were not held to with enough rigor.
Jesus Christ.
Well, think about it like this, Ovi. What caused the Big Bang? We don't know. That's no good, is it?
Well,
that's no good, right? If I don't know what caused the Big Bang,
that's a huge question.
It's a big problem, isn't it? I mean, if I want to know what happened, I want to trace back the chain of causality. I get a dead end at this Big Bang thing, and that basically shorts out my capacity to transcend and understand the full mechanism of cosmological formation. I don't want to say creation because nothing is truly created, but formation.
Well, I mean, if nothing is truly created, then you're automatically disproving the Big Bang.
Wow, very insightful. That is, see, there you go, Claire. That's what logic sounds like.
Oh, Jesus Christ.
OV getting mad props from the church.
Yeah. Jenny's agreeing with me. Oh my God, what did I do wrong?
Well, here's the thing. I have no problem acknowledging good arguments, because what I want to do is encourage people to make even better arguments. Hey, what's going on, Conops? You should come on the show, Conops.
Oh, Conops is here?
There's someone on the panel that hasn't said a single word.
Yeah. Sorry, I didn't want to. You guys are on a nice flow. I didn't want to break it up, and I'm doing something at work, so I'll be on in like a couple minutes.
Oh, it's Elliot.
Yeah,
oh, dear.
Right.
See Kyle, Elliot.
See Kyle, brother.
see, OV can get Jews to say see Kyle. See, there you go.
I was actually surprised by that. Yeah.
Oh, fucking A. I mean, I'm a little bit distracted because I'm trying to look at chat and see what chat is saying.
Okay. Yeah, I'm back. By the way, I mean, if you guys are done with this particular.
Oh yeah, go ahead. Go ahead, Elliot. Yeah.
Well, I don't necessarily have to change the topic, but I just have a few stories to relate. I don't know if this is the appropriate.
Here come the Jew stories. Yeah, here we go. Yeah.
It is literally a Jew story. Actually. So,
no, yeah, go ahead.
Well, do you mind if I commandeer the whole?
Yeah, definitely. Go ahead. I don't mind at all. Yeah.
All right. So Luke, it's a Luke story. It's a Luke.
Luke Ford.
Yeah.
Okay, yeah.
So Luke.
I thought he meant Luke the Apostle.
Yeah.
So a couple weeks ago, I called into Luke's show because I I couldn't get into They wouldn't let me into Costco without a mask. Right.
Yep.
So Luke says, so I call in Luke's show and we chit chat about it and joke about it. And, I'm on for like 15 minutes or so. And then afterwards, Luke sends me a message via Twitter telling me that he's got a friend who can hook me up with some masks, but his friend is in New York and so on and so forth. But I could eventually get a mask from him. And somehow I thought he was referring to Babs for some reason, because I'd seen somewhere Babs had chatted that he had a bunch of masks. So in my mind, I was thinking, oh, he just didn't want to say it publicly. So, but it turns out it wasn't Babs. It turns out the guy was in San Francisco. We went through this whole thing. Like he's emailed me, oh, where are you? I'm in California. I'm in California. Where are you? San Francisco. I'm in San Francisco. And like the guy was like 1 mile away from me when Luke recommended him. Like he lived near the Costco that I was trying to get into, but being rebuffed from. It was a strange coincidence. So, but that's just the beginning of the story.
Yeah. Keep going.
Okay. So it turns out this guy is like one of Luke's under-earning mentees. You know how Luke...
Okay, yeah.
Right? So this guy's like... So he's like, he talks to Luke like once a week. Now, I'm not going to betray any sort of details, but they're
no worries. Yeah.
But he lives in his truck. He's like this autistic guy. He's got like incredible mechanical abilities. He sort of created this sort of truck trailer system. Using a pickup truck, and but he doesn't have a fixed address. He just simply drives around and parks on public streets and lives in his truck. And then he drives his entire truck / home to his job sites. And then either he stays at the job site or he then drives it back. And so the guy's totally bizarre, right?
Yeah.
But I was going to say he's like this isn't a really well put together story, actually. I just kind of did it off the cuff.
I'm just along for the ride right now. Yeah.
It's not like a rounding. Well, the point is though, like he's totally Jewish, but he's really into
God.
He's really into the Daily Stormer. He's like a donor to the Daily Stormer.
No way.
And
the Daily Stormer is pretty dang Jewish.
It is?
Jewish. It's like a caricature of what Jews think white people are like.
What did I read the Daily Stormer every morning?
That's because you are a caricature of what Jews think white people are like.
Wait, but does that mean it's actually Jewish?
Well, Weave has a lot of influence there, and he's...
Yeah. Just because Weave is there does not mean that the articles are Jewish. Or the interpretations or just because Weave is there does not mean that the analyses that Daily Stormer comes to.
Look, it smells like locks, in my opinion. Okay, I get it. I'm not surprised at all.
Don't get me wrong. Like, yeah, Weave being there, throws a wrench into the mix. But just because Weave is there does not mean that Daily Stormer is, quote unquote Jewish.
Look, it just seems that way to me. Okay, the poo pee pee humor.
Well, do you read the Daily Stormer every morning like I do?
No.
Okay, well there you go. All right, yeah. I wouldn't read the Daily Stormer every day if I thought it was Jewish.
Well, maybe you just like Jewish culture more than you thought.
So give me a solid example of the Daily Stormer that illustrates that it is Jewish.
Okay. We've had an article about, a pretty harsh article about coverture. Did you see that one?
About coverture?
Yes. Women being
Uh,
property. Okay.
about what? Wait, sorry. Say
Women
that
being
again.
property. Do you remember this article?
No. When was
Anyway,
it?
I saw the article. It was quite violent and harsh
When was
and
it?
cruel towards women. It was a while ago.
Oh,
It was-
dude! I mean, dude,
Anyway.
the Daily Stormer being cruel towards women
yeah.
is nothing
Yeah,
new. I mean
that's.
that.
I'm not counter signaling that. All I'm trying to explain to you. I'm trying to answer your question.
All
Okay,
right,
so
go
there was
ahead.
that,
Go ahead. Yeah.
and then there was the saying he wanted to piss on Heyer's grave, right?
Heather Heyer. Yeah. Okay.
Right. There was that, and then there was a massive movement, a censorious movement of optics cucking. That is hypocrisy on a level that is inconceivable to people who aren't Jewish. They call it chutzpah.
No.
It's like you're
No.
gonna come in and you're gonna fucking contradict yourself, and you're gonna do it with such arrogance.
No, you're
Stunning to the
not.
point where I don't even know what to say anymore.
You're misunderstanding the new. Oh God, I
Oh my
hate
God,
using.
nuance.
I yeah, the fucking nuance. Yeah,
Now
no.
you're
I'm
apologetic?
cringing. I'm cringing at myself. But I mean the.
Yes, so explain to us the nuance of the Daily Stormer, please. Go ahead, be my guest.
Well, yes, with pleasure. Yeah. Yeah. When I say nuance and what the Daily Stormer advocates, it's yes, they do hate it when people like what's his name, Matt Heimbach, try to co-opt or take control or whatever definition you want to use. Yeah, the Daily Stormer has a problem with Matt Heimbach. I mean that is nuance right there. So
It's not just Matt Heimbach. There's a lot of people who complain that they got banned off the chat room, and it's the same with TRS. The point is that if your whole LARP is my free speech, my freedom of expression, my revolution, but then you're going to turn around and ban everybody because my optics, when your optics.
Wait. Who is the Daily Stormer banned?
I heard a lot of people got banned off the chat room of Daily Stormer. Okay.
Well, I can't comment on that.
Sorry for that. I do feel sorry for them because I think
what is
a lot of them don't really have anything
what chat room? What chat room does the Daily Stormer have? They're kind of pretty off the. They're not really on the regular internet.
They had threads. They probably still do have threads, but they had threads on a forum, just like TRS.
What?
Okay.
Which forum?
Are you going to tell me you don't know what the Daily Stormer forum is?
No. Yeah. I'm going to.
Like, for fuck's sakes, like you don't have your finger on the pulse of anything that's going on. Like after Charlottesville, they started massively censoring their message boards. Okay, that's hypocrisy.
Wait. Charlottesville was a long time ago.
I know, but in my mind, it's an important event for this reason because they changed their tune after that, and that is hypocritical. And it's like self-contradictorily hypocritical. It's laughable that people still take these guys seriously.
So what were the reasons that people were censored?
When people started to make the connections between the stories that didn't add up regarding that day, specifically concerning the mother of the guy, James Fields was his name, I think.
Mm-hmm.
Her testimony, as well as the suspicious circumstances surrounding the downed helicopter. Okay. People were making connections in that. They locked it down after that. Not exactly a good look.
Yeah. I wish I was there to see the thread.
The point is they were always an AstroTurf outfit. I've known this from the start that the alt-right was an AstroTurf outfit. Okay. And I have always acted in accordance with that. It just didn't become obvious until that point. And then I, railed on it hard because the thing I knew was already true had evidence in support of it now.
Yep. Well, still, I have to say that was a couple years ago, right?
Well, I don't know what to tell you. I mean, are you saying something that happened a couple of years ago is not
Well, I
important?
mean, a couple of years ago, I was a fucking shitlib, right? I mean, people, things can change over a period of years, can they not?
People can do whatever the hell they want, but don't be surprised when people don't take you seriously when you contradict yourself on your principles within, a very short time span for suspicious reasons.
Well, what? So you're saying that there's something suspicious about Anglin or whoever, Daily Stormer. They changed their. Something is suspicious about their position changing with respect to Charlottesville. So what is suspicious?
I think I just explained it. Basically, the horrible optics from the perspective of, quote, normies that site had, followed by the, harsh persecution of people for having bad optics, right? It's like, it's a contradiction of principles. Like if your whole outfit is to say outrageous things to trigger people, to get them to think about things in a different light, that's what you're claiming is the mission of your fucking website. And then to turn around and say, well, you can't talk about that, it's a conspiracy theory. Well, this has to be the narrative, or else you're banned off the chat room.
Wait.
Anybody who supported Chris Cantwell was banned off the TRS threads.
Yeah, Anglin, and the whole Daily Stormer sphere was vehemently against Charlottesville, and
they were not vehemently against Charlottesville. They are Mike Pinovich is the one who put Charlottesville together, right?
Yeah.
Okay,
yeah,
so they weren't against it.
Yeah, but I mean,
Charlottesville though.
Just because Mike Pinovich was for Charlottesville does not mean Daily Stormer was for it as well.
I don't think they were against it before it happened.
Okay, well, let me put it this way. Anglin, as far as I've been reading him, has always been against what's the word I'm looking for? He's always been against movements which serve no purpose. Is that the right word? Or, I mean, he's never been about people going out and exposing themselves. Like, oh yeah, come to this big meetup. Show your face, to CNN. Show your face to MSNBC. As far as I've been reading Daily Stormer, he's never advocated that.
Anyway, can we move on to a different subject here? It seems Jewish to me in the type of humor, as well as the auto-contradictory positions. Okay? That is my opinion. And it has always been my opinion. I just didn't voice it publicly because I lacked sufficient evidence until that event to really hammer the point home. Now that I have the evidence, I can just simply say it. And there's tons of evidence circulating that this outfit has always had Jewish
evidence of what?
That this outfit has always had Jewish ownership.
What outfit?
The Daily Stormer.
Okay. I mean, no one has ever really argued that Weave is a Jew. I mean, there might have been some argument. Is Mike Pinovich a Jew? I mean, there might have been argument about that.
There was more than an argument. He literally admitted it.
No, yeah, I know. Don't get me wrong. Yeah, I know. But oh God, I mean, so what is your point?
My point is, it is unsurprising that this Jew that Elliot is referring to likes the Daily Stormer.
Ah, okay. So, well, I mean, that's wow. So because a Jew likes the Daily Stormer, that means that the Daily Stormer is automatically 100% wrong?
I'm not the one saying that. That was never my position.
What
Maybe we
what
should
is
move
your
on.
position?
My position is that it seems Jewish, the Daily Stormer, to me. And I am therefore unsurprised that a Jew likes it. Because it's Jewish.
What about the Daily Stormer is Jewish?
Oh God, here we go again. I've explained this twice already, for fuck's sakes. Like, we just re-listen to this at a future time. You sound crazy. It's like we got Weave, we got Pinovich, we got
No. I'm not
It's
talking about. I'm not talking about who is Jewish. I'm talking about what positions do they make that is Jewish?
I just told you the self-contradictory stances about optics versus, beating the shit out of women. Those two positions aren't compatible. Do you understand?
Yeah,
that?
wait. You realize
Do
that
you
when
think?
no.
do you think the
Or
Daily
if you want to talk
Stormer
about
has
the
good
beating
optics?
women thing, no. You realize that the Daily Stormer, a lot of the when he says beating women, there is an element of seriousness to it, but at the same time, it is a kind of a sarcasm.
Yeah, I get it's a rhetorical strategy. However, if that's your rhetorical strategy to turn around and say, "Oh, we have to start optics cucking now," that's a self-contradictory position.
No. I would still disagree.
Is it good optics to glorify beating women?
It's actually, I've gotten into arguments with people about the whole England, women question.
I just want to know if it's good optics to glorify beating women. Just a simple question: is it or isn't it? Because I'm going to go with
it's a
not.
joke. It's a joke,
Okay,
is what
the
it is.
The point is that it's not good optics, and not everybody's necessarily going to know, oh, haha, this guy's just dancing. Ha, if he is indeed dancing, which we have no way of knowing. Okay, so the point is that position is inconsistent with turning around the next day and now all of a sudden optics cucking. Understand?
Yeah, I see where you're going. Yeah, I'm not going to say that that the Daily Stormer is perfect by any means. Yeah, definitely not. But to say that they are, Jewish, controlled or co-opted or anything like that, I'm not willing to go that far either.
When Cade used to visit the Pat Little live streams on YouTube, he would get banned on sight. And he wasn't even trolling them. He was just asking some inconvenient questions.
Thank you for being a voice of quasi-sanity right now.
I thought you were going to say quantum sanity.
Yeah, I mean,
back me up here, man. You know what I'm talking about.
Everybody knows what you're talking about. But OV, in this case, has to feign ignorance because of his past, his ex-friends, his ex-buddies.
Whoa. Wait. Why would I have to feign ignorance for my past? I mean, if they're past buddies, then they're not
look,
my
OV,
present.
OV, I am not gonna try to. I'm not gonna. I don't want to chime in on this. And you know what? I'm sorry. I shouldn't even have said that. But um, I'm not
Well,
chiming in.
all I'm saying, if they're my past buddies,
There
then
there
they're not
are
my current buddies. They are not my current buddies if they are my past buddies, right? So did I've always been a black
look,
sheep,
what Jen is
So
saying is that there are compromised outfits that are LARPing out here on the tubes, and some of them happen to be getting Jewish donations. I mean, it is what it is.
um. So you're saying that Daily Stormer is Jewish?
I didn't say that, but
But they're getting Jewish donations. They're
Elliot,
getting Jewish
but
donations.
Elliot just told us about a Jew that gives them money.
What we've?
No, Elliot just told us
No,
about
no.
a guy that lives in a truck in a van that gives them money.
Oh, okay, yeah.
Lives in a van by the river.
I mean, so if Bobby Fischer gave money to the Daily Stormer, you would have a problem with that?
I don't go to the Daily Stormer. I don't read the Daily Stormer.
No. I'm not talking about the
don't-
Daily. I'm talking about if Bobby Fischer, who is a Jew, who has spoken out vehemently about the Jews, if Bobby Fischer gave money to the Daily Stormer, would you have a problem with that?
No, I wouldn't have no. Look,
Well,
I don't even have a problem with the fact that this guy living in a van gave money to the Daily Stormer. People can give money to whomever they want.
So what argument are you even making?
Well, look, if you haven't gotten what Jen's been trying to explain, I'm not going to try to rehash it or sort of paraphrase it. We can move on.
Yeah, well, yeah, let's move on.
I didn't
Sure.
mean to open up quite a can of worms with my little story there.
I mean, look, I tried to figure.
Look at the Jew opening up the can of worms. Yeah,
I tried to find out why Handsome Truth gave $2,000 to Pat Little after just meeting him and knowing him for like a week, and trying to get answers around that stuff has proven to be very difficult, and no one wants to talk about it. I mean,
Yeah, I get it, man. Did you know I think it was one of the GDL people came on my show recently
oh
and
god, that GDL, Jesus
totally
Christ.
fucked it up. It was just awful. Like I had to delete the stream because it was just like so much Fed posting, and I told him several times, but he just like, I guess that's just what they want to do. They want to come on.
What is Fed posting?
Fed posting is saying stuff that could be argued to be a call to violence, I suppose, or encouraging.
Can you
people
give me an example of something that the GDL did that was Fed posting?
Well, I don't know if this guy was GDL. He just profiled as GDL. I can't confirm that he was GDL. I just suspect that he's affiliated with them. But he was saying something about shooting cops, and I just, you know what I mean? Like I don't want to test the boundaries of what I can and can't say on YouTube. I just don't want those conversations on the channel, and he couldn't respect that. So I just thought he had a malign intent.
Mm-hmm. Okay. Yeah, I mean that's fair enough. I will say that in certain circumstances, shooting a cop is legal. But
I'm not going to disagree with you on that. I'm just saying that it's not the place to discuss that on the Week in Review. That's all. And I made it very clear that I wanted it to be
why not?
a highbrow conversation.
Well, I mean, I would say that when it is not okay to shoot a cop, I would say is the most highbrow conversation.
Well, okay, then feel free to talk about whatever you want on your own show. I think that question
Sure. Yeah.
if that question came up in the context of like a story, like if there was some, news story that happened that people wanted to analyze, that'd be one thing. But this was just coming right out and saying it out of nowhere. It was just like, it was
Yeah,
fed
fair
posting.
enough.
Okay, that's
Fair
all
enough.
I'm saying.
Yeah. Fair enough. Yeah. I'm getting a little bit fucking tipsy. This whole Corona thing is getting under my skin. Is Claire still there? By the way,
Yeah,
Claire.
I'm here.
Okay. I think I'm gonna head out in a few seconds, but or seconds or minutes. But I mean, Claire is. I'm kind of curious. Is there anything that you think has been pertinent? Just listening in through this whole conversation.
Well, I don't read the Daily Stormer, so I have no view on it, but I would dispute Jen's classification of things Jewish because the person doing it is a Jew. I really think it's one of those arguments we have about certain words, like, well, actually, if Jews are doing things they're not supposed to be doing, under Judaism, it shouldn't really be classified as Jewish, and the only way to solve them is put them on a register and strike them off the register when they promote things that aren't.
Real quick, Claire, do you know anything about Bobby Fischer? I mean,
some chess person.
Yeah, but I mean, I'm not talking about chess. I mean, do you know anything about Bobby Fischer's political points of view?
I know very little about him, but he's often trotted out as an example of somebody who's Jewish. But
you could say that he's a self-hating Jew. I would say.
What's he done to be seen as a self-hating Jew?
I will. Is my video uploaded? I think I just uploaded a Bobby Fischer video. Is it? It is uploaded. All right.
Do you want to play it or something? Is it long?
Wait, let me just make sure that it's the correct one.
Do people know who this Bobby Fischer person is and why he's always...
He's incredibly famous, Claire. You've never heard of Bobby Fischer?
Well, I know some chess person.
You don't...
he's the only American to ever won the world. I guess you're not American, I assume. But,
of course.
Yeah, he's like one of the top 100 celebrities, I would guess, in history. Anyway,
I don't get why Obi's...
It was the Cold War. It was the U.S. versus the USSR in a chess match, and Bobby Fischer won the title. And so it was a match that was sort of imbued with international political intrigue. Anyway, not important.
You don't have to play the whole video, but just the first 2 minutes of the interview with Bobby Fischer.
Okay.
I put the link in the StreamYard, behind the scenes, whatever. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, go ahead and play that.
All right.
It's fucking awesome.
Is it going to get the channel into trouble?
Nah.
Yeah.
You've got too many Jewish friends to get in trouble.
Claire, how many channels do you have, and how many are operative or operational?
Sorry?
How many of your channels do you have? Question one.
Like on the main one.
How many do you have, and how many are...
Only 2.
Okay.
Only this one and the other.
And the other ones,
That's impressive, actually.
you
Only
get your
having 2
stripe removed?
channels. Dude, I'm on my like fucking 88th channel. You know, by this point.
Claire,
Yes.
so this is the channel that got the strike that we're on now currently?
No, the other one. I got a strike on my main channel. which
Oh, is this the prawn? Are we on the prawn channel? Oh yeah, we're on
Yeah,
the
we're on the prawn.
This is her bottom feeder channel.
apropos.
Dude,
It's her non-kosher channel.
Elliot, have you ever eaten shrimp before? Or prawns?
Maybe when I
rather?
was a child, I hated it. I
Oh,
still think it's disgusting. It's disgusting.
Oh god.
The texture is disgusting.
Oh, dude, shrimp is like my favorite food of all time, man.
God.
Now everyone knows that I'm not truly Jewish,
It's like
you know,
an
because
insect.
I
You're
love
eating
shrimp.
insects. You're eating aquatic insects. It's disgusting.
I mean, you know, lobster, crab. Yeah, I don't care about lobster or crab, but dude, shrimp is fucking awesome, man. I don't know if it's because dude, when my mom was pregnant with me, she ate shrimp a lot. So maybe it's that's got something to do with it. But dude, shrimp is fucking awesome. But yeah. Sorry to distract. Yeah, Claire, go ahead and play. Just play the interview with Bobby Fischer. It's the first 2 minutes or so.
Okay. All right.
Destructive, intolerant, mean-spirited, deceitful, etc. They wish to destroy, ruin, kill, rob whoever gets in their way. To facilitate them getting what they want, they have developed a perverted, unnatural, destructive, evil lifestyle. Even though they live off of the non-Jews as parasites, they still hate them and wish to destroy them. Jews hate nature and the natural order because it's pure and beautiful, and also because it's bigger and stronger than they are, and they feel that they cannot fully control it. Nature's beauty and harmony stands in stark contrast to their squalidness and ugliness, and that makes them hate it all the more. Jews are destroyers. They are anti-humans. The anti-human Jew hates and wants to destroy all non-Jews. He will also destroy even other Jews who are less destructive and evil than he is if they get in his way. Apparently, the wickedness of the Jew is genetically based. Jews are destroyers. They are anti-humans. By the act of circumcision, the Jew shows his hatred towards nature and the natural order. By this bloody, cruel, senseless act, he shows his cruelty and sadism, and that he will stop at nothing to obtain his ends. Surely the Jews are also behind Islamic circumcision, which serves as an ideal cover and distraction from their own wickedness in this regard. Jews are truly anti-human and anti-nature. Jews are intensely selfish, intolerant, and antisocial, etc. They are full of hate, greed, malice, etc. Naturally, other people, i.e. the non-Jews, don't like being bulldozed aside, robbed, and murdered by the Jews, and will sooner or later resist. That is where the lies and deceit of the Jews come into play. ...
Okay. But,
Yeah, Bobby. Hello, Bobby. Is it not possible to have, peace and unity in this world? Don't you want to improve your relationship with the Jews, or maybe so that we don't have so much, hatred, and maybe everything will be good, Bobby?
That's like this song, Unite the World. Like I would just say, we got to walk this land day and night, hand in hand. Yeah, no, I don't think there'll be any peace until these Jews are dealt with, Eugene. These people are animals. They're just bastards, absolute animals.
Okay, so this.
And that was
Channel
yeah.
strike in 3, 2, 1.
I played that video. I played that video before. Yeah. Maybe delete the stream, but I played that. I played that video before.
Well, I want to challenge.
What do you think about what he says, Claire? There will be no solution until these Jews are dealt with. What do you think about that?
So you play this because you think it's interesting because he's a Jew who says these things. Is
Well,
that
he's
why?
not just any Jew. He's fucking Bobby Fischer.
All right. So, and at what age did he say that, and why do you think he said that, and that kind of thing?
And was he being interviewed by a Filipino?
Yeah, I don't get the context or anything.
Bobby.
No, I mean, yeah. Obviously, the person who was interviewing him was non-white. Yeah, we can tell that. But
But can we have more context, please?
what more context do you need?
I mean, like, why did he
Bobby,
say it like
can we
that?
be friends? Can we be friends? Oh yeah. Let's be friends with the Jews. Yeah, and then he goes on to explain. We didn't actually even hear the rest of the interview, but yeah, like I mean, he basically goes on to say that like yeah, trying to be friends with the Jews, trying to negotiate with the Jews is
Okay.
it's futile.
So, within the context of what he was saying, did he have a bad experience? I mean, why did he say
Well,
that? Did he
I mean,
have
Right.
an
he
explanation?
I actually know a
he
lot
is a
about his
Jew.
history. You want some of the history?
Yeah.
Yeah. So I don't think his father was Jewish. I think only his mother was Jewish, and I think he left at an early age, and he was left at home to basically amuse himself with a chessboard because his mother had to work, and he basically, he developed his chess skills by basically playing chess against himself as a young child. So there's that dimension of the problem. But after he become world famous, his mother ended up living in London, destitute. She was homeless in London. He had basically broken all contact with her.
And his father would insert the knights into his butt. And he'd say, "Why not the rooks?" And he'd say, "No, the knights, the horsies."
Jesus Christ. I'm curious where this is going. But both of you, I'm curious where this is going.
Well, I mean, so basically, it says that Bobby Fischer was born in 1943. This is his father.
Wait. Yeah. Claire. Let Elliot finish his story.
Oh, right. Sorry, I thought he finished.
Okay, so people who knew him, and I've known people who knew him personally. I was in the kind of low level chess scene out here, and I knew a guy that was actually his roommate for a while.
Is there a high level chess scene?
Well, there were some high level players out here, but I was not one of them. But what was I going to say? Oh, but people who know him say that he was basically he was always a 14-year-old. His emotional development was that of a 14-year-old who he had basically not gone through the entire process of maturing, and had just thrown all of his energy into chess, but he'd missed out on big swaths of growing up. So he lived in Hungary with the Polgars. I don't know if you know them, Polgar sisters, who are Hungarian Jews, and they were, some of the best women chess players in the world at the time, and he was their house guest, and he would be at the dinner table just railing on against the Jews, and they would just tolerate him.
Is this supposed to make me feel?
No, these are just facts. These are facts. There's nothing to.
Dude, I'm starting to like. I'm starting to like him more and more now.
It's basically what all self-hating Jews have in common is that they were all kind of, felt rejected by their community in one way or another, and they felt slighted or rejected or hurt.
I've been there. I've been rejected by the Jews. Yeah.
Well, this is also true of my van dweller here. This guy calls me every day now. The man in the van.
The man in the van. The van man.
Dude, we should have a fight between Elliot's man in the van versus our man in the van. What's his name? Oh God.
You've got a man in the van down there.
Yeah, dude, Domingo. You know who I'm talking about. What's his name?
Bateman?
No.
The man in the van?
Yeah, dude, he wears the fucking kilt. Dude, oh God, dude, his name is on the tip of my tongue, but
Who wears a a showbiz person?
no. He's like a 20-year-old kid, American kid, living in a van. Oh, for fuck's sake, come on. Siege Bus. Thank you, Andrew. Yeah, Siege Bus.
Okay.
I have no idea who that is.
Okay.
Okay.
Hey,
All right.
reason I was-
Separate conversation. Yeah, but yeah. All right, go. Keep
Just
going.
a vow.
Keep going, Elliot.
Well, I think I'm about the end of my Bobby Fischer knowledge, but
Right, so he wasn't quite right in the head, and he hated his mom.
that's part of what I'm saying. Yeah.
Wait. I mean, wait. What does that mean? Quite right in the head.
Well,
I
I mean, because Elliot said he had the maturity of a 14-year-old. He didn't want to be Jewish, and then his mother was, well, obviously he left her to starve in London or something like that, right?
But can
he
you
left her to starve? He basically turned his back. He was world famous at this point, and I'd imagine he was somewhat wealthy. I don't know. I mean, chess isn't really a big sport monetarily, but he was world famous, and he had completely turned his back on his mother, which doesn't, it's not a strong indicator of, emotional well-adjustment.
I mean, lots of people turn their backs on their mothers, for different reasons. I mean, just because he turned his back on his mother, who happened to be Jewish, does not make him, that does not disqualify his anti-Semitism, right?
Well,
I mean,
I'm not even talking about his medicine. I'm just talking about his emotional well-adjustment. He was widely known by many people to be very disturbed as a person.
And what define disturbed? What do you mean by that?
Yeah.
Say it again.
Odd behavior. I mean, I'm looking at his book.
Odd behavior.
Psychological recklessness.
Claire has fucking odd behavior,
He got arrested.
Jenny has odd behavior. Hell, dude, I have odd behavior. I mean, who doesn't have quote unquote odd behavior?
Haven't you figured out by now that the whole "this person's crazy" is just a way to not acknowledge their arguments?
Well, yeah, I know that. That's why I brought it up.
Jen, can you speak to? Can you chime in on the topic of turning one's back on one's mother and living in a caravan? You don't know anything about that, do you?
Oh, this sounds like an interesting topic.
What are you talking about?
I don't know. I thought maybe you had some insights.
What would I know about turning my back on my mom and living in a caravan?
Well, to keep this congenial. Jenny, what is your opinion on the Bobby Fischer question? I mean, do you think that Bobby Fischer is irrelevant because of certain circumstances, or is he?
I think a lot of people have historically said very similar things.
Well, yeah, of course.
I wouldn't word it that way because I think it's very important that people take responsibility for their own actions. And so to try to just say that the evils of the world are uniquely the responsibility of the Jews, or to weave that narrative, I think takes people farther away from personal accountability. So I don't want to add fuel to that fire. But yeah, these types of allegations have been made for a while by a lot of people.
So you sorry, who is about to speak up?
That was
this is Elliot. Can you hear me?
Yeah.
All
Go
right,
ahead. Yeah,
Reuben
you can on for a
Fine,
second.
who was a pretty strong chess player in his own right, in his own day. I'm reading from the wiki page, but he said, who met Fisherman, he says, some of Bobby's behavior is so strange, unpredictable, odd, and bizarre that even his most ardent apologists have a hard time explaining what makes him tick.
Well,
And described him as a troubled human being with, quote, obvious personal problems. end quote.
which behavior is he referring to?
I'm just reading from the wiki page. OB, I mean, you're acting like there's no such thing as a category of being.
No, not at all. I mean, yeah, there is such thing as abnormal behavior, no doubt. I'm
Okay.
just
I mean, I
curious,
never
like
personally
Right,
met
but
him.
who
what
judges
is
what's
what
normal,
is what is
Who
this
judges what's
alleged
normal?
what
Who
yeah
judges?
what is this alleged abnormal behavior? I just want to know so I can
What I
understand
heard
it for
is like
myself.
he would sing, he would play chess and just kind of sing pop songs to himself while he was playing chess. You know,
Wait, and that's supposed to be crazy? Singing to yourself?
well,
I mean,
sort of. It's a violation of
does
decorum.
anyone who sings to themselves in the shower,
While he's playing
are
chess,
they crazy too?
but traditionally, you're supposed to keep quiet when you're other.
What is tradition?
Yeah, but I mean, someone that's playing chess against themselves and they start singing "Oops,
No,
I Did
no,
It
no,
Again"
but
from
this is
Britney
when
Spears, to
he was
me
playing
seems
other
like
people.
Well, I mean, he wasn't singing fucking pop songs. I mean, even if he was singing pop songs,
No, but they were
like
like bubblegum. Like,
it's like the
it's like Britney Spears.
wait
Imagine him-
hold on, dude. Elliot, you're familiar with Nietzsche, and the thus spake Zarathustra, right?
Yeah, but I haven't read that shit for like 30 years.
Right. It's kind of I mean, you could actually relate it to Moses. Moses went on the mountain. Got the 10 Commandments. And I mean, it's very similar to Nietzsche.
Those believing in those things, believing that literally happened when it's literally been proven.
No. The point is, no.
That's
Wait. I mean, yeah, that's one point. But the point that I'm making is that the idea of someone having some knowledge and then coming back to people and like trying to relate that knowledge in a way that is acceptable in the current societal paradigm. It's easier said than done. Like when Moses came down with the 10 Commandments, didn't he actually break them the first time, and then God had to remake them?
I wasn't there. I don't recall.
I remember. I've read the picture Bible, or a few times.
I think we're way off track, though. Aren't we way off track?
The point is that things have degraded to the point where singing while playing a game is considered mentally unwell, but believing God came down on a mountain and gave some rocks to some guy is completely unquestionable, perhaps under pain of death for the majority of recent European history. So that's a bit weird, isn't it? It's a bit crazy, isn't it? But no, it's not crazy because it worked. So what's sane is predicted by what is in conformity with the dominant paradigm.
Well, it's the whole concept of history is written by the winners.
Yeah, but hold on a second. You're
Elliot. It's not like he was rubbing himself with peanut butter while playing chess against himself. He's singing he's singing songs. What's wrong with that?
I don't understand
if he was singing some verses out of the Torah, like, would that make it better?
No, I'm just giving you an example of something that I've heard. So I think this was.
Duvid sings like a farm animal that's dying on his stream, and I mean it's like that's par for the course of Duvid.
Well,
I'm not sure if
thinking-
that's the best argument because I mean we all know that Duvid is fucking crazy, but well, except for Jenny. I think Jenny
listen,
still likes
there's also
Duvid.
people think that he's the best chess player of all time. So.
Oh, fuck off.
To this day.
Here's the real point: is that he's a self-hating Jew, and so naturally he's going to be labeled as disturbed or crazy or not well in the head because he's a self-hating Jew. If he happens to have valid arguments, they're going to be dismissed. Why? Because he happens to be a self-hating Jew.
There is certainly that dimension that he could just be being blackballed for his political views. That could also be the case.
Absolutely.
Well, this has been going on for a really long time. Like opinions that go against the dominant narrative, i.e., the state narrative, have been persecuted for quite a while. Like
Gilad Atzmon, Norm Finkelstein, Max Blumenthal. They all get labeled as self-hating Jews.
Was Spinoza labeled as a self-hating Jew?
Yes, yeah.
Right,
Spinoza is where the term God, I made a channel named after Spinoza. Epikuros. Spinoza was the original Epikuros, which means it's like the original Jewish term for heretic. Oh, I'm sorry. I'm thinking of Epicurus, not Spinoza. But Spinoza and Epicurus were kind of like birds of the same feather. But yeah, absolutely.
The point is that this is just how it works. Like any opinions that go against what you call political correctness are going to be labeled as either eccentric or mentally ill or whatever, because this is just a way to. It's basically like a go along to get along thing. I mean, you have to look at the history, right? Like Christianity is a state religion since 300 AD. People would be killed. If they did not affirm Christianity, which we all know is bullshit. If people didn't affirm Christianity, they would be killed or they would be exiled. Like it was a very serious thing. There's a lot of, I think people need to accept that, there's been a lot of persecution going on for a long time. So yeah, people are in a bit of a, I mean, they believe things that an objective onlooker would say, well, you're crazy to believe that.
And what we're really talking about, it's not about, whether Christians do this or whether Jews do that. What we're talking about is a paradigm of power. And
yes,
Jews,
and one of the ways to maintain power is to call anybody who disagrees with you crazy.
Yes, yeah.
There you go. And that's why people do it to me, because my words are very powerful. It's difficult to push back against my logic, so the easiest thing for people to do is to say I'm crazy.
Make it easy, Jim.
I mean, Ovi, you're the one who spent, hours trying to diagnose me with a DSM, a document,
that was a fun stream. Yeah.
But the point is that the document is more Jewish than the Talmud. More modern psychoanalysis is all based on Freudian claptrap, right? So you have all these layers.
Freud is Jewish, Freudian.
Where does it start and stop? And people are just like, it's gotten to a point where the dissonance is so extreme that we can't even agree on simple things like causality. So we have to just go back to basics.
So the one thing that we can agree on is that there's a lot of Jewish influence on what is if
I think the word you're looking for is everything.
Yeah, I'd agree with that. Yeah. Oh man.
Hey Jen, say Christianity's bullshit. It arouses Claire when you say that.
Jesus Christ.
The foundational myths of that religion are myths. That doesn't mean that I don't think that you, have a genuine desire to understand God.
Call it kaput.
I'm not here to railroad people. I'm here to teach them. I'm not trying to make things worse than they already are.
Oh, fucking A. Kaputt is a German word. Is that even acceptable to use?
Claire loves calling Christianity kaput. Christianity is kaput.
Claire is basically what is it when you blame one person for something another person did? What fallacy is that?
Scapegoating.
Yeah, it's she's scapegoating the Christians for stuff that maybe the Christians could be argued to be partially responsible for, but she's missing a huge part of it.
She's victim blaming.
Well, the Christians were victimizers as well as victims. It's actually a bit the same with the Jews. They're sort of victims of their own. I don't want to say of their own success, but they're victims in a way of their own history.
It kind of depends on which era of Christianity that you're talking about. You know, the early Christians, you could say, were much more honest, maybe. But you know, just like with anything, you know, as any kind of structure evolves, or grows into history, there will be. I mean, it's like what is that it's like it's in your name, you know, the whole idea of entropy, right? You know, like as something, you know, evolves, like more entropy, you know, occurs, right? So the longer that Christianity has been in existence, you know, the more entropy that occurs as well.
I think you actually have a point there. I think that for a system to work, it has to have methods to decrease the entropy within itself. So I think that is actually one of the issues with Christianity. That's why you get a proliferation of cults, right? You get so many different, like,
Yep.
what is it? They never reunify. It's the same in
Yep.
Islam. It's all just a bunch of little warring factions, right? And when you
Yep.
see that happening, it's like, wow, the entropy is increasing really quick. That doesn't seem normal. It seems like the entropy on some level should be decreasing. Like there should be points in the development of a system where things get teared. Do you know what I mean? Like everything just sort of gets reset to the proper perspective. That's the traditional view on statecraft, is that there's always a bit of, you know, decay from entropy, but then there's like resets. But Christianity hasn't seen this. What Christianity has seen is basically, I don't want to say it's been a unilateral trajectory downward. I think from a spiritual perspective, yes, it's been a unilateral diminishment of spirituality. But there have been several like what they call the Renaissance and things like that. There have been several what you could call pagan or at least anti-Christian movements in Europe to sort of go back to these earlier ideals.
Well,
this earlier European idealism. However, the Christians have always been, essentially, the Christians have functioned as a mercenary army for global commerce. So Christianity, when it was instituted, was very, you know, it was very important that the Christians not practice usury, such as to give the monopoly on usury to Jews. Okay, so this was the beginning of it.
Yeah. Yeah.
And they carried that monopoly for quite some time, which allowed them to enrich themselves to quite an extent. And then they basically started to share it with the citizens of various countries. Like if you look up that, if you Google world currency reserve status doesn't last forever. So this basically, you see this like transition of who the currency reserve superpower was. So at that point, those respective countries would become militarily very active and do empire building. Okay. So again, the Christians are still the mercenary army of the Jews, right? That's how it works.
That's a little bit of a leap of logic, saying that the Christians are the mercenary arm of Jews. I'm confused on how you came to that conclusion.
Well, it's still happening. I'm just giving you examples, right? It's still happening in the U.S. now, like the evangelicals and being willing to fight wars for Israel. It's
Yeah,
still
but
happening.
that's still a very modern phenomenon, right? I
It's
mean, it
not,
was
though. It's
no,
not.
but it is. I mean,
Well, why?
look at Martin Luther. You know, Martin
Why?
Luther.
What was the pretext for the British Empire? It was partially to civilize the savages with Christianity.
Yeah, what does that have to do with Judaism?
Well, Christianity is a Jewish religion.
I
Yeah.
feel like I need to quote Cade and say, Christianity is the ox that plows the field of the Jew.
I mean, really? Do you believe that, Domingo?
Well, look. Jen said once in the past that Christianity is a Jewish trick, and I've been looking into this theory that Christianity was invented by the Romans with the help.
I've heard of that book. Yeah,
with the help of a certain Hebrew, a certain Jew that they kind of hired to engineer the whole thing.
Yeah,
and
I know that theory. Yeah.
Yeah, I mean it's compelling. They got a lot of
no, it's not.
They got a lot of interesting arguments, and
I mean, as a Roman myself, no, it's not compelling.
Yeah, but Ov, you can't deny that there's a bunch of paganism that's been overlapped with the Christianity in order.
I won't deny that.
And the reason that's done is to placate this diverse Roman Empire that's stretching from, the extremities, one end of Europe, all the way till fucking Constantinople and beyond. I mean, it's like it's almost like they had to figure out, and that's what Council of Nicaea was, right? It's like, let's figure out a way to make this palatable for everybody.
Ov, listen to what he's saying. You have.
I am.
Echoed the sentiment. Ov, what's your position on Jesus? He is.
Oh man, I have a more unique position on Jesus than most people.
You have to understand that your views on Jesus actually line up with what Domingo's saying right now. Those two positions are not incompatible, that they actually both make a great deal of sense.
No, the issue is that I mean, trying to use the spread of Christianity as a reason for Jewish influence is still jumping to conclusions.
That's what we're saying, though. That's what we're saying. It wasn't 100% Jewish because it was a team effort. I mean, you can call the way that I explain Christianity is that it's Hellenized Judaism. There's some elements to it, like, for example, all of the holidays of Christianity have pagan antecedents. So there's some strong pagan.
Yeah, but still, there's the issue that I mean,
it was usurped, modified, and
real quick. I just want to say something real quick. I mean, if we're even talking about the Gospels, right? If we're talking about the original codified Gospels, that didn't happen until 100 years after the alleged life of Jesus, right? So if the Gospels weren't even codified until 100 years, and then we're starting to talk about the Council of Nicaea, I mean that's 100 years after the Gospels. I mean, it's such a long span of time that to say that it was this one kind of this certain sect of Jews came up with Christianity on a whim. Like no, like Christianity evolved on a longer time scale.
I'm not saying that the Jews invented it. I'm saying the Romans invented it.
What if Jesus was a Roman?
What if
Jesus was a Roman?
With the help of some crafty, clever Jews that they outsourced to, but make no mistake, like the way I see it, it is because we all know what the purpose of religion is for. We all know what it's for.
No,
and the Roman.
No. That's a modern adaptation of what religion is for. I mean, are you saying that in the ancient times, and the Bronze Age and the Iron Age, people didn't actually believe in religion?
Ov,
Are you saying that religion has always been a tool of control? Are you saying that people never actually believed in it?
no, Ov,
No,
look.
no, 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 no. It is those. They're both true. People believe in it, and it's
Yeah,
a tool of control.
exactly. What you're doing is you're usurping you're usurping the institution. The institutionalized religion is the thing that you're going to
So
hijack.
when did Christianity become
person-
institutionalized?
The
Oh my
person's faith.
God!
What date did Christianity become institutionalized?
Well, the Council of Nicaea served what the takeaway from Nicaea is that it's an editorial meeting, and God is not participating in that meeting.
So you're saying that the
realize.
Council of Nicaea was when Christianity became institutionalized? Yeah.
No, I'm not saying that's when it became institutionalized. I'm saying that is evidence of an institution.
I would. Yeah.
run
Okay.
by
Fine.
men.
I would never disagree with that. Like, yes, I mean, I would never disagree
God
that.
and Jesus were not sitting down at the table and getting a say.
Yeah,
in
I know.
what
Yeah, of
gospels
course,
would be left in and what gospels would be left out.
of course. But to say that people didn't believe in Christianity before then, I mean,
I'm not saying that.
okay. All right.
There may have been a guy named Jesus, or there may have been a guy named something else that maybe was uppity and gave some lip to the fucking Pharisees and convinced people about living in a different way, and
Sure.
maybe the religious elite felt threatened by this,
Yep.
hippie and his fucking savoir faire and his
You are closer to the truth, as I understand it, than you think, or than you know, maybe. Yeah. You're speaking the truth right now. Yeah. Keep going. Keep going.
I'm not looking for your validation, homie.
Oh no, well, no. I'm just saying that I've looked into the whole.
I'm not denying
Romans.
it.
Well, yeah, you talk about Romans, creating Christianity. Like I've actually looked into that, and I'm very familiar with all of these theories.
Well, the thing you got to realize here is that to say that they created it is not really correct. There was already an institution of religion there.
The idea of Jesus came from somewhere.
I'm not saying they invented religion.
No, OV is saying that they invented "quote unquote" Christianity. But that's what I'm saying is that that's the wrong way to understand it. You have to understand it as there was already an institution of religion there.
Why does Christianity have to be invented? Why can't Christianity be a natural thing? But the idea of Jesus is more artificial.
Dude, the Baphomet is just more proof of the hybridization of paganism with Abrahamic religions. This is an empire doing what it needs to do to keep its people in check and keep the opium going to the masses to keep them docile.
No. All right. Well, all right. Here. Let me just.
He's right. He's right.
No. Well, I haven't even said my theory yet. Like, I've been dancing around the issue. But I'll tell you.
Think that I'm refuting things.
No. Nothing like that. Here. Tell me what you think of this, Domingo. What I think is that the story of Jesus. And Jesus going on his ministry, crossing the what was the river that Jesus crossed? Whatever it was, whatever. So the idea of Jesus becoming a prophet, I think, is based off of the story of Julius Caesar. When Julius Caesar came back from his wars in Gaul, and just like Jesus crossed the river to become the fisher of men, Caesar crossed the Rubicon and became the prophet of the populares.
Yeah, that's
It's
what he's saying.
it's
Caesar
very
had
OP.
cult
It's very
prestige.
possible. They
Caesar
could have.
had cult prestige. Caesar's cult prestige was funneled into Jesus. That's literally what
And
Domingo's
so
saying here.
Um, yeah. Wait. Hold on one second. I think me and Domingo are getting to a point of agreement. Yeah. So yeah, I don't believe. Forgive me, Christians, but yeah, I don't believe in the divine. Well, I mean, maybe Kaiser or Caesar was divine, but yeah, I don't believe in the Bible story of Jesus. I think that the story of Jesus was based upon the story of Caesar. Um, all of the research that I've done seems to point in that
There's
direction.
more to it than that, right? So the question is, why were these holy figures painted this way? And the reason is because it's for social control. Like, look at Hasso in
No,
the chat right
no,
now.
no, 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 no,
Hasso
no.
in the chat is foaming at the mouth because what I'm saying is causing so much cognitive dissonance is basically
No,
causing him to
why does everything
context.
why does everything have to be social control? Why can't there be some stories that are actually true that some people, they
Okay,
believe in and
the
and they're
truth of the
actually
story.
correct. They're actually correct to believe in them.
You're acting
Control,
like these are
control is
mutual
everything.
exclusives. They're not mutually exclusive. Whether these people existed or not is actually less
Is
important
there
than the overall narrative
but
because
there
the
there can
narrative is what
still be
shapes the behavior.
truth. There can still be truth
Okay.
to stories, yeah?
And there are some times where the truth is not the most important thing. What's important is what the result was. And yeah, we're not saying that we're not saying what you're saying is not true. We're saying that there is something else going on that is more pertinent than whether Jesus was based on Julius Caesar. It is the question of why was Jesus used as an archetype? That's
Oh,
the real
sure,
question.
sure. Yeah, I would agree with that. I mean, yes, obviously. Wow, God, man. And
When there's an empire or once there is a hierarchical institution put in place, it's all about control. Control is
no,
everything.
absolutely, absolutely. But that doesn't mean that the foundations aren't true.
Nobody's saying that. We are
No. I
trying to
mean, yeah, no. I mean, some people are like the people who say that
That truth you're
uh,
talking about, that truth that you're talking about the divine and about belief, that exists between the pious individual and the divine that they believe in, right? That's always going to be on a personal level between the believer and whatever it is they believe in. But when it comes to the institution that they're a part of and where they practice their rituals and where they participate in these group ceremonies, and there's a clear theocratic dictatorship. Fucking
You love it, don't you? People are moved towards God. This is a fact. The majority of people yearn to understand what is called the divine or cosmic will. Okay.
And-
Therefore, since people push towards this spontaneously, it is a force. Anything which is a force can be monetized. And controlling the state religion is the greatest source of money.
yeah, but still, the point is,
Jen wants to rule the world.
I totally agree with everything that you guys have said. The only point that I want to reiterate or make sure that is clear is that the foundation of that belief does not have to be coerced, or that foundation does not have to be.
That's what we're saying. It's actually uncoerced. What they're doing is coercing an uncoerced instinct.
Okay. All right.
They're taking something in us is a seed of love of God that is undeniable. Even the people who hate God, they still have like a relationship with God of obsession, right? God is real. People
Well, when you say obsession, that's I guess to clarify again, I think that it's kind of a I think using words like obsession is kind of It's possible to believe in the divine without being obsessed, without being coerced. You know, you can have a totally innocent,
Okay, what I'm
honest.
saying is that do you agree that people are drawn towards divine knowledge without anybody telling them to be, that they yearn for answers about the infinite questions?
Yes, but that doesn't make him obsessed.
And
Okay,
I
but
want to tell Hasso in the chat, I am in no way spreading neo-paganism. I'm not spreading any kind of religion on here. I'm just making that clear.
He's just a troll. He's a Noahide troll. He's just trying to get under your skin. Look, this is not about anything other than the truth. And the truth is that religion is a mind control system. And we have to just own that fact. And how it is used for mind control, whether it's benevolent or not, ultimately determines our destiny. As
No,
a civilization.
I would disagree with that. I mean, in you know, 95% of the time, yes, religion is an element of control. But there are times when religion can be innocent and
No one's denying that. What we're saying is that
we're not denying that.
there are
Humans
times
have
when, well, okay,
There's
so just real quick, last thing, and then you can go on. There are times when religion can be not an element of control, where it can be just, you know, people really actually celebrating their beliefs.
you have a negative connotation for control. We actually see control as a neutral thing. Like if I have control over my senses, then I consider that a good thing because I don't want to be the slave of my ego. Okay, so
Sure.
you're painting. I think for you, because you have anarchist sympathies, your view on control is that it's necessarily bad, and I don't think that's true. But let's just look at the religion phenomenon as a thing. There's one aspect to it. Humans have this yearning for God. That is itself uncontrolled. But then what civilization does is it bridles that. It bridles that yearning. That's where the control comes in.
Yeah, I mean, I understand your argument.
I wouldn't even call it a yearning for God. I would call it just a yearning to the desire to need to understand the world that they live in, and God happens to be the byproduct of that yearning. And
part of the answer to that question, yeah.
God is like a centralized ideal. It's like saying, well, there exists this perfect thing, and by contemplating what is perfect, one can understand with greater depth what perfection really is.
I heard if you say Aristotle in the mirror 3 times, Conops will appear.
God is the explanation that people go to when they have no better explanation to provide.
Yeah.
I mean, is that really true? I mean, Jenny, are you an agnostic? Are you an atheist? I mean, do you not believe in God?
Of course, I believe in God. I believe God is the source of knowledge.
So if you
Jenny believes that the universe is God.
Yeah.
Yeah. So if then how can you say that that God is a a stand-in for an explanation?
Because
how can you agree with Domingo what Domingo just said?
That the way that humans understand things is through constructs, right? Like, how do you understand?
I mean, everyone understands things through constructs.
Yeah, exactly. So you agree with that concept? We're not going to.
Yeah, I mean, we're going back to axioms again.
God is a construct which serves to align human thinking in such a way as to acquire more knowledge when done properly. This is a good thing. Therefore, even if you don't believe in, quote, God, it is actually better to believe in God, quote unquote, as the universe. We can believe in the universe, right? As a means of thinking better. It actually improves how you think, to feel that you are part of one unified whole. Why? That's just how it ends up working out. That is something that scientifically we discovered. Well, thinking about God this way turns out gives us the best results. So let's go with that. It makes our consciousness the best. If we see God as the universe, then our consciousness is best quality based on scientific observations. Now,
Sure.
that's just true of any religion, because all religions are information sorting devices. They're ideologies, which is a hierarchy of values. So the question is, what's the supreme value? And usually it's God. And this is where it comes in, where the whole idea is like there's a certain element of mystery to God, because we don't know everything about the universe. We don't know everything, period.
Yeah.
And the idea of God is that there is something out there that does know everything.
Yeah.
And so by believing that it's possible to know everything, you can know more. You're not never going to know everything, but you're going to basically be moving towards that ideal.
Sure. Yeah. Yeah. I mean, that's kind of part of. I mean, you could say that's even a Satanist kind of point of view. You know, the whole idea of it was a good thing for Adam and Eve to eat the fruit of the tree of knowledge. Yeah, I mean, yeah, I totally understand.
Well,
what you're saying.
in a way, there is truth to the Adam and Eve story, because it's actually very bad karma to think that you can defy the will of God.
Well, yeah, that's
However,
kind of a
it is
separate
good
thing.
to pursue knowledge. So that
Yeah.
that story is itself very subversive, because it kind of confounds two things, which is defiance of God's will and pursuance
yeah.
of knowledge. So it is very sinful and terrible karma to think that you can change God's will, because God's will is that the laws of the universe remain unchanged. So to be believing something like that is basically the same thing as believing that it's possible to modify the laws of physics, which is a belief that is untrue, and so will eventually cause cognitive dissonance, and cognitive dissonance is not good.
Sure. Yeah. I'd agree with that.
Hey, I'm really glad. I mean, I'm shocked and pleasantly surprised at the direction this conversation is taken. So yeah, appreciate it.
Dude, I love talking about philosophy. You know, like I wish more streams would be talking about philosophy. You know.
Well, what you call philosophy, I call religion.
I think we've had this conversation before, actually, but if you guys don't mind, I need to. My throat is getting a little bit parched. I need to refill my glass. But if you guys want to keep going on and take this conversation wherever, you know, go ahead. I'll be back in 30 seconds or so.
I'm really glad, Domingo, that you have been doing this studying, because it sounds like you have more perspective.
Well, I mean, I haven't. I mean, here's the thing, man. Like, even Claire used to like portray me as this like cradle Catholic. Oh, well, he's a Catholic. Oh, well, he sounds like he's found Jesus again. And you know, a lot of people make assumptions, but see, here's the thing. Like, I'm not married to any ideas. If someone presents compelling evidence and changes my mind, well, it happens.
Well, maybe you're married to the truth. I mean,
if maybe that's the one axiom that I'll go with, you know.
The truth has a polygamous relationship. You know, I am also married to the truth, wherever it leads. You know, that's why.
I don't know about that, Jen.
I understand the truth on a deeper level. So the stuff that I say that's true that you are unfamiliar with seems foreign and strange, but if you give it time, eventually you'll see why I think those things are true, and you'll see how it's possible to disagree with me.
There's a you know, that element of cult prestige you talk about. I feel like you are you're
not prestigious enough.
I feel like you're maybe a little bit too married to that idea.
Okay.
You know, and because we had this talk before where, you know, you said, you're like, yeah, absolutely, evidence is number one, but there's also this other factor of prestige and getting people to believe, or like convincing people that you are already correct based on your authority. And so it's like, believe what I say because of who I am, not because of the evidence I've presented. And I think when you go down that road, you're opening yourself up to a lot of harsh criticism, and then that's when you get into these like battles with people.
I do that for rhetorical purposes, but I take your criticism. I could have made things a lot easier for myself. I just based on my knowledge, I know that I can do more good if I take this tack, even though it's a little bit more difficult. I think that in the long run, people will understand why. Because like, if I can get 1% improvement with 10 effort points, and if I can get 50% improvement with like 100 effort points, I'm going to go with the more effort. Even if it's a little bit difficult, it's more difficult to stand by what I've said this way. But I think it's important from a psychological perspective that I do this, because I think a lot of people have trouble standing up for themselves, and they have all this inner anguish and angst, and they have no way to channel it and in a healthy way that is actually going to allow them to remain within their particular social clade. So they're all repressed. So I want to encourage people to, I guess, lighten up and loosen up a little bit.
I want people to be able to think critically, and I don't want to enable their crutch or their dependence on listening to an authority figure. I want people to be able to discern and decide who they think is an authority based on the arguments that are being presented. I want people to learn how to rethink things. And this idea of getting people to follow a leader.
Okay, I get that. It's distasteful because it's your own aesthetic preference that you make your own decisions. It's just that you're projecting agency on the laity that they don't possess. Like most people, honestly, they're just much happier being told what to think and what to do. I'm not counting you among them. You just have to acknowledge that they're there in numbers. And
yeah, no, I get it. You're being pragmatic. You're essentially acknowledging the fact that you think that there's a lot of people out there that need to be told what to do and should just fucking listen and obey for their own good.
I think it's kind of like having a strong older brother that sort of keeps an eye on you when you go out. You're not quite ready. I'm not saying everyone is like that. Like the people that I mentor,
you're basically asking people to trust you.
They're very independent. What I'm saying is that the appeal to authority is not a fallacy. However, if you're going to appeal to an authority, you should do your research before you appeal to that authority to make sure that
that's what I'm saying. Right. That's what I'm saying.
Yeah. I'm saying the same thing. I'm saying, I believe my authority is valid. Investigate it yourself. If you like it, great. If not, cool. If you want me to mentor you, I will. But if you want me to just literally tell you, dictate to you so that you can imitate me and garner that prestige from that, I'm also okay with that, because I'm just meeting people where they're at. Like, you're kind of saying to other people, like, why aren't you more like me? And I get it, because you have good karma.
No. I'm not saying why aren't you more like me?
On some level you are. You just haven't seen it yet. You just have to. You have to learn to inhibit your projection reflex, which I know is not easy to do, because projection is a survival strategy. We are always thinking people are more like us than they actually are. So you have to actively inhibit it in order to get a realistic perspective on where people are coming from. I think you're still in the stage of saying, like, if people are presented with the facts, then they'll make the right decisions. But is that true? Because I think it's true for some people, but not the majority. The majority needs a narrative to contextualize those truths, and they also need to feel like there's some way they could contribute to the upholding of that truth and that tradition.
Critical thinking is taught. We're not born with it.
Really? You don't think you were born with a certain amount of discernment and curiosity?
Discernment and curiosity and critical thinking are things that need to be sharpened and refined over time.
But you don't think you were born with some amount of it already?
Well, sure, but not a sufficient amount to be able to sift through the gobs and gobs amount.
Okay.
So what age? Bullshit that exists in the world today.
What age were you when you undertook a path of trying to discern what was going on?
I mean, look,
You don't
I
have
only-
to say an exact age,
I,
but
I
were you a kid?
I only truly realized how ignorant I was, and that was in my mid-20s. In my mid-20s, it finally
So-
dawned on me that I really didn't know anything about anything.
Well,
So in your
ignorance.
mid-20s,
Real
Can
quick, I just want
finish?
to. I just want to
wanna
say.
finish. Just give me a second here. In your mid 20s, can I confirm that this is when you went on a path dedicated to discovering the truth? Is that correct?
Yeah, I knew
Okay.
that it was no longer
So
safe
that's
to
been-
assume anything about anything.
That's been about, we'll say, a minimum 10 years. Is that fair? Or 5 years? Anyway, the point is that you've been on this trajectory for a while. And when you do this path of study to try to figure out what's going on, it's like flexing a muscle. The more you do it, the better you get at it. The muscle gets bigger and bigger and bigger. So you have this like giant, God rod of discernment built up already.
God
So
rod.
we call that good karma. But the thing I'm trying to get you to realize is that the average person maybe has never had that aha moment where they looked at things and thought, hey, wait a minute, what I thought before was totally wrong. I got to start from the drawing board. Most people are not brave enough to do that.
Look, I get it. It takes a conscious decision to want to find the truth. I get it.
So all I'm saying is that what I say on these streams is intended for a broad audience. And if we were talking privately, I wouldn't insult your intelligence to start throwing that type of rhetoric in your face. I would meet you where you're at as well. So that's all I'm saying. Like I have done what I've done because I think this is the way to do the biggest impact for the most people, not just people like you, people who are at all levels of cognitive capacity.
Yeah, no, I get it. You think that what you're doing is the right thing to do. I understand.
And you disagree, and I'm cool to get the criticism because like it's always nice to know where people are at.
I don't look. I understand why you're taking the approach you're taking. I get it. Look, I acknowledge the world that we live in and what people are like. I see it. Look, there are days where, dude, there are days where I'm fucking black-pilled and I want to put everyone into fucking camps. I swear to God. Like, but I'm also not a monster, though. I mean, it's just
Well, our right path try. Putting people into camps. It's just we're camps. We're camps.
Right? Yeah. Look, humanity's been struggling with itself forever.
You got to have faith in a couple things. You got to have faith in yourself to make the right decision when the information is presented to you coherently, and you got to have faith in other people because they're not as bad as they seem. They're just lost right now. They all have that God yearning. They just don't all have the same good karma that those of us who've been blessed with the experience of inquiring into the nature of reality have already built up.
I want Stephen J. James to get on the panel. That guy needs to get on panels more often.
Stephen James, man, he's kind of a. Really, you want him on? Dude, that guy's talking shit about me all the time. Maybe I'm a little bit
He's
biased.
got great lines, man. I love people that have sharp wit. Sharp wit is something that I fucking respect, and people that can think quick on their feet, I respect that.
Yeah, I mean, maybe we have different definitions of sharp wit, but I mean, yeah, sure, yeah. If Stephen James wants to come on, whatever. That fucking faggot.
The funny thing is, I'm just looking at this comment Claire's got in the screen right now. It's like she hasn't been listening to what we've been saying. It's like she still thinks that, like, Claire, we figured out that this rule of law thing is the problem. Right. We're still in the stage. We're not in the stage of going through entropic laws. I've tried, and people are not at that stage yet. We're still in the stage of trying to understand what laws even are in the first place. And that comes about by understanding the history of modern legal systems, which go back to Rome and even ancient Babylon. That's the stage we're at right now. I'm fine to talk about what laws there will be, but the laws that can exist depend on the karma of the people. The more advanced one's karma is, the more complex the laws have to be. It's not strictly laws, it's mostly protocols that get more complex, but that is relative to a civilization itself and its own inner capacities. It's not a one size fits all. Some people are not able to show the same amount of self-restraint as others, cannot govern them by the same laws if they have completely different inner systems of emotions.
Equality before the law, Jen. You're going to
That
make
is supposed to mean that there will be fair judgments with regards to property right disputes. And the fact is, different groups understand the property of people differently.
You want to make it even more complicated, and property law is already complicated enough as it is.
I mean, to be fair, I mean, life is complicated as it is. I mean.
Okay, it's really not that complicated to get a basic set of laws. You have to enforce anything you don't want, you enforce with death penalty. Then it's a matter of agreeing on a consensus. What are we going to enforce with the death penalty? Past that, I'm against prisons. I think that being alive is already a prison. I don't think it's a good idea to impose another prison on ourselves. I'm against jail time. So I think people either need to be rehabilitated benevolently, or put to death, or fined. Okay, now you just need to tell me what goes in all the categories, because you guys are going to be the ones maintaining this shit. Okay, that's how you have to look at it. I think we can all agree that if you kill someone, you should die. Do we agree on that?
Well, I mean,
whoa.
it depends on who you kill, right?
I mean, do you mean murder or kill?
Yeah, we're talking about murder. We're talking about like break into someone's house, kill them, take their stuff. Should that person die?
Well, I mean, was this person a Jew, and did they steal my stuff? And
I think there's a direct.
Like I said, life is complicated. Life is complicated.
We can't even get an agreement on this very basic thing. So obviously, we still need to talk about other things before we can get to a point where we can get a consensus on this.
Can we start talking about Jews again?
It's not hard to get a consensus on things. You just have to agree that some stuff has to go to death penalty because it's too much of a risk to allow people doing certain behaviors to continue to live because it will undermine civilization itself. I.e. child rapist.
Yeah, Jews
it's very cut and dry. Not every Jew is a child rapist, OV.
I've noticed that the slower Claire talks, the more triggered and the faster Jen talks.
Yeah, I get triggered when Claire lies about my position.
I just want to say the word Jews again. It's the kikes.
Jen, I think whenever there's a social injustice that takes place, I think it takes calm, rational minds to treat each case individually and make a decision based on these circumstances.
I completely agree with you. And I think Kurt Doolittle also completely agrees with you. The question is,
Kurt Doolittle, Jesus Christ. The question is,
should Kurt Doolittle be a presiding judge? And if not, why not? Right? That's the question.
Because Kurt Doolittle is no more than a modern form of Ayn Randian.
I get it. I get it. If somebody is going to pass judgment,
who is a Jew? Ayn Rand is a Jew.
They better have validated that they can impose justice before they attempt to impose justice, right? That's the point. You want justice when you have a conflict of property rights. What you're expecting from the state is a just judgment on who is entitled to what. The question is, how do you get someone capable of bestowing just judgment? That's the eternal question. That's the toughest question to answer. And that's
the problem with people. The problem with people like Ayn Rand and Kurt Doolittle is that they don't think that the government is ever capable of administering justice, right?
Well, the thing is that the judiciary becomes the de facto government because it is what is dictating the progression of the distribution of property within the society.
Yeah,
right?
but
so
that doesn't mean it's always wrong.
Well, I think their position is that I'm
I
not
mean,
sure
they,
what
they
my
might be
position is with
biased in
regards to
certain
the government.
they might be biased in certain circumstances, but that doesn't mean that they're always wrong. I mean, to say
I don't
that
think anyone said they're always wrong. The point is,
well,
are
no,
they
that's the whole point of view that Ayn Rand and Kurt Doolittle have, is that the government is always wrong. I mean, that's why they're kind of, anarchist libertarians or whatever they want to call themselves.
right? So they're making the classic error of thinking that it's possible to function without a state. But as we all know, there will always be a de facto state.
Yeah, great word they use, de facto
For so
state.
long as ideology is enforced with the threat of violence, as Molly Memes likes to say, you have yourself a de facto state.
Yeah, absolutely, yeah. And however that force is defined, is I mean, it can manifest itself in different ways. But yeah, there will always be a threat of force, however it manifests.
Physical violence is actually the most base one. What you want is the power to form people's opinions. That's the one you really want.
Well, I think the one use of force that libertarians or Ayn Randians or anarchists or whatever you want to call them, the one use of force that they are not that they're most blind to is the like if the force that if you don't participate, then you're shit out of luck. You're up shit creek. If you don't participate in society, if you don't participate in the libertarian society, that is an element of force as well. Non-participation can be a use of force.
Yeah, because you're looking at civilization as a machine that's meant to be going forward, and somebody not participating is basically like dead weight in this machine, right?
Well, it's not about being dead weight. It's about you are forced to participate. So participation is an element of force. If that makes sense. You have to participate or you die.
Are you pointing to the intrinsic axiomatic contradiction of these Lulbergs?
If I understand your statement, yes.
Okay. Yeah. Well, I'm not going to disagree with you there. There is a problem, and I think you should continue to develop your argument against this axiomatic contradiction.
So to re-illustrate, I mean, the libertarians, they always like to talk about the non-aggression principle, right? No one should be forced to participate. But I mean, if you're forced to participate in society, because if you don't participate in society, then you die, because you can't. No one can. As that saying goes, no man is an island. No one can be entirely.
The non-aggression pact is wishful thinking, but it's a load of shit.
Yeah, and so I mean that's why libertarianism and the whole non-aggression principle. I mean, that's why it's all bullshit. Like everyone has to participate.
We govern ourselves through the threat of violence. That's how we do it.
And nature is violent, right? So to be like, oh my God,
that too,
going against the will of nature, right? Obviously, civilization is aggression against the will of nature. So our entire existence is based on aggression. We have to eat things that are alive. We have to aggress on their private property to feed our tissues, right? And so obviously, no, this is actually really interesting to me because these arguments do need to be made, because there's still a lot of people who think that anarchism is a valid ideology, but I think it's as invalid as atheism. It's just really being lazy. It's intellectual laziness.
Right. Yeah.
Yeah. Anarchism is Jewish.
However, the non-harm principle, there's value to the non-harm principle, because you always want to minimize the harm that you do when you are
sure.
So that is the truth of it, but you can see how the truth of it has been sort of diverted to this like impotent hippie-ish standing on a stage naked because anarchy
Claire, do you feel like secular Quranism would deliver swift justice? I mean, are you saying that the Church of Entropy is lacking in that department?
Yeah, because she hasn't got any rules made, and she says everything will come from an oral tradition, and we don't know what that is, and she won't tell us, and it's all undisclosed.
I'm telling you about the laws of nature. I'm telling you what can't be broken, what I can prove with science is unbreakable, so that it will be easier for you to understand what protocols and laws you want to institute in statecraft.
If I were to play devil's advocate, talking about the laws of nature, I mean there are systems that use the laws of nature that might not be congruent with the Church of Entropy laws as well, right?
And if that's the case, that we'll have a debate about it, and we'll figure out what the best solution is. I'm not like not open to changing my mind in the face of better evidence.
Oh wow, dude, Jenny, that's the first time I think in the years that I've been talking to you, I think that's the first time I've ever heard you say that.
Well,
that
I've
you're
said it
willing
many
to
times.
change your mind.
It's part of the thing is the tradition couldn't endure if it had flaws, and to think that you know everything is to think you're God, which is radical. And if you can't change if you can't change the way things are going based on new evidence, then eventually your system is not going to work too well. So you have to be able to change your mind in light of validated evidence, right?
Constant state of perfection.
Is that Zero that I hear?
I can't believe Claire let him on.
Hello,
yeah,
everybody.
perfection is a practice. It's not a destination. It's not something you achieve and then forget about it. You just keep going.
Indeed. Hello, everyone. How's everybody doing?
We've it's actually been I think everyone would agree it's been a pretty productive conversation.
Right.
Claire, is there a place for rehabilitation in secular Quranism?
What is rehabilitation? You know, does not compute.
I'm just reminded of Claire saying, "Jen, you have mental problems. I think if you read the Quran, your mental problems will improve."
Well, actually,
The education camps.
If Claire isn't going to answer, I think I can kind of defend her position for her. I think she would say that there is place for rehabilitation, which is why Claire has volunteered to be whipped in
publicly flogged.
Yeah, all that kind of shit. Yeah, so I think
that was for publicity
Claire,
purposes.
Dude, I just want it videotaped. By the way, Claire was saying that she was Claire was saying that she was rejected from being able to go to Saudi Arabia or whatever. Okay. And I said, Claire, if you want to be have some public retribution, dude, you can go to the Philippines and get crucified. Dude, they will totally be they won't reject you. They're not as
I feel like
stringent.
They'll be accommodating.
Yeah, very accommodating.
Several times.
But
cyclical.
Oh, dude, there are people in the Philippines that go back year after year. Like I remember reading an article about like some Filipino guy that has been crucified like 9 years in a row. It's like, dude, like what the fuck, man? And but of course, there's no difference between white people and and other people. Everyone is exactly the same. We're all God's children.
You got that Jewish programming. No?
Now, come on, Zero. You know. I mean, you know that
I know.
Europeans are white, right? Like, are you? Yeah. You're ready to give up your Lithuanian kind of come on, you're ready to give up your Lithuanian, what's the word? egotism,
Nationality?
right? No.
Nationality?
Egotism. Only only Lithuanians are right, or white rather. I mean, come on, you know that's bullshit.
Literally
That
speaking, but that's
all
again
Europeans are
semantics.
white, even
Semantics.
the Italians, even the Mediterraneans, are white,
Sure.
right?
Even OV.
Even me, yeah. Oh, fucking A.
Cigar.
Oh, fucking A.
No, indeed.
So, yeah,
Good question.
go ahead.
Yeah. So truth is truth is truth is truth.
So, tell us, Zero. Like you've been listening in for a little while, yeah.
Yeah. Been
I
out for a
mean,
little bit, but came back. In the
has
last half hour.
has there been anything that has there been any good points that we've been talking about that you think need to be talked about more?
Well, yeah. I mean, there's plenty. It's a really good conversation, filled with a lot of interesting viewpoints and perspectives from you guys, each perspective. And if we focus on the thing that unifies us the most, and that is the yearning to be accurate and correct, then we might get somewhere.
Mm-hmm. I would agree with that. Yeah.
Claire,
I mean, although I have to
I know.
I have to go a little bit Nazi saying that I wish the one thing that unites us all is the fact that we're all white. I mean, except for Jen. Jen is obviously a Jew, but you know.
Claire, can you put
Obsessed.
Claire, can you put one of Steven's comments up on the screen so that we can see his avatar? I want to show you something. You see Steven's avatar there? See that face he's making? That's the exact same face I would make if I was publicly flogging Claire with the thinnest of bamboo rods. As I wind up and I'm about to unleash, that is the face I would have on as I'm about to deliver justice.
That is Matt Heimbach, right? I think that's Matt Heimbach.
I don't
correct me if I'm wrong.
I mean, I don't know whose face it is, but it's it's a classic avatar. I mean, that is the face of fucking rage. that is righteous indignation right there.
That is the face of justice.
Yeah, that apparently, yeah, that is Matt Heimbach.
Retribution.
Jesus Christ. Well, I'm not sure if we want to go down that route. The whole. I mean, it's old news. Matt Heimbach. The cuck box and Matt Parrott and all that. Yeah, we don't need to go down that route. But Jesus Christ. Yeah.
So is trolling and gaslighting and things like that are also part of secular Quranism, or is that the the Zionist portion of the ideology?
Shots fired. Oh,
because obviously it has nothing to do with religion. It has to do with the legal aspect of the system, borrowed from Quran. Everything else of it being secular. So that system,
Zero's gonna get kicked in like 5 seconds.
So it's basically that system superimposed with the Jewish being the superior on top of the Christians and everybody else. And Claire
Jews are the aristocracy of humanity.
Yes, but the most supreme sovereign, the queen, will be Claire. That's the thing that nobody knows. That's what she's hiding in plain sight.
I'm kind of I'm kind of curious about the two comments that Claire just made. Like on the one hand, she says the hypothetical supreme being is useful to atheists because it allows them to imagine what a supreme, eternal, omnipotent, omniscient, and perfectly moral deity would do if he existed. And then look at her second comment. Once the laws of God are in place, belief will follow. So I mean,
That's what Oz said before he set up his curtain.
yeah, I mean, it seems to me like it's I mean it's almost worse than that. It's like which way do you want it? I mean, is God a good thing or is God a bad thing? Like you can't have your cake and eat it too. Like
That's
on the one,
that's also like saying once you've repeated the lie enough, people will believe it.
That is what she's saying.
but she's also well, yeah, she's saying that you have to believe the lie, but then she's also saying that the lie is real, the lie is truth. I mean,
Yep.
once the law, if you're saying that once the laws of God are in place, you are going back on your saying that when you say the hypothetical supreme being, I mean, which is it? Is it hypothetical or is it real?
Maybe she's
Supreme
channeling
divine law.
Maybe she's channeling the movie Field of Dreams. If you build it, they will come, or he will come.
Yeah, that makes sense.
But we know it's not true, is it?
Because he had to build the baseball field in his in
his own image.
Well,
he had to build a baseball field in order for the spirits to show up to.
We don't believe. The laws are in place and belief has not followed. Indeed, belief has been undermined. There's more atheism now than ever. This is not true. The laws being in place has nothing to do with whether they're true.
Or it's like the farmer that, decided once I make the crop circles, people will believe in the extraterrestrials.
And to add on to that, I mean, at the end of the day, does it matter if laws are true or not? I mean,
well, it depends what you mean by law.
Well, what I mean, like, is if people are following rules,
okay, there's no such thing
based on a myth,
race realism proves that there's no such thing as true rules because there are different races. Therefore, the best rules per race wouldn't all be the same. So you can easily disprove that.
You'll never hear me argue against ethnicity, but
so basically, it's not possible for there to be true rules in that sense because that would deny race realism.
I see where you're going.
I'm not saying it's not possible to have rules that are optimized, but they're always going to be optimized to a group, and the more
absolutely.
The more vaguely the group is defined, the less precise the laws can be in precipitating a particular type of structure.
Sure, absolutely. Yeah, totally agree.
Yeah, so Claire's basically a one-size-fits-all. Don't think about it. Just pay 20% taxes, chop off your genitals. It's all good. Get propagandized by the media and everyone will be a Muslim in a couple hundred years. And dissident views on God, aka true views on God, will be persecuted, and she, confirmed that in a conversation with Aaron Amahud. So that's what Claire thinks is true.
That's the whole 20% tax. That's the jizya, right?
No, actually, it's like an income tax.
Yeah, jizya. Like, I mean,
but it's Muslims.
You can be a Christian living in Muslim territory, but But
No,
you're a
this is on top of
second-class
that one.
citizen. You have to pay. You have to pay tax. You have to pay the jizya
Jizya
tax.
jizya is in excess of the 20% tax. The 20% tax is for everybody. Jizya is an addition to that.
Oh, okay. Well, yeah. It's same thing. Yeah, that's what I mean. Yeah. I gotta. I hate to say this, but I need to. I need to get like
No,
some
you don't.
fucking food in my stomach, and I need to.
Broadcast for another couple hours.
Yeah, I mean, if you guys are still streaming, in a few hours or so, I did. To be honest, man, I'm probably gonna eat a sandwich and then like fucking take a nap. So, but if you guys are still streaming, I'll jump on later. But it's been fun talking. Domingo, man, it's been fun talking with you, and I want to say that I don't have any ill will towards you or anything like that, man. I miss, dude. I wish you would come on stream. When I'm talking with ConOps about like the fucking Holocaust and shit like that, because you know more about the Holocaust than I do, and I think you could, when I falter, when I fail, I think I wish you were there to pick up the pieces. And Jenny, I know we've had our ups and downs, and whatever, but I mean, at the end of the day, we're all here to have conversations about intellectual shit. And even if you're wrong about the uncertainty principle, it's still fun to actually have these conversations about all this kind of science shit.
See Kyle.
And and zero, you're just up shit creek without a paddle, But you're okay too.
Yeah.
But it's no, I'm just busting your balls. Don't
just
even
pull
worry
over.
about it. Yeah.
Smoke a bowl. Just relax.
Yeah. See, Kyle, everyone, dude. I am fucking hungry. Shit. I'm gonna eat a fucking bacon fucking sandwich right now. So
Make sure it's kosher.
A kosher sandwich? Fuck that.
Yeah.
But yeah,
Sorry.
I'll try to listen in. It's been good conversations. So yep. See you, everyone. Peace out.
Bye. So Jen, do you want to talk about how your theocracy is better than mine? Jen?
Not particularly, no.
Okay. Is anything?
How would you describe your theocracy, Ms. Claire?
My theocracy.
Can you briefly qualify it?
What? You don't you know?
Would you be so kind as to briefly qualify the definition of your theocracy, please?
Well, basically, it's based on the Quran, and it's under my interpretation, which is different to the interpretation of different schools of Sharia. And I would be using a liberal interpretation in that I will punish as lightly as I can, but without diluting the principles. I'm not, if it says do something, I'm not going to really ignore it.
So it will be distilled principles minus the religious aspects, hence secular, right?
Well, basically, I'm trying to make the point that you don't have to be actually Muslim to use it.
Right.
I'm saying you won't be able to find anything as powerful as that. because people might say, well, I'm going to write a book of rules that I'm going to get people to follow. But really, Marx took a while to do what he did, and in the end, it didn't work out that
So
well.
Marx, Karl
Karl
Marx. Or...
Marx, Mein Kampf. I mean,
Okay.
all these people who wrote political tracts and things, it didn't work out because ultimately people will say, well, it's just the opinion of one man, and he managed to get enough people to follow him, but when he's dead, we're going to do something else. So that there will always be the problem of, you get you get a dictator, maybe he's even a good dictator, but in the end he will die, and what's going to happen after that, we don't know. Should it be inherited by his son? How is the next successor going to be chosen, and what kind of rules are they going to follow?
Don't you think that the Jews never having lived under their own theocracy discredits them from being theocratic dictators for other people?
Well, I wouldn't call them theocratic dictators. Obviously, if they wanted to become a theocracy, they would have to work out how to do it. I think I've worked out the mechanism for doing that, so they can, introduce it gradually. So
Christianity and Islam, you forgot.
What about
those are Jewish theocratic dictatorships?
Well, that's in dispute.
No, it's not. It's not in dispute.
Okay, you use a very wide definition of Jewish. You're saying anyone who claims to be Jewish is Jewish. I'm saying you're not properly Jewish if your mother ain't Jewish, and if you promote any idea that isn't in Judaism, then you're not doing it as a Jew. You're just doing it as a person who's obviously got your own agenda, and you shouldn't be able to rely on Jewish privilege to do it, and you will be struck off the register. And then
so you're acknowledging the Jewish privilege exists, but what is the source of this Jewish privilege?
Well, they are obviously cleverer than Gentiles.
I don't agree with that.
Okay, you wouldn't, but what makes you think you're smarter than Jews?
What are Gentiles?
I think they have a certain skill set, but I don't think that makes them smarter. No.
Well, the way people who don't like them talk about them is like, Jews, they're part of.
Let's not.
They use it interchangeably with
the question is,
and Baxters and.
What's the source? What's the source of Jewish power?
Usury, which
a monopoly.
Would have abolished.
It's a monopoly on usury. Okay.
Not
and
really
how
a monopoly in the sense that Gentiles do practice usury.
It's a monopoly on usury. How do they get
not
monopoly?
Because Gentiles practice it. So
how do they get How do they get a mostly monopoly? How do they do that?
Because they've been doing it for longer than anyone else.
That's not an answer. I'm talking about what is the mechanism.
You don't like it, but that's my answer.
They haven't been doing it longer than anyone else, and I want to know what's the mechanism.
Doing it longest then.
I want to know what is the mechanism
of what
by which this control of usury is upheld.
Will be executed.
Okay.
It is through Christianity and Islam, which persecute usury against Christians and Muslims. Do you understand?
No, I what are you trying to say?
I'm trying to say that Christianity and Islam are a big part of how the monopoly on usury is maintained. That's what I'm saying.
So you're saying Christians don't practice usury, but they do.
I'm saying that for a majority of Christian history, the Christians did not practice usury, thereby giving a total monopoly to Jews. However, now it's not a total monopoly anymore because of what happened in the, I think, 1500s with the reforms. But it's a near monopoly.
Well, There are plenty of Gentile banks all over the world because it's not forbidden. So what is your point? So on the one hand, you say
the
do
point is
properly, and then
central
you
banks.
acknowledge
The point is central banks are privately owned. That's the point.
So
Central banks are privately owned. So the government is basically enslaved to these private owners of central banks.
So they could nationalize it, couldn't they? But it wouldn't work any better because they would be practicing usury.
The vehicle for these banks, one of the vehicles is Christianity, and another one is Islam, and another one is the media, which sort of distracts people from this being the way that things work. Okay.
Vehicle to where?
Monopoly on, or near monopoly on usury.
So what has the media got to do with that?
Well, when was the last time you saw mainstream media coverage of how central banking works?
Well, there may have been some, but I haven't watched them. I mean, but what was it? Okay, you know that people don't talk about abolishing usury. It's another sacred cow. They'll go, well, it would be terrible. We would go bust. But then usually continue to go bust anyway.
Yeah, they've been propagandized into believing that. Duh.
Yeah, I know. So I know that usury, nobody talks about
the propaganda
usury.
Is these religions that say usury's bad. It's really bad.
You say it's bad too.
I say fiscal parasitism is bad, but the point is that these religions are designed to discourage people from usury.
Look, are we talking about the same thing? Why do you keep distinguishing what you know? It's like I talk about usury, you talk about fiscal parasitism as if it were something different. Is it something different or not? Hello? I don't know why Jen has gone quiet.
I don't think you can understand what I'm saying because you don't understand logic, and I already proved that you're logically deficient. So I just don't think you're able to understand what I'm saying.
Well, you're not.
What is the question? I am being perfectly clear.
About usury, you start talking about fiscal parasitism as if it was something different from usury.
Because the definition of usury has changed throughout the ages, and I'm not going to use definitions that are changing like that. I don't play that game.
I wasn't aware that the definition of usury has changed over the ages. Now, could you give us an outline of how it has changed over the ages?
The point is, you don't know the first thing about abolishing usury because there's no answers to that in this religion.
I've told you how I want to abolish usury.
I know, but you have not promoted a commerce system that will replace the usury system. So you have basically nothing. You're saying,
what are you talking about?
We're going to let people default on their debts. And what I'm saying is that doesn't end usury. It just lets people default on their debts. Okay?
Well, it means that there will be no usurous loan agreements that will be enforceable by law. So what's your problem with that? Why isn't that good enough for you?
Because you don't say how you're going to run the commerce system bereft of what you're calling usury.
Well, the Islamic banks will know how to do it.
No, they don't. Somebody wrote a book saying how Islamic banks are not run according to Islamic principles, okay?
Then there's never and for what?
There is no answer. That's my point. There's no answer. There's no answer in this. There's no answer in this system. There's no answer. There is no.
Have you read the book? Have you read the book?
There's no answer in this system. There's no answer in this system for the problem. For how to have a non-usurious commerce. Stop interrupting me.
I've told you that
You haven't answered the question, okay? That's the point. You've said we're going to ban usury loans, but you're not saying we're going to allow these types of loans for these reasons and these are going to be the conditions. You haven't been explicit about that. I've told you numerous times.
I don't know what you are asking me, and you won't make it clearer. Why?
I'm saying, come to me with a replacement commerce system that's non-usurious.
I'm telling
then
you,
we'll talk.
You pretend I haven't answered the question.
But you're not telling me, where does the money supply come from? How is inflation managed? How are loans managed if there's not going to be any usury?
Well, ask me one thing at a time, and when I answer,
none of these.
Interrupt me.
You've answered none of these things, and I've asked you them multiple times.
You haven't even given me the opportunity to answer those questions.
I've given you nothing but opportunities, but you have no answer.
You are interrupting right now.
You have no answer, Claire.
Answer the question. Why isn't it good enough, and why do you think your way is better?
What I want to know is commerce system without usury, how it works, money supply, how that works.
No. Ask one question at a time, like you expect an answer, and behave like you're waiting for one.
Well, I am waiting for an answer.
Questions, and you're not going to wait for an answer, and then
why don't you just give the answer?
So which one do you want me to answer?
All of them.
Which one first?
Don't care. You don't have answers. That's my point. You're just trying to distract it.
I do have an answer, and you're clearly not wanting me to answer it because you keep interrupting. And
well, if you had an answer, you'd give it, but you're not.
Okay,
go ahead.
I'm asking you to ask it again. Which question do you want me to answer? You made a whole list of them, so I want you to decide which question you want me to answer.
God damn it.
There we go. Right. You can't even remember your question.
Get the fucking words out, Claire. Okay, question 1. How do you determine the value of currency?
What do you mean by that?
See, again, this is just like...
Well, I don't know what you mean. Nobody in the chat knows what you mean.
Okay, well, in your system...
What do you even mean by that?
Like, you don't understand the question of how do you determine the value of currency? Doesn't it matter?
Tell me what you mean by that.
I want to know how your system determines the value of currency.
What do you mean by that?
As in how much stuff money can buy, what money is worth.
Well, obviously it depends on the market. On
the market?
Demand.
The market? That's not an answer.
Well, give us your answer then.
Claire.
No. If you think that...
The point is you don't have answers. And I'm trying to make a point.
Give your answer.
I'm trying to make a point. I do have answers to all these questions, but the point is that you don't.
Obviously, you think mine are crap, so tell us yours.
You don't have answers, though. You're saying the free market.
How is price
the free market? You said the free market's going to decide it. The free market is like saying, let God do it.
No.
Yeah, it is.
What you're saying,
the free market doesn't exist.
Your question doesn't even make sense. You don't even know what it means. So
I know exactly what it means.
How price is determined, it will be by supply and demand. Do you understand? Do you even understand the rudiments of economics?
I know that the free market is a false idol, and you should too. And that supply and demand has a limited range of applicability within a finite resource system. And a finite control system, okay? So you say, let the free market handle it. What is the free market going to say is the value of labor? The free market's going to try to make the value of labor as low as possible. Is that what you want?
No, it will be...
That's what the free market's going to do. Go ahead.
Can I just say that the value of currency is simply determined by that which it is traded for?
Exactly. So you make currency. So in some sense, you're trading your time for money. How do we determine a fair value for the time exchanged for the money that you get? It is in terms of what you can buy with it. And the question is, how is that determined? Claire is saying, let the free market do it. That will drive the price of labor to zero.
Why?
Is that what you want? Because
Why?
the free
Why?
market is about maximizing profits, and maximum profits happen under slave labor. Ask your friends back home.
What are you talking about?
I'm talking about the prevalence of slave labor in China and how that's why stuff is so
Yeah,
cheap.
there
Out
are
of
no
China.
slaves in China.
Oh yeah, no official slaves in China. I guess that makes it true.
Okay, so
right?
so you're going to say that there are people who are slaves in China. You'll have to prove it. If you're saying labor is relatively cheaper in China, okay, I'll accept that. But what are you actually saying? Do you even know?
What I know is that under, quote, free market, aka maximizing profit conditions, that minimizes the cost of the labor to make the stuff that gives you the profit. That's just logic. Is that what you want? You want a free market determining the value of your labor?
Okay, so you're a communist now, are you? I didn't know that. Well, that's an
Wow.
interesting discovery.
Wow. Just wow. Because I'm not a capitalist, I'm a communist now?
Well, what are you trying to say? How are you going to determine the price of anything without
What I'm
the
saying
market?
is, what I'm saying is that these things need to be taken into consideration, because if you let the free market handle it, that will drive the price of labor to zero. And therefore,
Is
since that is
zero?
undesirable,
How
since that
would
is
it be driven?
that is
How would it
undesirable
be
on a
driven?
civilization level.
How would it be driven to zero? Why didn't you explain it to us?
Because the free market is about maximizing profits. And
But
if you minimize the
still have
cost
to
of
pay
production,
people, you know. Otherwise, why would they work? Why would they do anything for you if they won't
it
get?
will minimize the cost of labor.
The free market is where supply intermingles with demand.
Well, exactly.
Yeah, exactly. And
so
it's all about
that's the way
profits, right? It's about profits.
each
It's about
party
making
makes a
profits.
bargain with each other.
Yeah. And the free market will drive the price of labor towards zero. It may not actually reach zero because people need food, etc., to live, but it will be minimized under free market conditions.
Do you not think the workers would want to raise the price of labor?
Yeah, but they'd have no way to do it, just like they have no way of doing it in China. Because they're not free, because their government is oppressive. But you think China's awesome because they have an empire of people that hate them.
No.
Awesome job. You're ruling over people that can't stand you.
You
Congratulations.
get paid all right in China. You see a lot of prosperity there. I think your ideas about
There's
China
a lot of
are
millionaires, but the
backward.
average Chinese person is destitute.
Do you know any Chinese people even?
I know that the average Chinese person
Just
living
show
in
me
China,
a picture of a destitute Chinese person, eh?
the average, why do you think they have to have suicide nets around the Apple plant in China? Because people are so goddamn happy that they're living under this system that they have to put fucking suicide nets around the.
Nets. Why don't you send us post a link and we can?
Are you saying online? Are you saying online?
I'd like you to post a link so we can.
No, you post a link proving there aren't suicide nets.
No, you were the one who mentioned it. So let's have a look at these suicide
Go fuck yourself.
nets.
Go fuck yourself, you fucking liar.
What have I lied about? What have I lied about?
This is why I'm here.
So you're not prepared to post a link to prove your suicide nets?
I'm not your fucking errand boy, okay? Find your own link.
With,
why would I say something that wasn't true?
Because you're a liar.
Claire, you can't afford Jen's search engine labors.
No, I don't intend to pay her for them. I mean, it is incumbent on the claimant to make out her claim, and if she can just say anything and then refuse to prove it.
Claire, it's widely recognized that Foxconn has had to address the public relations disaster that are their suicide nets. Technically, they're not Apple's; it's Foxconn, which is doing the assembling for Apple. But the suicide nets are a real thing.
Okay,
Claire, you're the liar. You're the liar.
Kill themselves.
You're the liar, Claire. The point is that the free market which is all about making profits off the exchange of goods, will drive the price of labor as low as possible, such as to maximize profits. That's why there's so many millionaires in China, because they can keep the price of labor low and they can enjoy all that money.
Well,
okay, we all know that this is like,
yes,
come on,
yes.
Claire.
This is obviously what you do if you're running a business. You want to pay as little as possible for your cost to run the business. So,
but there are no free markets, though. Markets get cornered and manipulated. The criminals cannot afford to allow the markets to be free, so they have to control them.
Well, the West is also a mixed economy. It's not, no market is ever completely free. We talk about markets being rigged and everything.
Artificial shortages, hyped up demand, fraud. It's all money scams, money games, insider trading.
Yeah. So, corruption is everywhere.
The most popular brand names, even like Zara, Nike, they all rely on child labor. They're all doing it in secret.
So we don't need all that stuff, do we?
I just don't know why you deny these things that are like well-known
deny
facts.
What?
It's like you're a slavery apologist.
Deny what? Deny what? What are you claiming I'm denying?
You deny that there's slave labor in China. That's laughable.
Yeah, I do, because I haven't heard any reports of there actually being slaves in China. It's because you're careless with words and you want to use emotive terms to make your point. And, obviously people who don't like China will go, yeah, we'll believe any evil.
So I guess it's not true until the Chinese Communist Party says it's true. Is it clear?
Well, I'm just like a link. I'm not saying it, it has to be any approved Chinese source.
See, this is Claire trolling. I mean, Claire, it's very off-putting when you get this way, Claire. This is why people don't like you.
What? Because
you're not acknowledging and recognizing the fact that there is slave labor everywhere from China to Bangladesh to Ecuador to Brazil, India, Pakistan. I mean, come on, Claire. You're feigning ignorance again. This is like you're an expert at this. What am I feigning ignorance of? What am I denying? What are you saying? Repeat yourself over and over again.
Well, I haven't heard of slavery in China, so they have people killing themselves.
Claire, you haven't heard of children working in the textiles industries?
Yeah, children work. So, is that slave labor?
Well, I mean,
what is a slave technically?
Look, when you're not paying someone with
you own, who doesn't go home,
Claire, when their bedroom, when their place where they sleep and where they shower is in the same place where they work, when their reward for their labor is food and shelter, that's slavery.
Okay, so we were talking about China, and now you're talking about where are these people? Can we just at least
slavery is when you're not getting the proper amount of a recompense. When you're not properly compensated, and when your sole compensation for your grueling hard work is simply being kept alive.
Yeah. Okay. That would be my definition of slavery. So, what's that got to do with what Jen's saying, though?
She's telling you that you're not acknowledging the suicide nets.
Suicide nets have nothing to do with slavery, though.
Claire,
you're just mixed up You're mixing everything up and saying it's China's fault.
Claire, it is a modern slavery. It is slavery with a new paint job.
Well, then it should be official slavery, right? If you're going to do it, then you do it properly. I know that there's an act of parliament called the Modern Slavery Act 2004 in the UK. But then that would suggest to you that it was official, but it's not. So it's talking about unofficial slavery. So basically, slavery is an institution that is unregulated because it's officially illegal.
Because it's frowned upon, because it is a faux pas. This is why these companies do it in secret.
If you give people the illusion of freedom, you actually you can treat them worse, because it's like, well, you've got the free market and you've got your house and you've got all this food you can pick from. So you better just work for the least possible amount of money. Like, at least when there's official slavery, there's like accountability to the slaveholders. What we have now is actually worse than slavery.
So you're talking about wage slavery now. I mean, what are we actually talking about? Do you want to reintroduce
what
slavery?
we're talking about is you have no idea how to end usury. That's the point.
Okay, so we're back on usury. I've told you.
And the question was,
exactly. You're not going to let me.
The question was, how do we set the price of labor? Because the free market will drive the price of labor to zero, and that's where we got distracted with this digression.
Okay, well, tell us your wonderful ways of doing it.
No, Claire, this is a questionnaire for you. You haven't even thought about these questions because you don't understand them. You just said, let the free market handle it. That's insanity.
Well, I really think most people would agree with me. Obviously, there should be, there should be protection against, child labor and that kind of thing. But, why are you getting mired in all this detail when
because this is what matters
to be talking about?
Setting the price of labor.
How can you set the price? Okay, obviously you have to make it worth.
One of the most important things.
You have to make it worth the while of the person who's selling you the labor, right?
The point is that the price of labor, i.e., the value of money, is one of the most important things in statecraft, and you haven't even given it a second thought.
I have.
Claire, under secular Quranism, would people be allowed to sell children on the free market openly?
Children, well, there are parents who don't want their children and give them away. There's
I guess that's a yes.
That's a yes. Yeah, that's a yes. So basically, there you have it. And
actually, which would be banned.
Claire would have a free market.
An unwanted. You're not even letting me answer the question. So if you have an unwanted baby, I guess you'd only sell your unwanted baby. What kind of people have unwanted babies, eh? So what are you asking me? What kind of people have unwanted babies? Unmarried mothers, right?
You're trying to make a justification for selling people at a profit. You're trying to make a justification for selling people at a profit. The way I look at it is all profits should go to the individual.
No, I'm not saying anything about
it. You are. You're saying you're an apologist for child slavery.
No, not at all. Well, I imagine that unwanted babies will be given up and adopted. So why are you talking about child slavery?
Well, you were asked whether babies would be able to be sold on slave markets. And the answer you said was, well, why are parents having unwanted children? Implying the answer was yes.
At least after 18.
Well, she's deflecting. Not even answering. She's deflecting. Claire, regardless of whether the child
What was the question again? What was the question again? What was the fucking question again? So Correct. I'm saying, who would be selling babies? Unmarried mothers. And I'm saying, in a secular state, the baby would be given up for adoption, right? So what is the problem? So what smear are you trying to smear me with?
Claire, I'm not talking about giving children away. I'm talking about selling children.
Okay, so
Regardless
under what circumstances do you imagine this trade of children being done?
It's already happening. It's already happening in the modern day, Claire.
Claire, regardless of whether they are wanted or unwanted, under secular Quranism, would it be permitted to transact and exchange monies for children, for the ownership of children? Yes or no?
Under what circumstances would this transaction be done? You have to give a scenario.
One person has children in his possession or her possession, and places an ad, puts up a poster saying, "I have children for sale." Someone takes down the phone number and calls them up and say, I read your ad. You've got children for sale. I would like to buy some children. Okay, here's the price. Okay, let's meet. And they meet, and the exchange is done. Is that permitted? Is that legal under secular Quranism?
No way.
Well, thank you for answering. Jesus Christ, was it that hard?
Well, I needed you to give me a scenario. I mean, it's like, well, where did you get those children? I stole them from other people.
It doesn't matter if they were stolen or if they were.
Because when you ask me these loaded questions, I need to know a bit more detail than what you seem prepared to give to me. Because of course it's an exercise in entrapment.
Well, the root of it begins with parents, biological parents, that are selling their biological children.
Yeah.
Right? That's where the ownership would first start to be transferred. So you're saying that you would disallow it under secular Quranism, right?
The children would have to go to an adoption agency. Now there's a mechanism for, you can give your children into care, have them taken into care if you can't cope with them. So there's already an existing machinery to deal with that kind of problem.
Yeah, but Claire, I'm not talking about a scenario where parents feel as though they have no other choice but to give up the children so that someone else can care for the children. I'm talking about a scenario where parents produce children for profit because they know that out in the free market, there is a demand for buying children. And so if they decide, I want to sell my kids because I don't care about my kids, I want to sell them for money and profit, would this be legal under secular Quranism?
I feel physically ill. How do you ban it? How do you ban it?
Well, just not allow it, and
because people always obey laws, right?
Okay, how many people actually go around producing babies to sell, huh?
Oh, Jesus Christ. See, now you're doing it again, Claire. Are you kidding me, Claire? Do you have any idea how many people are doing that today, right now? It's being done in the hundreds of thousands. If not millions.
Okay, so people produce babies to sell, like mine's a blonde, mine's brunette, mine's just point me to an article, then we can discuss it.
Look, Russia sells brides in catalogs. What makes you think that there's a black market for children?
Well, is there? Show me an article and then we can talk about it.
Wow. Claire, you do understand that when stuff gets covered up, may not have articles.
Okay, so all right, you're saying, it's some urban myth or whatever, and you have no further evidence, no links, and then you want me to talk about it. Why don't we talk about things that are actually admitted and open, instead of wasting time talking about hypothetical situations. So I seem to remember the last time we were on the subject of slavery that you would be introducing slavery. Am I right, or have you changed your mind?
believe in a scientific theocracy, which includes a servant class, which is the idea of, becoming someone else's property. And that's a good thing. So basically, the way you keep it non-exploitative is that the free market is on the side of competing for how much you're going to pay your slaves. And there's no way to actually own a person and trade them for money. What you're doing is voluntarily selling yourself to someone because, it's just easier. Like, if let's say they have a big house, you can live in part of their house, you get access to their property, you have a better life than you would if you were just on your own. I could see it as being a very workable model. It would just have to be voluntary, right? So there couldn't be a situation where somebody owned somebody else and was selling them at a profit. Someone is always selling their own services at a profit. They're the ones who make the profit off their own labor. So it's not like it's forced slavery. It's just if you want to be someone's slave and you think that's a cool lifestyle, because historically this is what's been done, a quarter of society was part of the servant class. A lot of people would just be happy to serve a competent person. And if that person can support them, then why not? And that keeps things good because by looking on the slave as your property, you take better care of them. Well, sure. I mean, it's not possible not to have slavery. Like right now we have total slavery, right? Debt slavery. We have total slavery right now. We're just free range slaves. So obviously I'd like to minimize the slavery so that a maximum number of people can be free men. So it wouldn't be like a lifetime contract. It would be like a 6 months thing. It'd be like, okay, I agree to be your servant for 6 months. And if it works out, we'll sign again. If it doesn't, I'll just leave. And there's no duty to remain if you don't, if there's any problems of abuse or any, misdeeds, then you could just opt out of the contract.
Okay, I have a more organized way of doing it.
I think that's pretty good organization there. It minimizes the chances that there's going to be any abuse because it places a burden on the owners of the slaves to behave themselves well, because as a competitive market, the better slaves will go to the better masters. And that's the way to drive things upwards, because then everyone's just going to be trying to be as good as they possibly can be to get the best quality and the most money.
Well, what I propose is that the government actually owns has possession of the slaves and it hires it out. So at least there will be somebody who cares about what happens to the slaves after they are hired out. And every slave would have the
government's incompetent. The slave cares about their own well-being. That's why they're choosy about who they go into a service contract with. Nobody is forcing. The thing is,
are you
nobody's forcing anybody. Nobody's forcing anybody. Nobody's forcing anybody to be a servant. You be a servant because you want that lifestyle.
There is a difference between being a servant and a slave. The servant can quit. The slave cannot.
Yeah, that's why it's servants. That's why it's servants. Okay, yeah, there wouldn't be any slaves, I guess.
Okay, so
just be servants, but they would live with their masters. I mean, I think it's pretty reasonable because of the whole property issue.
Well, obviously, if
I'm going to have a servant, I don't want them leaving. You know what I mean? Like I want, they can leave occasionally, but I want them living on the premises. What?
You're thinking of a domestic servant, and of course, a domestic servant would have to live with you to be your maid, right, or butler, or whatever.
Who wouldn't want one of those, right? Like high-functioning people could use a servant or two because they have better things to do with their time than like make dinner and shit. Okay, that's just how it works. It's just like a sharing of duties.
Yeah, I'm sure we'd all like to have a cook and whatever. So the slave, under my scheme, would have this theoretical possibility of manumission, and of course this has to be organized. It's like we would have a certain sum, the nominal sum that the hire of the slave would have to pay the slave, but it goes to the government, who has to hold it on the account of the slave for the slave to be manumitted.
I'm aware of your system. You can sue people into slavery in your system, and therefore is illegitimate because lawsuits are not a legitimate way of determining whether someone is free or not. Under your system, I could get sued for, I'm sure, a variety of retarded things, and I would lose because of how much hatred there is on your side of the fence towards people who believe the things that I believe. So, of course, I wouldn't want to be able to be sued into slavery.
Why do you think I'm going to sue you?
Don't you want to? Don't you want to take secular Quranism and sue me with it so you can force me to profess your false beliefs?
I've never said such a thing. I don't even know why you think that. I think you are a bit paranoid, aren't you, Jen? Why would I sue you? I'm the most unlitigious person around. I just understand a bit of law.
The point is that under your system, I could be sued for the words that I speak.
Well, there already exists.
And you would be very happy if that happened.
What, you think I like you as my slave?
Do you deny that under your system, I could be sued for the words that I speak?
Well, if you defame me, I suppose technically I could sue you, but you have defamed me quite a few times.
Claire, you have defamed me. You have defamed me for far longer than I have stated facts about you. Okay? So here you go. You're already getting litigious. I can sense that you're salivating with the desire to sue me into slavery. And the fact is that can't be, those types of things cannot be allowed.
I was trying to think of what kind of slave you imagine I would, make you become.
I don't think you want me to be your slave. I think you want to humiliate me by bringing forth charges for the words that I speak and sue me into slavery and just enjoy the fact that I've been lowered into slavery because I think you're a very sick individual.
No, not at all. I'd like you to come to
the point is that
secular Quranism voluntarily.
The point is that there exists a mechanism within your system to sue someone into slavery, and the justice delivered is going to depend on who the presiding judges and lawyers are. And you don't see a problem with that.
It didn't occur to me to sue you into slavery or even have you as my slave. I think.
But the point is, there's a mechanism.
As my slave, you probably
there's a mechanism
or something.
There's a mechanism in your system for that to happen.
Well, obviously, people would find themselves enslaved if they're criminals who do terrible things and they have to pay their debt to society and they have to pay.
You're alleging that I'm guilty of a crime. I'm not. I've simply defended myself. You said that I...
I'm paranoid. I haven't even talked about you being guilty of a crime.
You just said I was guilty of slander or whatever you said.
No, I said, there are already... defamation is,
Yeah, so you're saying I've defamed you. You're saying I've defamed you?
Anything. I haven't said anything about you defaming me.
You just said something to that effect.
Jen, you've said libelous things about me, but
okay, so you're saying I'm guilty of a crime, which means there exists a system in your
it's not a
bullshit.
Crime. It's not even called a crime. It's called a tort.
Is it possible to get cash damages for such torts? Yes, i.e. it's possible to sue me into slavery for the words that I speak. So much for free speech, eh?
You seem to think I've already sued you successfully.
I think that the reason you want state power is to exert your will on people. Yeah, and I think your will is to bring me harm, which is why you keep saying such atrocious things to and about me.
What's the worst thing I've said about you? Come on. I mean, everybody says,
I can tell by your tone of voice that you don't even believe what you're saying anymore. I've gotten that good.
About what?
I've gotten that good.
I haven't even said anything about you.
Is Elliot still there?
I don't know. My computer's gone dark. I think he's... What was wrong with your computer? Oh, he's still there. There's still 17 people watching. And Domingo has dropped out. I guess he wants to come back in again.
Jen, she doesn't want to sue you. What Claire wants is for you to put on a butler's uniform with those long coat tails and put on those white gloves that you're wearing in your avatar, tie your hair up in a bun, and serve her breakfast in bed every morning. And then at the end of the day,
breakfast.
And then at the end of the day, she will put you in your cage, your bamboo cage perched on a ceiling.
No.
And she'll
bed.
and you will sing her to sleep every night with songs of her choosing.
Can you sing, Jen?
Ultimately, I'm glad we had this convo because it sort of sheds light on the mental sickness of people who are degenerates who want to tell other people how to live. You're a disgusting person, Claire. You have no business telling anyone how to live. You're a terrible role model, and that's
what you how to live. I haven't even said I wanted to enslave you.
You see that position you're taking in your avatar, Jen? That's what Claire wants. She wants you to sort of, do that Buddhist bowing, that hands together, and just kind of be her servant.
I get it. What's the most desirable thing? Voluntary submission. There's nothing more desirable than that.
What do they call it? Indentured servitude?
Indentured servitude, yes.
People love voluntary submission so much that they will go to extreme lengths to coerce them into voluntary submission, or what appears to be voluntary submission. So beware of the parasites.
It's 50 Shades of Caw.
I'm just saying Jen would be a great secular Quranist. And I hope she will become one voluntarily, of course. I don't want to coerce her in any way. And I don't know why she doesn't just come over. Come on over.
By the way, Jen, what is it with that avatar? Now that we're talking about it.
It's my confirmation picture. Or no, sorry, it's my first communion picture.
But don't you find it a little bit, I don't know, inappropriate?
Why?
I mean,
part of my history. I don't deny that my mom wanted us to be raised Catholic. I mean, there's no shame in it. It's just what happened. Plus,
I'm just saying, like, you're putting up a picture of you as a young girl. What's
wrong with that?
You're in a YouTube pocket full of degenerates. It's kind of.
Okay. I take your point. I mostly put it up because Claire was fueling the rumors that I'm Jewish again. So I just wanted to put that picture in there to prove how retarded Claire and anybody who thinks I'm Jewish is.
Yeah, but that could also just be you at Halloween pretending to be like a geisha or something, right?
I'm like 7. I suppose it could be. I think it's pretty obvious that's the first communion picture, but whatever. I get it. People want to believe I'm Jewish, so I can't dissuade them because for some reason it's just easier for them to believe that than reality.
Or it could be your first Buddhist ceremony or whatever. Like that could be a picture of your first namaste.
I've always loved the prayer pose. I gotta say, I love it more with age. It's very relaxing. Anyway, what were we talking about? We had a good subject on. Yeah, it was just like got so derailed. It was incredible. But I'm really glad we got onto this whole slavery conversation because it's important because the price of labor is important to civilizational stability. Because if you don't have certain controls on price of labor, what happens is that capital saturates to a minority, and that minority saturation is actually what causes a civilization to collapse because the money is in the control of such a small group that they're, weak to being targeted. It's like jungle law. Whoever has the biggest,
I think slavery is unavoidable. It's always going to be there.
I see it the same way. And I think given that fact, let's make it the best situation for everybody. And that's a situation where slaves are actually happy to be slaves, because it's like, think about it like the medieval serfs, right? Like they were kind of slaves. They were just like working on the farm type thing. Occasionally they'd be called up to war. So it was like a combo servant warrior type duty. They had a lot more free time. You hear these, anecdotes of like the amount of free time the average medieval slave had versus what the wage slave has today, and it's like it arguably had a better quality of life, right, in a lot of ways. So it's a big question, right? Like the question is, how do things have to be distributed such that you are both incentivizing a meritocracy and preventing this like spontaneous saturation of resources to increasingly fewer hands, because that's just a spontaneous market thing.
That's so complicated.
Claire, you don't want to acknowledge the complexity of statecraft, and that's what's like, it's disappointing because you don't seem like you're the dumbest person in the world, but it's like you're being stubborn and you don't want to learn.
Oh, it's just so hypothetical. I'd rather talk about, real things, not, what if something happened and then something happened and then something happened and there's a situation. I mean, people would be happy to sell themselves into slavery if by doing that they think they avoid something worse. And obviously homeless people are the, ideal places to recruit your slaves.
It's not about avoiding something worse. It's about somebody making the decision. Like, you seem to not understand that some people, they would just be happier as slaves or servants, or however you want to word it, as the property of somebody else. They would want a lot of people would want the prestige.
Can you actually think of somebody who would admit that?
So you're saying nobody ever wants to be a slave, even though it's been institutional for most of our history.
No, nobody wants to be a slave, but if they see that
by
selling themselves into slavery, they avoid something worse, then yeah, they would. And if they're selling themselves into slavery for another reason,
it's not about something worse. It's about, like, if somebody can't be a servant, then there'll be other social safety nets for them, i.e. traditionally what's happened is that yogis have made like large places, like basically camps where people can come and just live and get back on their feet and be fed 3 meals a day, and then they can come and go, It's like a solution to homeless people. But the question is, like, if there was a society where you had to take a vocation as a servant, as a merchant, as a warrior, or as a priest, and you looked at the last 3 ones and you thought, well, I don't really want to be a merchant because that's too much effort. Like, it's hard to sell things. It's like draining to sell things. So I don't want to do that. I'm scared. I don't want to get killed. So I don't want to be part of the warrior class. And I'm not really interested in any of the priestly things. So the best life for me is to be a servant, and I will have tons of free time, because a servant has generally a lot of free time because they're not always having to do something for their owner. They have, way more free time than the average.
The modern day examples of this is the military and prison.
Mm-hmm.
And there's a lot of people that when their life is not going well, oftentimes they come to that fork in the road where they have to decide, I'm either going to end up in the army or I'm going to end up in prison. Both scenarios are pretty sucky, and in their own minds, they're going to have to weigh it out and think about the incentives of each one and the drawbacks of each one. And when it comes to slavery, I mean, for people to want to be slaves and give up their own personal sovereignty, you would have to incentivize it. But you would also have to be recruiting from people that have nothing left to lose. They've got very little options, but you'd have to incentivize it in a fair, in a fair way. And you would have to really honor the contract.
Yeah, it's down to honoring contracts as well as incentivizing good behavior. So if you have a pressure on the system wherein better quality behavior is rewarded, i.e. better slaves get better contracts, well, then that'll just cause slaves to be better slaves. And it'll cause owners to be better owners because they'll realize, like, well, I can't really get away with treating the slave badly because they can just leave anytime. They can call the government and the government will say, yeah, we're going to invalidate this contract because of abuse. So there's an incentive for the master to be benevolent towards their servant. And that's what you want. You want it to be like a team effort where the servant is happy that they don't have to do these other vocations that are just, they're not able to do them. It happens. It's hard to do a real vocation. It's hard to be a member of the warrior class that have to, you defend property rights with death. It's hard to go to war. Not everybody wants to do that.
Roman gladiators are another good example of people that they didn't have their personal sovereignty. They didn't have their freedom, but they were given women. They were given plenty of food, and they were kept stimulated, right? All the while being captive and fighting to the death, knowing that their life was going to be really short. And there are reward mechanisms that are used to incentivize people, to get people to accept a set of circumstances.
If Krishna was incarnate right now, I would volunteer to be his servant. I'm shocked, Claire, that you can't see a situation arising where somebody would actually want to be somebody else's servant.
Yes, I do see that. It's like I've just said more than once that, if I were homeless and wanted to be housed and fed, I might sell myself into slavery to avoid.
I'm not talking because of desperation. I'm talking just because, hey, that looks like a better life than the alternatives. I don't want to be a fucking bartender for $3 in tips an hour and get my ass slapped. I'd rather just live in someone's house and make their meals and have, the majority of the hours of the day free to do whatever the hell I want. And that be okay. It's not a desperation thing. It's actually an honor to be a servant to a benevolent master.
So you mean you'd be happier to do that?
I said if Krishna was incarnate, I would be his servant, yes.
But he isn't. So would you sell yourself into slavery, Jen?
Oh, Claire, you're retarded. It's not about getting
No,
money.
I've already said I would. I've already said I would.
Oh, Claire, you're retarded.
No, because I already said, well, I would sell myself into slavery if the alternative was homelessness. So Jen, I assume the same of you, right?
Jen, would you massage Krishna's feet every day?
If Sri Krishna Ji wanted that, I would be happy to oil up.
God damn. That's loyalty right there.
Would you be my slave, Jen? I could try it for a bit.
Not in a gorillion years.
See, this is what it all boils down to is Claire has a fixation on Jen. She wants you bad, Jen, and one way or the other, one way or another, she's gonna find you. She's gonna get you one way or another. Secular Quranism, she's gonna find you.
I'm always happy when Domingo comes back. I saw your new channel there. That was cool.
Yeah, I got struck pretty quickly. There's one video in particular, for some reason, YouTube struck me, so I put everything private for now. I'm gonna wait the 3 months, and then I'll bring out the big guns.
Oh, such a shame.
Don't worry, Claire. Everything is backed up. I plan on showcasing you, featuring you in all of your glory.
Thanks.
She's the avatar of everything wrong in the world, isn't she?
Well, I guess I'm like the doctor you don't want to see.
Claire is the pragmatic mercenary. She knows who's in power. She's, here we are talking about servitude. Claire is a servant. I asked her a long time ago. I said, Claire, who do you serve? You know, naturally, she can't afford to be honest about it, but Claire has made her choices in life. She's looked at the pyramid of power. She's identified who's at the top, and she's decided whose feet she's going to massage.
I've never actually done that.
This is just wonderful. This proves that knowledge is the source of poetry.
A 10-year affair and you never massaged his feet? Get out of here.
I've never done that to anyone.
Wow.
Perhaps it's not too late.
You know, Jen, this explains her bathtub videos too. She was showing you her feet. She was trying to lure you in, Jen.
That's the wonderful thing about the theocratic hypothesis, is that it's true even if people don't understand it.
I don't have a foot fetish, I have to say. Do you?
No, you have a me fetish.
Hmm.
It's not healthy,
Well,
Claire.
it keeps me focused. You being the archetype of Western woman and all. Yeah, I was just thinking that it would be far more effective if you came over than if the archetype of Western man came over. Because basically, if most women thought secular Quranism was wonderful, then the men would just have to follow. So that's why you're so important, Jen.
Yeah,
That's
I
right.
guess there's an advantage to taking birth as a woman, isn't there?
Particularly in our times, in our matriarchal time.
I'm so fucking Chad. That's how Chadly I am. That's how alpha I am. Beat that, Aryan Kangs.
Well, actually, in a patriarchy, the alpha female would be the partner of the alpha male.
Keep telling yourself that, Claire.
Well, I'm just describing a patriarchy.
In an Indo-Aryan patriarchy, quote unquote, the supreme leaders probably a lot of the times not even going to be married. I mean, it's a bit of a distraction, isn't it?
What
To have
now?
to deal with a family.
Well, it's proof of your suitability to be leader that you have.
But what about the Swami?
What
about the Swami? The Swami died a virgin,
count?
and he was responsible for getting the Anglos booted out of the Holy Land.
Really?
He died a virgin. So it's like, you can hate on the wandering aesthetic all you want, but they're the ones who are getting shit done. They're the ones who aren't compromising on principles because they're not distracted.
I don't
You
know.
want to make some stupid thing about some, barbaric, animalistic hierarchy of skull crushers and the wife being the alpha female. It's like, I don't think it works like that. You just don't understand human hierarchies, Claire.
Well, I'm talking about the patriarchy, and you're talking about something else, clearly.
I'm talking about a meritocracy.
A patriarchy can be a meritocracy.
A meritocracy is what's important. Have faith in men. They will occupy the majority of the states in said meritocracy because that is their nature. Don't need to repeat patriarchy 50 zillion times. It just sounds mature. In fact, excluding women from priestcraft has had many measurable, negative, horrible, civilization-ending consequences.
Really? Tell us, give us an example.
It's the yin-yang thing, okay? Karmically speaking, you are going to have some number of women who are suited to priestcraft. And in fact, maybe, I don't want to say better than the men, but they're going to see the things that the men largely miss due to gender differences. And in so doing, become more powerful.
An actual historical example?
Of females in priestcraft? Yeah, there's tons. There's been female warriors and priests in the Indo-Aryan tradition. This was the norm until the advent of Christianity in Rome, where women were banned from the priestcraft. And that has had some pretty bad consequences, including but not limited to persecuting witches, aka women who didn't go along with Christian beliefs.
You know that the Salem witch trials, the men were accused. So you could be a witch even though you're a man, apparently.
Well, sure, it's just a system of political terrorism. Everybody I don't like is an idolater, witch, heretic, take your pick. It's all just slander terms to dehumanize people to eventually kill them and take their stuff. I'm a free market, I guess.
No, it's nothing to do with the free market. It's to do with the breakdown of law and order, which or caused by I guess a whole bunch of stuff. So what happened with the Salem witch trials? People just got mass hysteria. Do you know anything about that?
They tossed women into the water, and they would check to see if they floated. If they floated, it meant that they were made out of wood and they were witches, and they burned them.
Mm-hmm. And if they drowned, they thought, oh dear.
That was a real woman. That was a real woman. That was not a witch. She drowned, but at least we know what the accurate results of the test was, and collateral damage.
Mm.
Do the both of you agree? Have the two of you agreed upon a set punishment for usury?
Well, the punishment would be not having your loan agreement enforced because it would be illegal. So if you lent me money under usurious terms and I said, thanks for the money, I'm not going to pay you back.
How about death?
What I'm going to do is seize the assets of everybody who has more than $500,000 US.
Oh,
not including their house. I'm going to seize every single person's assets, and then I'm going to let them have their assets back so long as they can prove they didn't come to them through usury.
That's not going to be popular, Jen.
Actually, the majority of people do not have half a million USD in assets, so it will be extremely popular.
Yeah, but what if someone's engaging in usury on a lesser scale?
The reforms to that will come in time once the value of the currency is set up in such a way as to minimize the inflation, i.e. keep the value of the currency consistent. That will go away of its own accord. So long as that's what you want, if you make it your goal to end fiscal parasitism, it will be ended. But we don't know all the vehicles of fiscal parasitism at this time. So all we can say is, this is our goal. We're going to get to it once we know all the details. It's certainly possible to end fiscal parasitism. It's just you have to do it. If you want to avoid a collapse, you have to do it in steps. And the first step is what I just outlined. That will take care of, you'd be surprised, the majority of your problems. Because what you have right now is a situation where the majority of the money is held in a very small number of hands, right? And they have all the power.
Well, you can avoid the collapse by simply seizing assets.
Yeah, you seize not everybody's assets. You seize the assets of anybody with more than $500,000 USD assets, and then you can have them back.
Assets of the biggest usurious institutions.
Yeah, you say you can have your assets back so long as you can prove that you didn't come to them by usury, because we understand that usury is a systemic problem, and we want to make sure that you actually earn this money. And I think for the majority of people, yeah, that's going to mean asset forfeiture. But they didn't earn those assets in the first place. They are not entitled to those assets in the first place, as far as I see it.
And then moving forward in the future, for future cases of usury that are discovered, what do you do? How do you punish them?
That's a good question. I don't want to have a stock market anymore. So I also want people to not have to pay property taxes anymore. So what I would like is basically for there to be less opportunities for usury to arise, right? Because what is usury is essentially inserting yourself as a middleman in financial transactions. So by making the financial transactions less, then you have less opportunity for usury. So the question is, under my system, how could usury arise? And it would be if someone agreed to lend someone money for a particular outcome. You lend someone money and you say, I want this much money back, and you can argue that that's usury. So if you want to avoid that, that comes about by one, community consensus, and two, You have to have trustworthy people within the legal enforcement class who will preside over these contracts, right? Because these exchanges of money for whatever loans of money, they're all presided by somebody who is a member of a class who can only remain a member of that class if they continue to impose justice. If they fail, i.e., if they cheat, they're kicked out. So there's already a mechanism against perverting of the process, right? I.e., inserting yourself in the exchange of money to profit without actually doing any work, which is essentially what the problem of usury is. So you have it set up such that only contracts which are fair can be actually signed in the first place. Does that make sense? But largely, I would like for people not to have to worry about things like property tax. I just want them to have the land and that's it, and it's yours in the end of it.
It sounds really high maintenance, Jen.
What do you mean?
Wow, really? No, you just own the land. That's it. It's that simple.
I don't want to rule over people that hate my guts, and I know what makes people happy, and part of that is owning land and owning people and having a good life. So fuck it. Let's make your life as good as it can be. I mean, there's a finite amount of resources on the planet, but frankly, we have very advanced technology. We could have a wonderful life if that's what we wanted.
Right?
So-
Instead
so
of
you-
having feudalship.
So you would allow slavery, Jen?
Yes, but it would be regulated. So the
Right.
contracts, again, you'd have to have someone presiding over the contract. And you have to make sure the conditions, like you need that third party who's part of that class of people, which I would consider part of the warrior class, who's going to enforce that contract. And if there's a breach of contract, they have to come in and deal with it, right? So it's got to be super fair, and they will lose their license if they don't uphold the standard of justice. If they're judged by committee to have not upheld the principle of honor and justice, they're just out of that class. They can go do another vocation, but they can't do that one anymore.
Would slaves be allowed to have children, and if so, would their children be automatically slaves by default?
That's a good question. I don't think anyone is automatically a slave by default because you can choose your vocation. So you'd be choosing a vocation as a servant. You'd say, yeah, I want to sell my labor for this much money per year, and I'm cool to go live in this house. Your offspring would have the choice to join whatever vocation they were able to and wanting to do.
Would the slaves be raising their own children?
Well, who else is going to raise them?
Well, the owners of the slaves.
Oh my gosh. I think it's all about voluntary, right? Voluntary is the key thing. So I think for, the instinct is you want to raise your own kids, but then there's also stuff you don't know, right? So like science and stuff.
Yeah,
I think the state owes the citizenry knowledge. So I think school should be free. But I don't think people should be forced to go to school if they really, really, really hate that idea. So it's all about voluntarism to me. So it would be the servants, it would be the parents who would be having the control over their kids.
So, okay, then the slaves that you would have, the slavery in your state would be not conventional slavery. It would be the slaves would still have rights of their own.
Of course. And what you want is to design the system so that it's always going towards a higher standard, right? And you do that with a competitive market of saying like, well, come to my house to be my servant for this much money. Oh no, I'll give you even more money and it's even better conditions. And so there's like a competitive process on both sides between how much you're paying and how good of quality you are.
Okay,
but again,
so
it's always voluntary. Nobody is forced to sign a contract of servitude. People say, hey, this is the lifestyle I want.
Right.
I don't really want to be responsible for a farm. I don't really want to be responsible for taking up arms in the case of a boundary dispute. I don't want to have to do that. I just want to chill out and play,
So it's voluntary. It's voluntary servitude, because earlier you said what makes people happy, and that's owning land, owning people, and that's why I asked you if you would have slavery.
Well, free men want to own people, and non-free men want to be slaves to a benevolent master. Obviously, it's like a yin yang thing.
Okay, but if you're not a free man, then it's not voluntary servitude, right? If you don't have freedom.
Well, define freedom.
Well, the freedom to quit and leave.
Well, yeah, they would have that freedom. They would.
Okay,
of course they would have that freedom.
Okay, but then why would you say that there's free men and then non-free men?
Because there's degrees of freedom. if you're a priest, you have the most freedom. If you're a warrior, you have second most. It's like it's a nested thing. There's less freedoms if you have less responsibility, and there's more freedom if you have more responsibility. They go hand in hand. It's meant to be like a duty. Like you do, the more work you do, the more you're rewarded type thing. Not everybody wants freedom though, so it works.
Not everybody wants freedom.
Well, no, like what's the ultimate freedom? The ultimate freedom is enlightenment, when you transcend your subjectivity and become in touch with the God consciousness or whatever you want to call it. That's ultimate freedom. Most people are not ready for that. And so it may seem awesome, the idea of having like a palace and a big bunch of, servants and an army, a private army. That would be awesome. But then you realize when you're in the position, it's actually just a lot of fucking responsibility. Not everybody's up to that, but some people are. So we want to put the right people in those positions is the thing. It's all about karma at the end of the day. Some people have the karma of a warrior. Some people have the karma of a merchant. It's a personal thing. Hello? I can't hear anyone.
You lose. You lose. We were all committed to silence. You were the weakest. You had to break the silence.
A moment of silence. My apologies.
Yeah, I mean, I guess I was just confused because of the choice of words you were using.
Yeah, I should probably say servant because slave has sort of like a degrading quality to it. And I don't want that.
Slave has a more absolute kind of, absoluteness to it.
Yeah, I don't want that because I know
to me, it sounds like you've got different levels of privilege, not different levels of freedom.
I guess so. Well, I guess are we really all that free? Like, we're not free to break the laws of nature. We're just not all that free. We have to eat. We have to sleep. We have all these duties we have to do. Freedom, to me, is not, I don't really even know what it means.
Well, to me, the servant has freedom if the servant is able to reinvest in themselves and then at some point break away and become the person that acquires servants of their own. If they have the freedom to do that, then they have a base freedom, as opposed to a slave. A slave is basically property of another person in perpetuity, and really whatever happens to that slave is at the whim of the the owner.
Yeah, we don't want that. We want everybody on their best behavior, basically. So that's why it comes down to this like minimum moral standard. And that's why you have this class of enforcers who will make sure that if these contractual obligations are not obeyed, they'll find a way to, break that contract. Because it cannot continue if it's not voluntary. That's the key thing, is people have to want it. Like, can you not imagine a situation where it'd actually be desirable to be a servant? Because like you wouldn't have as many duties. You could just like do whatever the hell you wanted. That, in a way, that's freedom. It's like you have a lot of free time because you don't have anything that you're responsible for.
But also, do you not acknowledge that might makes right is a natural law?
Might makes right is essentially the law of the jungle. It's basically saying whoever's the strongest makes the laws. But the way I look at it is that, yeah, you obviously need to defend your state ideology with force. But what legitimizes that force is not power, but justice. I would say justice gives longevity to a government, not because my makes right is sort of it's true in the animal kingdom. But
that's nature, though. It's a natural law.
Well, the idea is that in civilization, we are seeking to impose certain restrictions upon the barbarousness of nature. So we're saying, yeah, we understand that in nature might makes right, and like it's the biggest skull crusher that gets all the stuff and all the women, but we're understanding that we don't want to live that way. We want to have a stable civilization, so we're going to impose a meritocracy, an artificial meritocracy, which will channel the aggression that would normally come out in these more base urges into higher ideals.
And in order to live that way, you'll have to make sure to kill all the people that want to live under might makes right.
I honestly don't think many people want to live under might makes right. It's pretty terrifying. It's basically like the most psychopathic person gets the most power.
Well,
do you want to live under that?
Whether there's many or few of them, you're going to have to find a way to get rid of them. Ultimately, you're going to have to impose. You're going to have to impose that law which you don't like. Of course,
you have to impose limits on people's behavior, but you don't have to impose limits on people's beliefs. If someone believes might makes right, does that really change anything? It's more, are they trying to overthrow the government with some private army? That's an issue. But if they just believe might makes right, well, I'm sure in time they'll realize why that's an incomplete understanding of natural law. Because natural law doesn't mean the law of nature. Natural law means that which most efficiently balances the barbarism of nature or counteracts it. Civilization.
I did not realize that's how you perceive natural law.
Well, civilization is kind of a construct. It's something we impose on nature. Because before it used to be like just wild, wilderness, all might makes right. But then we said, okay, no, we're going to have a civilization. We're going to impose order, and it's not just going to be purely might makes right. There's going to be some degree of continuity in the governmental structure because we understand that that's valuable. That's what civilization means.
Well, civilization is man imposing his might upon his environment, on nature. So it is simply another contest of wills, right? So
that is correct. That is absolutely correct.
It's all about wills imposing upon other wills.
Absolutely. No, you're right. Man's will imposed on nature is a definition of civilization. And not all men have the same will. And there's a hierarchy of wills. And the supreme will of man, the best, he who understands that best, is considered the embodiment of natural law. So the law of nature, that's just like physics. The natural law is that which we use to mitigate the undesirable consequences of physics on our continued existence. We're just better suited to a civilization that isn't destroyed every 10 years, Some animals, how long does a bird's nest last? Not long. We're not a big fan of that. We like longevity.
Well, I mean, in the big scheme of things, what's 100 years? What's 1,000 years? It's nothing.
That's kind of how I look at it. Like, I want what I do now to last at least 10,000 years.
Yeah, wishful thinking.
I think it's important to have high standards, and I think 10,000 years is a good time frame because it's probably going to take a minimum of 200 years just to get everybody used to this way of doing things because we've become highly domesticated by the modern state.
You know what lasts 10,000 years? Huge monuments built by slaves. Slaves that have had, slaves that were made slaves through might makes right.
How do you know?
Well, you know what? I guess I don't. I guess I don't know.
Maybe they were actually happy to be slaves. Just think about it.
It could be. Yeah, it could be.
Maybe man is not truly capable of being happy, but maybe those slaves felt they actually had a purpose in life and they didn't mind what they had to do because they were fulfilling someone's amazing vision of these amazing things that they created that will last so long.
It's very possible. It's very possible.
Well, you can see this behavioral trait worldwide. I mean, you look at what's been built, not just in India, but there were some pretty impressive buildings in South America as well. This is a human
I suppose you could argue that, a lot of the people that had their hearts ripped out of their chests on Aztec pyramids did so voluntarily and said, "Here, take mine."
They were actually kicked out of India for human sacrifice. That's why they ended up in the underworld, which is the Americas, which is actually the bottom, because the bottom of the world is actually the North Pole and the top is the South Pole. And I proved it using physics. So yeah, that's one of the stories is of an avatar banishing this gang of people who were doing human sacrifice to the underworld. And that's basically the story of where the Aztecs came from.
Wait a minute. You lost me. You're saying the North Pole is the bottom and the Aztecs came from the North Pole?
No, I'm saying that they were banished by an Indian king to the underworld, and the underworld means the bottom of the planet, i.e. the northern hemisphere.
Yeah, but the Aztecs are at the equator. Well, not the equator, but they're relatively near the center.
I guess they didn't want to go that far into the underworld. It's pretty tough to live there. You got to be pretty tough to make it in the underworld, don't you think, Monsieur Québécois? C'est pas si facile que ça. Vivre au Québec, je dirais.
C'est pas facile vivre dans l'underworld.
C'est pas facile, ok?
C'est rough en tabarnak.
C'est rough, asti.
I knew it, the French monarchy.
Oh my God, you caught us. You caught us. We're secretly taking over the world with our secret joual that nobody can understand unless they come from Quebec.
Il rush en esti dans l'underworld.
But yeah, I mean, those practices are not legitimate. I agree. That's why these people were booted out. And these have been issues like exiling people doing bad things is something that eventually comes to bite you in the ass.
Yeah, but what about self-sacrifice?
What do you mean by self-sacrifice? Like killing yourself?
I mean, if the person that walked up the steps to the altar and said,
wanted to be killed, yeah,
take my heart so that the sun will shine and so that the rains will fall and our crops will be good.
Well, if someone was willing to do that, it's pretty impressive feat on the part of the ruler, I'd say. But I'm not saying that that's the way it always was. I'm saying it's conceivable because, like, here's another example. You know what seppuku is?
Yeah, it's suicide. It's an
like,
honorable suicide.
Yeah, it seems like why would anyone kill themselves? It's like because the ideal of honor means more to them than their life itself.
Well, the better analogy would be the kamikaze pilot. He's self-sacrificing in order to help win the battle.
Yeah, I guess they're both examples of sacrifice and why sacrifices.
A seppuku is the result of shame being dishonored, and seppuku is a way to kind of atone for that shame and dishonor that you've experienced.
Yeah, honor is traditionally what's held our societies together. It's very important, and honor has been displaced really a lot, and now it's like pure virtue signaling, but there's an underlying desire to behave honorably.
Yeah, I agree. Honor is important, and there's very little of it left.
I'm really glad that you agree with me because that's super important. If we can't agree on axioms,
getting Domingo to agree with you is super important.
Getting people like you to be open to these ideas, yeah, that's important to me.
And Sudoku is a horrible game that only math nerds are good at.
Yeah, it's horrible, but I play it sometimes. I don't know. It's just the way I am. I guess I'm kind of a loner.
You know what else
I was Sudoku.
You know what else I was never good at and I could never figure out? Minesweeper.
Oh my God. Yeah, I was all about the solitaire. I played a couple Minesweepers, but I was like, this is just too high entropy for me. I can't do it.
It was too frustrating. That Minesweeper made me feel so stupid. I resented that game so much. I felt like that game was like a bad trick being played on people. And then I would watch people that were so good at it and they would clear the board and I was just like, fuck you. You think you're better than me?
I know what you mean. It's like those Tetris games. They get impossibly fast after a while. You're like, how the hell could anyone ever win this?
Yeah, or those Dance Revolution faggots with their fucking Or the Guitar Hero masters. Fuck all those people. Put them all in camps.
So yeah, there's a bit of an authoritarian streak, but I encourage people to see the value of voluntarism, because there's no authoritarianism that is sweeter than the voluntary sort.
You will respect my voluntarism.
Where's everyone gone? Claire's always like, Jen never wants to respond to my arguments, and it's like,
I don't know. Maybe she's making
Well,
phone calls
I'm
to Lucy
here.
or whatever.
I'm here and listening, but I don't have anything much to contribute at the moment, and you're all happily burbling away. I didn't want to.
Well, you don't have much to contribute most of the time anyway, so.
Okay, well, I'll go away then.
Go
Hey,
eat your
that's
fish.
mean.
Go
Don't
eat your
say
fish
that.
heads. Go eat your deep fried crispy bat wings.
Have we run out of gaslighting and
and your
derailments
minced and your minced pangolin meat?
Boat baiting.
So I'm saying maybe this virus is karmatically is a manifestation of bad karma due to the pangolin. I feel like this virus is it's all because of the pangolin. The pangolin's been dishonored, so this virus has come. I'm saying to kill a lot of people.
Is that your Duvid imitation?
Well, I mean, thank you, Claire.
I haven't got it quite right yet. You're quite good at impressions, aren't you? But can you do a Duvid? It'd be quite funny if you could.
I mean, I suppose we could go into impersonations. I don't see why we need to waste time with impersonations. I'm not a fan of these guessing games. You know, it was, karmatically, I'm saying the virus, because of this pangolin was desecrated. This virus is now killing people. So I'm saying God's will is being put forth through this pangolin creature. I'm saying, so I don't understand this minesweeper.
And God forbid impersonations are just, just degenerate. It's like laughing. God forbid. It's all just very degenerate. I'm into meta-analysis myself.
Hopefully, God willing, we can have a post Adam Green stream, and God willing, I could get lots of super chats and make lots of money. I'm saying you don't have to donate, but if people do donate, that's something, I'd welcome it. I could, people could keep talking. I could go and get some food and drink, and I'll be back. We could get this going for hours and hours. Super chats, get my subscriptions up.
I'm just going to take my medicine, God forbid. I think the funniest super chat story off Duvid was this guy got triggered in the chat. I think it's Captain Caveman. He got triggered by something I said. So he revenge donated $50 to Duvid, presumably to bother me.
Ugh.
So I realized I think Claire basically has her talking points. And then anything outside of the talking points, she's either going to be silent for, or she's going to say, well, what do you propose? Ha ha ha. Or she's going to try to somehow bully you back to her talking points. I think this conversation has made that very clear. What do you think, Claire?
I haven't bullied you at all, have I? I haven't even started, and I thought, as you're all so happily burbling away to each other,
starting, all right.
We can go back to why you think your theocracy is better than my theocracy.
But that implies, I think, your theocracy is actually in competition with my theocracy, and it ain't.
How can it not be in competition with your theocracy when we're the only two women in the whole wide world offering a theocracy?
Well, if it's technically not a theocracy, then how can it be in competition?
So, how's it going, Jen, with your recruitment to your priesthood?
I don't solicit.
Then, how are you going to get your
She-
recruit?
She's lost one of her major captains recently, so it's probably not going so great.
Yeah, people really wanted me to say Gandalf was my guy.
One of her lieutenants.
I don't think I ever said that though.
Well, you don't need to say these things, do you? It was his
Well, I
loyalty
mean-
was really quite admirable. If you like that sort of thing.
Really? Going against what I want on streams is admirable loyalty? Are you serious? You
Well,
said the most horrible things about Gandalf, and now all of a sudden he's admirable?
Well, admirable in the sense that he embodied dog-like loyalty.
Yeah, he was I mean, come on, Jen, you can't deny it. He was always there to defend you, and I mean,
He would bark at people. He barked at Connaught. He barked at me.
Mm-hmm.
he was demonic with Charlie.
The question is, was he doing it for me or was he doing it for himself?
Wow.
But isn't it an important question?
Well, Jen, I think it's obvious, there was a lot of times where he stepped in to defend your honor, and there were times where you stepped in to defend his.
Absolutely, because one must uphold a high standard for public discourse. Otherwise, it just turns into a shit fest. That's one thing. Honoring someone else is something different. It's not doing what you think they want you to do. It's doing what they want you to do. Okay? And that's not what happened, I'm afraid.
He didn't obey.
He didn't get it about meta-analysis. I'm not sure that I get it.
Yeah, but you're not allowed on Week in Review either. If he really wanted to serve me, he would have done what I said in the beginning, which is learn how to do time management and learn how to pace yourself. But it wasn't that important to him. What was more important to him was what he did. That is why you must judge people by their actions and not their words. You must support people to become better, but you must not endorse them based solely on their words. You must watch what they do.
So, what's meta-analysis again?
Claire's yawning when you talk.
It is a bit late. Would you like to tell us again what meta-analysis is? I'm sure most people don't get it, Do you know what meta-analysis is, Domingo?
Well, I mean, I know what analysis is, and I know what meta is. So
beyond. It means beyond.
Yeah, it's like it's like a yeah, exactly. It's like a level beyond or above. It's like greater than or like the greatest form of. Jen is all about meta and alpha. And
Think about it like this. Analysis is going through a series of facts and drawing particular conclusions. Meta-analysis is going through a particular set of facts with more than one perspective. And then between the two perspectives, trying to judge which one is superior and why. Okay, that's what meta-analysis is. It's about whenever something happens, it's always in the context of some ideology, which we try to make explicit. That's where the meta comes from. Meta means apart from, adjacent to. That's why it's difficult, because most people, when they talk, they are simply repeating facts. They're not really doing analysis, let alone meta-analysis. Correct?
Okay, can you give an example of something and somebody analyzing and then somebody meta-analyzing it, and then we'll finally know for sure what we're not getting.
Okay, well, for example, if you're going to talk about the Big Bang as though it's a fact. You're just repeating things that you heard. You're just repeating propaganda. But if you're going to analyze the Big Bang, you're going to go through the series of causes and effects which were allegedly taking place after the Big Bang. If you're going to meta-analyze the Big Bang, you're going to determine whether it's axiomatically possible that the Big Bang occurred in the first place.
Is
Can we have
JF is a Big Bang guy?
I'm not actually sure. I think he's agnostic on a lot of these science like / philosophy questions. I think he kind of doesn't want to make the mistake of saying something that turns out not to be true. So I think he's more on the I think this is the good like agnostic, sort of being a conservative agnostic, where it's like you're open but you're not going to jump to any conclusions. Because I mean, it's hard to know, right? If you don't think about these things, how could you possibly know what the truth is?
But Jen, I mean, maybe the Big Bang is too big for us. Maybe we want something, maybe like a movie to analyze and meta-analyze, or some idea that we can, maybe get our heads around. And then maybe you can do this meta-analysis thing.
Okay, let's take a movie. So it's like, oh my God, I like this movie Looper because, Joseph Lowood, whatever the hell his name is a cutie, and like Bruce Willis, and it was cool. That's just stating facts. Analysis is, well, the movie Looper talked about time travel. I wonder if time travel is possible and why not? And what an interesting theory. And was this, consistent, causally consistent? Meta-analysis would be, this movie came out at the same time as a bunch of other movies that were similar. And we want to see a trend, a greater trend. So if you notice, like in the 60s, there were a lot of British spy movies that came out. So meta-analysis POV, you'd be like, why did that happen? What about the popular culture did that set of movies inform? That's meta-analysis.
You know when I first noticed that movies were being released in like doubles, it goes all the way back to Volcano and Dante's Peak and Armageddon and the Day After Tomorrow, or no wait, Armageddon and was it The Day After Tomorrow? I think so. And
yeah, that's awesome.
Ever since then, I've been noticing, like, my theory is that the studios, they conduct industrial espionage and they steal scripts. And so basically they're just re-releasing the same movie with slight differences.
Oh, that's an awesome theory. So now if we wanted to analyze this theory, we'd go looking for evidence that supported the theory and see if there's any evidence that contradicts the theory. So it's just a theory at this point. It's a hypothesis that Dubinko has. And it sounds interesting, but we don't know if it's true yet. And the question is, how do we determine whether it's plausible?
But what is undeniable, though, is this pattern, this stretch of movies that have almost the identical same plot and that are released within 365 days from one another, or like even 3 months,
Exactly. This process of thinking is all about the joy of pattern recognition, because recognizing patterns correctly is like pretty, Claire, you must know. You think you've recognized a pattern in society and you think you know the solution. People seek to recognize patterns. And we're just pushing that beyond the limitations of these false arcane ideologies, and we're going to the limit of it. How many patterns can we recognize? And what are the most meaningful patterns to recognize, and why? That's what meta-analysis is, essentially. It's the set of all that put together, working together as a system that eventually clarifies your perspective and increases the quality of your knowledge.
Okay, I can meta-analyze the Abrahamic narrative and, using the theology of Judaism, Christianity, and Islam.
But that's not meta-analysis, because you are doing it in a circular logic.
Meta-analyze God.
Analysis, you could say, I'm analyzing this religion within what you're doing is you're analyzing the religion within its own axioms. That's called circular reasoning. That doesn't come into an analysis. That's cherry picking.
But that's not what I do.
Well, it is what you do. So that's the thing. You can't do meta-analysis because you only have one fixed perspective, and you don't see the value of entertaining multiple perspectives, you don't see that that informs the total picture, and it must be done.
Well, I know a bit more about the theology of these three religions than, well, anybody else. I've been able to form conclusions about why Christianity is the way it is and how Islam was sent as a kind of correction. And it's like, yeah, you've tried your Christianity thing, it's failed. Now,
Yeah, that's
here I
circular.
am.
That's
How is
circular.
it circular? How is it circular? I mean, it's like,
Because all the reasons you cite are within the Abrahamic dogma. You're not looking externally to understand Abrahamism for what it is, to understand where it may be in contradiction with natural laws. You're saying you're assuming axiomatically that it's correct. There is truth in the scripture. It works, therefore it's true, and therefore it's circular logic. That's why you say Christianity failed because of idolatry, when that's obviously not correct.
why is it obviously not correct, though?
It lacks
it
an
has
evidentiary
failed.
basis. It lacks an evidentiary basis. And
Well, I mean, the evidence is that hardly anybody in the West is
Kaaba,
Christian.
the Kaaba is a de facto idol. So you're trying to play a semantic game.
No, you're not even using the
I'm not using words the way
connected
you
way.
would like me. I'm not using words the way you would like me to use them. However, I am telling you that you need to do meta-analysis to actually see the picture more clearly, because right now you're stuck in circular reasoning.
Well, I don't think it's circular at all. I'm saying that these three religions came one after the other, and stories being told by each of these religions. So, Judaism came and they didn't follow it, and then they fought amongst each other so terribly, and then they got the Romans to, hoping that the Romans would settle their dispute, and the Romans took over and they hated it and they rebelled against them. And while all this was happening, Christ was born and he did his thing, and they hoped he would be the Messiah, but he just wasn't good enough because he didn't have an army. And I think you'll find that a lot of the wisdom of Islam came from the Romans too. So Islam basically synthesized all the wisdom of the previous two religions and incorporated, the cool, sensible, effective stuff the Romans did when they were not degenerate.
It's
all
circular
in
logic.
a book. How is it
It's
circular?
circular logic.
How is it circular? I'm not referring back to
doesn't
anything.
refer.
Circular logic is saying A is A and B is B. And I've done that.
It doesn't refer to anything outside of its own axiom basis.
What do you mean? What else should it be referred to?
Well, to say that Christianity failed because of idolatry is an assertion with no evidence and
Yes, it is because
counter thesis. More plausible counter thesis.
We know that the Ten Commandments forbid idolatry and blasphemy.
Yeah,
we
that's
know
circular
that Christ was crucified.
Yeah, that's circular logic. You're saying
you're saying
chosen because the book that we wrote says we're chosen. That's the argument you're saying essentially. It failed because of idolatry, because they said idolatry is bad. That's the circular reasoning.
No, you don't even know the meaning
yes, it is.
Their logic. So basically, you don't like the idea of Jews being God's chosen people, and so you can say,
I didn't say that. I didn't say that. What I'm saying is that man chooses God. God does not choose man. Statements to the contrary are simply false. Whatever people want to believe to get through the day, whatever people want to believe to get through the day, I don't care, but don't come knocking on my door with that horse shit.
Right. So what do you believe then? What do you believe?
And I believe in causality.
So what does that mean?
Means that there's no effect absent a cause or causes except for the supreme cause.
Okay, and the Abrahamic view is that God is the uncaused first cause. So what's your problem?
Well, I happen to care about truth.
Okay, what is untrue about God being the uncaused first cause?
Well, I agree. The universe is the first cause. So if God is the universe, I agree. But to then say that this African tribal god represents the will of the universe, that's a pretty high standard of evidence that is in no way close to meeting.
Okay,
And
so
indeed can be denied based on evidence.
but this Abrahamic God, has he broken any of his rules? Because obviously
That's not the standard. That's not the standard by which this God would be judged. It would need to be
how should this God be
demonstrably
judged?
perfect. The God would need to be demonstrably perfect in an axiomatic system
calling him-
apart from its own. The God would need to be demonstrably perfect in an axiom system other than its own, and it cannot meet this burden of evidence. Therefore,
how do you know
it is
that
not credible.
How do you know that God isn't perfect?
Because it isn't established itself as perfect. And I have standards for what I'll accept as a perfect God.
Okay, so the conception of this Abrahamic God is that he is supreme, he is eternal, he is omnipotent, he is omniscient, and he is perfectly moral. And
Right.
so you have to say, oh, he's not because,
No, I don't. He has to prove all those things.
well, he's saying, well,
He's the one making the claim, and the burden of proof is on him.
No,
Not
but
me.
he's already said this is what you're supposed to do. There's a really annoying echo, Jen. So he's the narrative is as follows. He created the universe, he created us, he created the laws, we're supposed to follow it, and if we do, we will be rewarded in the afterlife. We don't have to believe that, but nobody can say, oh, I died and nothing happened to me. So it's all a lie because, well, nobody would believe it. Yeah, I mean, it's as unprovable as reincarnation, isn't it? So how can you prove reincarnation? You'd have to
conservation of energy laws from physics.
Yeah, but this doesn't mean anything. You say these words and nobody understands what you're saying. So actually, Jay had the best way of testing your theory, which is to say, well, Jen, what you'd have to do is say a password, so I know what it is when I see you in your next incarnation, and then you have to kill yourself, and then you have to be reincarnated, and then you have to find Jay and say that the password is whatever it was that you agreed. And
yeah, except only the personality reincarnates, so the password is the personality.
Okay, so it's unprovable. So it's unfalsifiable.
Yeah, it's definitely provable. It's definitely provable. You could provide evidence in support or against it. So, for example, I proved that you couldn't possibly be the reincarnation of Solon.
But I was saying, you're saying you know so much about reincarnation. You're the clerk of reincarnations, and you know that there's a certain procedure, and I haven't followed it. And nobody believes that you ever were the clerk of reincarnations or know anything about the process at all.
Well, I don't think you can speak for other people, frankly. I think you can speak for yourself, but you don't know what other people believe.
Well, nobody can prove that there is this process, and it allows people, to change races, change nations, change sex, whatever.
I don't really think you could change race.
Well, it's your subjective view. I mean, there's nothing in the rules of reincarnation. Do there?
Yeah, there are rules to reincarnation, I'm afraid.
Really? Where?
They're written in the laws of nature. It has to do with magnetism.
Okay.
But you're too stupid to bother to understand that.
Apart from stuff you just said.
It has to do with magnetism, okay? Your lives are similar to each other, maximally similar.
What does that mean?
It means you're going to have basically as close to the same life as you can in your next life as your previous life.
Well, what if I was a really terrible person?
Well, then you continue to be a really terrible person.
But you don't think I'd drop a class or something?
Yeah, there's definitely such a thing as karmic retribution. However, you tend to stay the same.
Okay, well, you have no evidence for...
You have no evidence for your claims. I'm backing up my claims with tons of evidence.
What do you think
You
are my
simply
claims?
don't accept my evidence. I say it's a physical thing. It's conservation of energy. It's magnetic harmonics. And you're saying, that doesn't make any sense. And I'm saying, well, you're going to have to learn logic at some point, Claire. So why don't you start now? Because you're never going to understand what's going on unless you can learn logic.
Well, my logic tells me that you couldn't possibly know yourself.
That's, again, circular. You have no way of knowing whether what I'm saying is true or not.
Yeah, it's unfalsifiable, and you've made
That is nonsense. It is absolutely falsifiable. What you're saying is absolute nonsense.
Okay. But if I did ask you to explain yourself, nobody would. You talk for about.
You wouldn't understand.
Well,
you wouldn't understand.
Does anybody understand your ideas?
Understanding is a process. You have not begun on that process because you've already decided that I'm wrong, I couldn't possibly be right, and I'm a liar. Those are your axioms. You think there's something wrong with me. So until you embrace the correct axioms, you're screwed. That's the long and short of it.
Well, I have tried to elicit from you the basis of your ideas, and they don't really make sense. And
you haven't made the effort to understand them because you haven't made the effort to learn logic. You lied and said contraposition was from mathematics when it is not. It is from logic set theory. It has nothing to do with mathematics. It is simply part of logic, but you do not understand contraposition because you do not understand logic.
I don't need to understand contraposition to know.
You do. You do. You think you can just feel your way to know if someone's arguments are correct, and you think you can feel that my arguments are false.
And really, if I don't even understand what you're trying to say.
It's reduced down to a mafeels. You've reduced this down to mafeels.
I understand what you're saying.
No, you don't. No, you don't. You do not make an effort to understand or remember anything that I say. That is why you so frequently lie about what I say.
Your ideas. Gandalf didn't understand your ideas. He could, the most he could do was remember a few phrases that you use, so he could use it as a kind
Understanding is a process. Understanding is a process.
I know that.
You have not even begun the process of understanding, so you have no way of knowing how much Gandalf understood or didn't understand.
Well, he could never explain your ideas to me. I tried.
That would go against tradition. It would be dishonorable to attempt to explain something that you didn't understand perfectly.
Yeah, exactly. So nobody understands your ideas.
It's a process. It takes time. People understand things gradually. Yeah, some people understand better than others, but there's obviously something to understand.
I can explain my ideas very clearly. And
within a circular logical system, which is therefore not worth much, because circular logic is worthless.
What is circular logic, Jen?
It is a system which references its own axioms and no axioms outside of it. It is therefore unfalsifiable.
Self-referential system which is not grounded to anything in reality. It's a hyperreal construct which is spinning in the circle of nowhere.
It's how the mind control works.
So, circular logic, as I understand it, is it's like saying A is A.
Flat Earth logic.
What's that?
So, instead of circular, it's flat Earth logic.
What is that?
Have you ever been to any flat Earth channels?
No.
We should try it. Oh my God.
Okay. You don't want to explain it, and you can't explain it either.
Of course I can explain it.
Jen, do you know what
it's a synonym? Yes.
Do you know what flat Earth logic is, Jen?
It's where people believe that they live on a two-dimensional plane, and
What he is saying is that the logic used to justify flat Earth is circular, just like your logic.
Okay.
Because
So
it
what is the logic
references
used? What
it
is the logic?
references its own axioms.
So
That
what
is
is,
why.
what is a logic that people use to justify the flat Earth theory?
I am not actually all that well versed on that particular logic because I've inquired about the logic and they don't have the answers that I'm looking for. They cannot explain why the center of the flat Earth doesn't have a higher gravity field than the edges. They can't find the edge. Obviously, they are referencing circular logic, i.e., it's true because I said it's true, and therefore it's true.
Yeah, you're doing that too.
I am testing my beliefs against science. And then through the process of science, which is the most objective thing we have, I'm interpolating greater truths between what I already know and what I've learned through science. That isn't circular logic. That's employing multiple systems with different axioms to interpolate what is the greater truth that lies beyond both of those axiom sets.
Well,
You can't even follow that train of logic because you don't understand logic.
Word salad.
Yeah, exactly. You don't understand logic. So every time someone says something logical, you say word salad and you
understands it. Nobody understands it. You can't find a single person.
You don't understand it.
You're
You
talking
don't understand it, but a lot of people do. So speak
Where?
for
Who?
yourself.
Who?
Speak for
Who?
yourself.
Who?
You don't speak for
Who
anybody,
understands?
Claire.
Who understands?
Speak for yourself. What I said is
Tell me
perfectly
the name of
sound.
somebody who understands your ideas.
Their name is Go Fiuck Yourself. I believe I told you about them the other day. So the point is, Claire, address the argument. Here's the point. You can't address the argument on its merits because you don't understand it.
I don't understand it.
You
That's
don't
right.
understand
Can't
logic.
explain it, and it's impossible
You
to
don't
explain
understand logic. I am telling you that what you're saying is circular logic. It is worthless, period. The only logic that is valuable exists
You don't know
in the domain of science. In the domain of science. What you are saying,
you don't need science to understand logic.
what you are saying is not logical and it is not scientific.
You can't prove it. You can't prove it's illogical. So basically, there is a narrative. There is the Abrahamic narrative. In fact, David gets it. He said, everybody uses Jews to explain the world to themselves, including anti-Semites. So Jews use the Abrahamic God to explain their existence to themselves.
Why are you so obsessed with Jews? It's boring.
Well, because they do explain everything, and that was what David was saying on Week in Review. To you.
So without Jews, your world makes no sense. So you rely on the Jews to tell you how to feel about the world.
It's not about what to feel about the world, merely that the Abrahamic God with a big bang and everything, kind of explains it better than your entropism. You do remember what David said, or are you just pretending to have forgotten it all? He said that to you.
I remember what he said. He said sometimes science resolves the cognitive dissonance and sometimes Judaism resolves the cognitive dissonance. And he really wants the Messiah to come.
No, and he said Judaism explains it better than science. That was one of the things he said, and you had no answer to that.
Well, sure I do. I can disprove that the Big Bang is a thing, and you say, that doesn't make sense. It's like, well, that's your problem.
No, because really, you can only assert that it didn't happen, and people don't
That's
care about
false.
it.
You can only assert that it happened, but you can't back it up. Just like you can't back up any of these statements. That's why you have to rely on circular logic.
No, because you can't do
You're
it
too
because
afraid.
nobody really knows
You're too
how the world
afraid.
was created.
You're too
They can-
afraid of
they
using
can-
science.
No,
You're
let
too
me
afraid
explain
of
it.
reality. You have to
It's nothing
hide
to do
under
with
the
science.
hem of the
It's
Jews.
nothing to do with
You're
science.
too
Let
afraid
me
of reality.
tell you what it's about. So basically, you're saying your God didn't do anything, and then there's the Abrahamic faith saying their God created the world and caused a Big Bang, and knows their hearts and minds, and answers prayers. So people will say, well, we're going to believe in the more powerful God because it's
Yeah.
very comforting. And you're saying,
Yeah, you want to be comforted. You want to be comforted. Oh, you're so weak and pathetic that you need to be comforted.
Well,
What does it say?
What would be the
I got a
point?
question.
What
I
would
got a
be the
question.
point of worshipping your
I
less
got a
powerful
question.
God?
How powerful is a God that never once in all of history have people lived under this God's laws?
I don't think he.
That's funny, isn't it? Never once have they ever had a Torah theocracy.
Because then if everybody did everything perfectly, then the Messiah would arrive and everything would be hunky dory forever.
Well, they haven't even done it once. They haven't even tried.
Exactly. So there's a kind of mechanical hair to keep us still working towards something.
They've never once followed their own laws. Ever.
But even within these different moral systems not doing what they're supposed to be doing, the people not following the laws, it's still quite easy to work out that if the rules are carefully articulated and written down and easy to understand, then people are more likely to follow it.
They don't enforce them. They don't enforce the Torah on themselves.
Yeah, because
but they do enforce the Noahide laws on us. Isn't that weird?
Have they?
Well, I mean, definitely Islam and Christianity are proto-Noahide religions. Those have been used to make theocracies over many, 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 many countries, yet the Jews have never once lived under a Torah theocracy. Isn't that so weird and strange and confusing and curious? They're more willing to make laws for other people than themselves. So perhaps, it's not about obeying their laws. Perhaps if we obey their laws, we're giving them power.
The laws that they should obey should be at least Noahide, and we all know that they're not even doing that.
Because then they never have. They never have. So now you're going to say...
Who has? So it's
not going to say... They're the most ancient and powerful tribe that has never once followed their own laws, but their laws that they wrote for us are super important that we follow them. Is that what you're saying? Do you understand how people might not buy that line of logic? Do you understand that?
I don't say that Jews always follow their rules.
But they never have. They've never, ever had a Torah.
Who has, though? Are you saying Gentiles have followed their own rules forever? No, they haven't. Everybody breaks their own rules. You're saying Jews break their own rules.
We had a real theocracy, for fuck's sakes. We imposed a theocracy on ourselves.
When was that?
Well, there's still traces of the ancient theocracy in modern India.
So it's a fallen civilization, and obviously,
because it's being sucked dry. Because it's being sucked dry by invaders. But if they were removed, the sucking would end.
That was a while back, wasn't it?
The point is that the government is still occupied.
Empire, right? That was
the government. The government is occupied. It is an occupation government. It's not doing the will of the people. So yeah, obviously they're going to be in a bad shape.
It's a failed.
What's your
invaded, and now you're kind of saying let's have the bits and pieces of this broken, failed religion because you hate the Abrahamic faith so much because you were traumatized by the failure of Catholicism.
Here we go again with this bullshit narrative. They've never once followed their own laws, and you don't think that that's a problem.
Well,
I would like to call attention to the degree of hypocrisy. It's mind-numbing levels of hypocrisy.
I'm saying that nobody follows their rules, and I'm saying that the clearer they are, the easier they are to understand, the longer people will follow them. What's wrong with that?
So why would they never have once had a Torah theocracy? Does that mean the Torah is impossible to follow?
They might have followed it for a bit, and then.
But there's no evidence of that, is there?
Well, I don't know how can you? Well, maybe they did follow it fine, and then
right. But there's no evidence. There's no evidence. The burden of proof is on you. You don't have any evidence.
Okay, we know from history that the high point of Israel was during the building of the Second Temple. It was King Solomon. What's a problem? What's a problem?
It's just boring to keep having to repeat these things.
Why? What do you want to repeat again?
You think that they didn't control the Middle East since antiquity, but they have, and it's just like boring.
Okay, you're just asserting this. You're asserting this.
Anywhere where Christianity or Islam were instituted,
you're derailing. I was talking about
they were in charge.
I was talking about when the ancient kingdom of Israel started to decline. And of course, since you know no history, you don't want to talk about that.
I'm aware of history. I also know that the Jews have more power today than they ever have in history.
Yeah, because Christians are being so stupid because their religion has failed. And they won't admit it. And
so you're saying the height of Judaism was like, thousands of years ago. It's like, no, it's right now. They've never had more power than they have right now. So you're saying, well, what are you saying exactly?
I'm saying that Judaism will have more intelligent people because they've been around for longer and they have, great resources to draw on. And even if they don't all follow their religion, the fact that they have their status and their
so
what's your problem?
It doesn't matter that they don't follow their own rules and never have. That doesn't matter. It doesn't matter that they're forcing theocracies on other. It doesn't matter that they're forcing a theocracy on nations under pain of death and forcing conversion.
Are they forcing a theocracy on anyone? I haven't noticed that.
Well, who funded Christianity and who funded Islam? It's obvious.
No, it's not obvious. You're saying
it's because you're an idiot.
Well, you don't have any evidence.
You don't have any counter evidence. I have tons of supporting evidence.
Go on then.
I'm not interested in repeating myself.
Nobody except your Huffington
what I'm saying is wrong.
Reports. It doesn't support anything at all. You're saying, well, the Muslims
supports that
completely eradicated usury. So what?
They didn't even start to eradicate it. They just imposed their own system of slavery, and it was brutal for the people being occupied. But for some mysterious reason, Islam was really good for the Jews, just like we saw in that article. And you're like, well, no, they couldn't have possibly been running the show. That would be impossible. It's like, how dumb can you be?
Well, I can explain to you why.
It's fucking tiresome.
I can explain to you. I can explain to you.
I won't believe
I can explain to you. I can explain to you why Islam might have treated Jews a little better because of chapter 2, verse 256.
So the most rational explanation is that the Jews wrote the Quran. Okay, same with the Bible. Tons of evidence to support that. No counter evidence.
Tons of evidence. What ton? Where? What?
The fact that they acknowledge the Jews as the chosen people of God suggests that the authors were Jews.
Who did?
You
so?
an idiot.
Who acknowledged what?
The Quran acknowledges the privileged status of Jews. You complete fucking moron.
Well, the Quran.
Stop being retarded. Stop being retarded. Most likely explanation, it was written by Jews. Stop being retarded. Okay? God didn't write anything. Okay? Right. That's impossible. Right. You sound fucking crazy to say that. You sound fucking nuts to say God wrote a book. That's a fact.
I'm telling you what the narrative is, Jen.
Yeah, and you're asking me to believe a fucking crazy person
Yeah, and
narrative.
you're asking us to trust in Jen, who hasn't even got a book.
I'm asking
written.
people to trust themselves, to make their own fucking judgments, and not appeal to this bullshit.
Yeah, and you're not doing so well, are you?
I think I'm doing awesome.
Really?
I mean,
so,
things
so
couldn't.
how many
Things
people?
couldn't be better.
Nobody understands your ideas. You can't explain your nonsense. You can't tell us exactly why people should prefer your God to the Abrahamic God.
Proof is in the pudding.
What pudding?
Everything I do, everything I've achieved is because of what I believe. And my beliefs are just better, objectively.
What have you achieved?
Better understanding of science than literally the entirety of post-medieval Europe. It's pretty significant accomplishment, don't you think?
Well,
Zero wants to come back on. He's got something probably so important to say.
Well, hello. Incorrect. I understand Jen. And I can validate and verify a lot of what she says.
Go on.
Okay. So which one would you like to start with?
Whatever's on the top of your mind.
Well, you made the claim.
What claim do you think I made?
Well, the claim you've made was that nobody could justify anything or understand what Jen talks about.
Okay, and what is Jen talking about?
Well, that's my question. Which things are you talking about?
So you don't know what we were talking about? You don't know what we were arguing
No, I've asked you. You made the claim. You made the claim that nobody understands the things you talked about.
Yeah, so I'm asking.
So which
you,
things?
I'm asking you.
So which things are you referring to specifically?
I'm asking you to just
Yes.
give.
So which things specifically are you referring to?
What we were talking about. Were you paying attention?
Of course.
Okay, so what were we talking about?
Okay, so which things specifically? You talked about many things.
What were you talking about? Okay, so you don't remember what we were talking about.
I remember the conversation now. Which one specifically?
The one
you talk about many things.
We were talking about before you came back on.
Sure, you talked about many things. So which one do you want to start with?
Can you remember anything that we were arguing about? Can you remember a single thing?
I'm focused on.
Can you remember a single thing we were talking about? Can you?
Sure, I mean, I can rewind.
Okay, what was it? What were we arguing about?
Well, I mean,
what were we?
I've asked you something specifically, so let me pick out something random. With the claims. Alrighty.
What, are you looking it up? You've taken notes somewhere, or what?
No, I'll just rewind the broadcast. Yeah.
Okay, so you said you understand Jen's ideas. So which of Jen's ideas do you understand? Which one?
All of them.
Okay, name one.
Name one. Okay. Give me a second.
I've given you quite a few seconds.
1 moment, Miss Claire.
How much longer do you need?
You don't recall any of the points you talked about?
You don't recall what we were talking about. So if you remember Just vaguely. I was saying nobody understands Jen's ideas, and you said, "Oh, I do." So I'm
Yes.
asking you now, which of Jen's ideas you understand? And then you said, "Give me a second. Give me a second." I've given you a whole minute.
No. I said that I understand practically all of them.
Okay. Well, we'll think
And
of
if
one,
and
and then
I've
maybe
and
just
I've
give us
asked
one. Just
which one
I
in particular would you
nothing in particular.
say that she does not?
Just
And you weren't able to give an answer,
name
so I had
any,
to give the answer for you.
name any of her ideas.
So I'm going to do it right now. The pawn. Here we are. Here we go. All right, let's rewind.
Rewind? What are you rewinding?
Sure.
The stream.
Broadcast, yeah. Rewind. Let's try this.
Yeah, but you're not allowed on Weekend Review either. If he really wanted, really provable, it's definitely provable. You could provide evidence and support, or in the domain of science. In the domain of science.
Let's see.
The Abrahamic God to explain their existence to themselves.
Why are you so obsessed with Jews? It's
Boring.
So, look,
One moment.
Say this boring conversation.
One moment.
So you're saying you don't remember anything either. You have no idea what Jen was talking about. You said you understood Jen's ideas, and now you can't think of a single one that you do understand, even though you said you understood all of them. So you can't think of a single idea of Jen's that you do understand. Is that the situation then? Zero. Hello?
All right, there we go. The last point, which was this one right here.
okay. That's impossible. You sound fucking crazy. The fact.
I'm telling you what the narrative is, Jen.
Yeah, and you're asking me to believe a fucking crazy person's
And
narrative.
you're not doing so well, are you?
I think I'm doing awesome.
Really?
I mean, things
So
could,
how many
things couldn't be
people?
better.
Nobody understands your ideas.
Okay, so it's generic.
Narrative is, Jen.
Yeah, well,
Here we go.
Explain to you, I can explain to you why Islam might treat Jews a little better. Because of chapter 2 verse 2. Okay, Jen, he did understand your ideas. He was playing for time. I gave him all the rope that is necessary for him to hang himself. So.
Well, I guess this solves it. I guess no one's ever understood my ideas. I guess you guys are fucked.
Really? Why?
Well, if you can't understand what I'm saying, you're not smart enough to run a civilization.
Well, civilizations have come and gone without you.
Have they?
Yep.
Zero said he was getting to the point. Zero, why don't you fucking figure out what you're going to say before you come on the stream and have it ready rather than this? Because it seems like you're fucking trolling. And it's not really possible to make me look bad, but you're really, really annoying me. And you have been cutting me off a lot as well, Zero. Okay? As soon as you got on the stream, you cut me off. Not as bad as Claire, mind you, but you still cut me off. Get your fucking argument ready before you come on the stream. Capiche?
You're here. Right. I think I'll end the stream now. I think I've had enough. I'm quite tired. So, yeah, thank you, Jen, for coming by. And thank you, Elliot, who's probably not listening anyway. And thank you all for listening. Hope you had fun. Bye, everyone.